Welcome to the local juvenile detention center, perched on a jagged cliff like Azkaban's gritty reboot. In the yard, an inmate taps his buddy's shoulder to ask if he caught wind of the latest gossip. A guy rocking enough facial metal to set off a TSA alarm spreads the rumor that the North District boss's right-hand man just got sold out. He flashes a sadistic grin and asks the crowd if they really think the incoming beatdown is going to stop at just broken ribs. In this facility, inmates dropping dead is just a standard part of the daily schedule. Over by the chain-link fence, the rest of the prison population is already screaming for blood and cheering on a fight. The pierced guy shoves his way through the jumping crowd, demanding they move aside so he can grab a front-row seat to the execution. But the second he finally gets a clear view of the brawl, his twisted smirk completely vanishes. Instead of the right-hand man getting jumped, a battered kid with pitch black hair is actively crushing another inmate's skull into the dirt. The guy on the ground stammers out in total confusion, realizing too late that he just aggroed the wrong NPC. Before anyone can intervene, a wrapped and blood-soaked fist slams down while someone in the background frantically begs the kid to stop. Two inmates desperately try to put the new kid in a full Nelson, but he ignores them and drops a devastating elbow straight onto the bald gang member's face while someone screams for him to stop before he kills him. The impact shatters the guy's front teeth, turning his jaw into a Mortal Kombat X-ray screen of cracked bone and flying blood. The kid has completely checked out of reality, his eyes glowing with the hollow stare of a Dark Souls boss entering Phase 2. He easily breaks the hold, driving his elbow straight backward to completely shatter his restrainer's nose. His teeth grind together as he shakes off the ambush, running purely on violence and adrenaline. Another inmate tries to jump in and grab his arm, but just gets violently swatted back onto the pavement. The dust finally settles, revealing the kid sitting perfectly balanced on top of the giant North District right-hand man, surrounded by a neat pile of unconscious goons. The pierced rumor spreader from earlier is sweating bullets, barely able to let out a gasp as he processes the absolute slaughter he just watched unfold. The kid slowly peels himself off the giant, absolutely drenched in red, while the pierced inmate mutters to himself that he can't believe the new guy actually pulled off the 1 versus 5 wipe. The former right-hand man lies flattened on the concrete with his eyes rolled back to a factory reset, leaving the rest of the yard cursing under their breath in pure terror. One of the watching inmates is completely paralyzed, deciding the black-haired new guy doesn't even look human anymore. He grabs another prisoner by the collar and launches him backward, like he's trying to secure a ring out in Super Smash Bros. The beatdown keeps going as he craters another guy's face straight into the concrete, solidifying his brand new reputation as a complete mad dog. With a crazed grin stretching across his bloody face, the terrified onlookers think he looks like something that just dragged itself out of the underworld. A massive prison spotlight suddenly snaps on, cutting right through the dark yard. The beam hits him dead center, lighting up the absolute massacre he just dropped on the North District crew like it's his WWE grand entrance. Catching his breath in the blinding light, he hears the peanut gallery comparing him to a demon from hell. He turns his back on the pile of unconscious bodies, deciding these guys have his lore completely wrong. He casually walks away from the yard and heads straight for the perimeter gate. Gripping the steel fence with his bloody, taped-up hand, he thinks to himself that the place he actually came from makes hell look like an all-inclusive resort. A nervous student reflects on his garbage existence while cracking open a heavy door. The empty, sunlit school hallway looks peaceful enough, but his internal monologue tells a different story. He admits his daily routine was an absolute dumpster fire, but at least it was a predictable one. That miserable peace completely vanished the second he crossed paths with the school's newest threat. Hoping to lose his pursuer, he ducks into a dim sports equipment room and prays for safety among the stray basketballs. He frantically slams the door shut, treating the tiny closet like a Five Nights at Freddy's security office. His knees knock together uncontrollably, vibrating hard enough to generate electricity. He gnashes his teeth and sweats through his collar as panic completely hijacks his nervous system. Huddled behind a cardboard box, he finally understands that drawing the new guy's aggro was a fatal error. Right on cue, a heavy shoe steps firmly onto the floorboards, proving his hiding spot is already compromised. Amamori cowers in a dark storage room, crying and chewing on his thumb like he's trying to gnaw it off, while a creepy voice sing-songs his name from the hall. Outside, his pursuer casually strolls down the corridor like a dead-by-daylight killer who already knows exactly which locker the survivor is hiding in. The guy dragged his claws against the walls, wondering aloud where his elusive prey went. The sliver of light creeping under the door is the only thing keeping Amamori grounded in reality. He stares at the exit, silently begging the universe that the stalker just walk past. Tears stream down his face as he holds his breath, desperately hoping he just survived his own personal horror movie. But his heart flatlines when a voice right behind him cheerfully announces that the game of hide and seek is over. Amamori freezes, realizing his stealth stat is a solid 0 and he completely forgot to check his blind spots. His survival instincts finally kick in, screaming at his brain to run before he becomes a permanent chalk outline. He turns to see a towering figure with glowing white eyes looming over him, proudly declaring his victory, and proving that there are monsters in this world way scarier than a bad report card. The room plunges into total darkness as the creature happily calls out his name one last time. The terrified kid braces for impact, realizing that whatever is locked in the dark with him is way worse than hell. He gets absolutely folded by a massive strike that sends his glasses flying. His attacker casually stands over him and suggests he just close his eyes so he won't feel a thing. Tapping his own face, the psycho promises to get the hit right on the first try this time. The victim spits out a pathetic groan, tears streaming down his cheeks as his remaining hope completely evaporates. Pinning his prey to the floor, the bully flashes a spiked knuckle duster, proving that the only thing scarier than actual demons are humans who treat assault like an afternoon hobby. A massive spray of blood paints the room red. After the brutal beatdown, the psycho drags his bruised and bleeding victim by the hair, whining about how heavy the kid is. Dragging his human mop out of the storage room, the attacker complains that his brass knuckles chipped after just a few hits, threatening to commit arson on the shop that sold them, instead of just leaving a 1-star Yelp review. He pulls the unconscious student down the hallway, leaving a thick trail of blood on the tiles to prove that the weak really have zero chance of surviving around here. Protests erupt across Country H because local minors are treating the penal code like a suggestion. The public demands harsher sentences as the current juvenile laws prove completely useless against the wave of violent teenage crime. Even for the worst offenses, minors max out at 20 years, while the under 14 crowd gets to walk free like they just cleared a tutorial level. Grieving families clutch funeral portraits in tears, while the young culprits laugh their way right out of the courthouse. The government finally caves to the mob and announces the removal of the juvenile sentencing cap. But instead of scaring the delinquents straight, this Band-Aid fix just turns the streets into a battle royale where strength is the only currency. Kids are throwing hands in broad daylight and flashing knives just to assert dominance. The nationwide bullying epidemic hits a catastrophic new high. The aggressors treat the school bathrooms like a GTA private server, waterboarding classmates for social media clout while the victims suffer in an endless nightmare. Since nobody dares to stand up to the heavyweights, the weak are pushed right to the edge. A girl leaves her shoes on a rooftop ledge, choosing to permanently log out rather than face another day in this hellscape. She hits the pavement below, leaving the gathering crowd with nothing but a pooling bloodstain and a deep sense of despair. The very next morning, students casually stroll through the academy gates under a bright, sunny sky. The school day kicks off without a hitch, completely unfazed by the broken system crushing its students. 3 high school bullies corner a defenseless student in an alleyway, looking ready to shake him down for every penny he owns. The ringleader hits him with a disrespectful slap, taunting the poor guy about his older brother being locked up in juvie for murder. He mocks his victim by asking why he doesn't just call his big bro for backup. Another punk steps up with a smug grin, claiming that being related to a fill-on means he has to pay them a special criminal tax. The kid finally snaps, screaming that they have it all wrong about his brother. His attempted main character moment is immediately cancelled by a massive right hook to the jaw. The trio treats him like a human doormat, stomping him into the pavement while barking that he needs to learn his place. Somewhere else in the city, another glasses-wearing student trudges down the street looking like he just barely survived a GTA Online lobby. He stares blankly ahead, silently celebrating the massive achievement of making it through another school day without dying. His miserable walk home pauses when he stares down at a pathetic stray dog by an empty cardboard box, instantly recognizing his exact spirit animal. Our glasses-wearing protagonist takes a moment to relate to a stray dog, pointing out they're both covered in scars like they barely survived a Dark Souls tutorial. His trauma bonding session gets interrupted by a loud smack, making him flinch and quietly beg the universe for the violence to stop. He peeks around the wall to play hero, asking the off-screen attackers to step back while a bloody hand reaches out from the pavement. A thug is actively using the poor victim's spine as a step stool while the kid begs for someone to help him. Amamori recognizes the victim's uniform from the school next door, instantly realizing he just spawned into the wrong PvP zone. The red-haired leader spots him instantly, calling out Amamori's name with a smile that promises expensive dental bills. The bully throws an arm around Amamori's shoulder with a casual greeting, trapping him in a sweaty panic. The three thugs immediately surround their new target, effortlessly ignoring the half-dead student bleeding out on the concrete right next to them. One of the lackeys violently snatches Amamori's wallet, sarcastically claiming their underclassman is hungry while Amamori stammers that it is all the cash he has left. The thug aggressively shakes the desperately empty wallet and complains that even a stray dog would drop more loot than this. The lead bully snatches the cash right out of our guy's hands, demanding he bring their breakfast money tomorrow like he's setting up a mandatory daily Patreon tier. Sweating bullets, our guy shakily agrees as the squad turns to leave. He pauses, his face twisting up as his survival instincts suddenly decide to glitch out. He looks down at the bleeding victim, who is sobbing and clawing at the pavement, like he's trying to crawl out of a Dark Souls boss arena. Throwing common sense out the window, our boy actually calls back out to the thugs. He stammers through his fear, asking if they could maybe just let the other kid go. The lead bully stops dead in his tracks, shooting back a look of complete disbelief. He marches right back over to justify the beatdown, claiming the victim's brother is a murderer so the kid is just as guilty based on collective responsibility. Pressing his face dangerously close, the bully warns him to back down, getting visibly annoyed that our guy forgot to use proper honorifics. Flashing a deranged smile, the bully asks if he would have the guts to pull this savior routine in front of Kanemoto. The mere mention of Kanemoto makes our boy freeze up like a paralyzed Pokémon. P1 he knows Kanemoto is the undisputed final boss of Hanam High and his own personal sleep paralysis demon. This rich kid treats ruining lives like a casual hobby. P2 ever since the very first day of school, Kanemoto made it his absolute mission to use our guy's face as a human toilet brush. The endless cycle of getting clapped in the halls and laughed at by the entire student body is pushing his mental health completely off a cliff. Getting pinned down and tortured with a burning candle makes him realize his only two exit strategies are losing his mind or flatlining. The lackey snaps him back to reality, warning him to scram unless he wants his dignity totally deleted in front of everyone tomorrow. Our hero's courage completely evaporates as the bully turns on his heel. He instantly folds, silently apologizing to the other victim and pretending his field of vision just dropped to zero. He admits he doesn't have the base stats to play savior while the original target is bleeding out on the concrete. The helpless kid screams for a lifeline in the background, but the bullies just laugh and tell him to blame his own terrible RNG. Our boy walks away perfectly safe but completely broken, drowning in guilt and hating himself for being the most pathetic NPC on the server. The guilt of ditching the victim hits him like a freight train, and he breaks down in tears, apologizing to the wind. He trudges through the empty streets, throwing a massive internal pity party about how he's completely useless and totally friendless. He finally drags himself up the steps to his dingy apartment complex, looking like a background NPC whose pathfinding just completely broke. Meanwhile, the welcoming committee inside his unit consists of a shirtless, balding dude chugging liquor on the floor next to a woman who looks utterly defeated. Dad of the Year suddenly snaps, demanding she hand over her entire paycheck like he's collecting a mafia street tax. She nervously tries to reason with him, explaining that they desperately need the cash just to afford this month's groceries. He completely ignores her logic, slamming his bottle onto the table hard enough to rattle the cheap furniture. Right on cue, our tragic main character cracks the front door open, blindly walking straight into the domestic crossfire. Through the narrow gap, he watches the man wind up a massive open-handed strike, screaming that if she doesn't have the cash, she better go hit the corner and earn it. Instead of stepping into the room to defend her, our boy just squeezes his eyes shut and covers his ears in the hallway, cowering while she screams from the impact. The kid grips his head in the hallway, silently apologizing to his mom for being completely useless while she begs his dad to stop demanding cash. His dad just points a finger in her face, screaming that he's the sole provider and that they're both nothing more than worthless dogs. That specific insult triggers a massive mental blue screen for our boy. He immediately flashes back to school, where his local bully squad leader complained about stepping in dog crap and ordered him to use his tongue as a wet wipe. The bully forced him to lick the grime right off the leather, calling him a filthy animal who should consider it an honor to clean up after his seniors. The tormentors then took it a step further, laughing that if he was a dog, his parents had to be the exact same breed of pathetic mutts. Snapping back to reality, the kid's rage meter finally hits 100. He bursts out of his hiding spot like a Smash Bros. Character entering the arena. He charges into the living room, screaming for the violence to stop just as his dad winds up to smash a heavy glass bottle over his mom's head. The dad freezes mid-swing, completely stunned that his usually spineless punching bag actually dared to interrupt him. The furious father refuses to back down, swinging a jagged glass bottle at the kid's face and ordering him out of the way. The glass connects, sending blood splattering across the room. The student hits the floor hard, clutching his freshly busted skull in a daze. Without even checking on his kid, the dad shifts his aggro back to the mom, barking at her to start moving while she silently panics that her son is about to get completely flattened. But the bleeding student curses under his breath, locking eyes on a box cutter resting on a nearby desk. He closes his fist around the blade while his dad corners his mother in the background. His glasses catch the light, blinding out his eyes as he trembles violently with the weapon in hand. Just as the dad winds up a massive right hook to strike the mom again, the kid realizes he has to make his move right now. He lunges forward, extending the box cutter like a low-level player going for a desperate panic knife, and screams at his father to stop. For the first time all night, the massive man completely freezes, staring back with twisted rage because his personal doormat just pulled a weapon on him. The mother begs her son to drop the weapon, frantically promising that she is totally fine. But our boy is locked in, pointing the blade forward and declaring he is going to protect her no matter what. The dad just stares at him for a second before hawking a loogie onto the floor. Muttering that this whole situation is ridiculous, he reaches down and unbuckles his belt like a raid boss entering his second phase. Towering over them, he rants about having to deal with annoying brats outside and now facing this exact same disrespect in his own home. He steps forward, closing the distance as the leather strap drags across the floor. The mother screams for him to stop, while the kid quickly realizes his tiny box cutter might not actually be enough to win this matchup. Looking completely unhinged, the father dares his son to make a move, calling him a worthless failure. He rears the belt back like an Elden Ring strength, build charging a heavy attack, screaming that he is going to put the kid in his place. The heavy strap whips through the air straight toward the boy's face as he freezes and braces for the impact. The kid tightens his sweaty grip on the plastic box cutter, fully committing to the worst unboxing video of his life. His heart hammers against his ribs as he glares at the man who made his childhood a waking nightmare. With a desperate scream, he lunges forward and drives the flimsy blade straight into his dad. A massive explosion of crimson instantly bursts into the air and paints the entire room red. Outside, the sky rips open with a torrential downpour, flooding the neighborhood to set the perfect grim mood. Through the wet glass, their shadowy silhouettes lock into a sudden, deadly standstill. The abusive father stumbles backward against the window pane, his hand instinctively flying up to clutch his ruined throat. Blood furiously spurts from the deep gash, officially ending the tyrant's reign of terror. The soaked weapon slips from the boy's trembling fingers, clattering onto the floorboards right next to the discarded leather belt. The student collapses onto his backside in pure shock, staring at the gruesome aftermath like a player who just caught a permanent real-life ban. A dark voice echoes out, demanding to know why this just happened. Our boy looks like his soul just took a screenshot, completely paralyzed with blood splattered across his glasses. He screams out for his mom as she clutches a massive, bleeding wound on her chest, barely staying on her feet while the father looms right behind her. Instead of dropping from the throat stab, the dad grabs his wife by the hair and complains that the brat actually had the nerve to cut him. The kid stammers out a weak denial, insisting he was only trying to protect her. The dad brushes off the excuse entirely, labeling the boy a flat-out coward. Looking completely unhinged, the giant dares his son to try a stunt like that one more time. He steps aggressively toward the boy, who frantically scoots backward across the floor like he just triggered a Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare. Before the dad can close the distance, a pair of trembling hands desperately latches onto his pant leg. He glares down as his dying wife weakly calls out to him. The bleeding mother clings to her husband's leg like she's playing the world's most depressing game of tug-of-war, begging him to forgive Masaki because the whole stabbing thing was an accident. The dad's forehead veins pop with rage as he orders her to let go. Instead of showing an ounce of sympathy, he straight up hammer fists his injured wife in the back of the head, complaining that she is in his way. The blunt force of the strike snaps Masaki out of his frozen state, making him scream for his mom. Our boy throws his hands up in a total panic, begging his dad to stop the assault. The dad pauses for a second, looking down in confusion because his wife stubbornly refuses to release her grip. Through tears and a fresh set of bruises, she looks up at her son and pleads with him to run away. Her defiance completely shatters whatever tiny fragment of sanity the dad had left, and he announces that he is going to properly discipline his boy today, looming over them like a Dark Souls boss entering his second phase. Masaki aggressively gulps down his terror. Shaking like a faulty washing machine on max spin cycle, the terrified student stammers out a desperate promise to protect her. The bleeding mother hugs her husband's leg, pleading with her son to stop worrying about her and just get out of there. The abusive dad stomps his foot down next to a bunch of empty liquor bottles, officially locking in his worst Father of the Year nomination. With blood streaming down her face, the mom screams at her kid to hurry up and run. Our boy scrambles backward on the floor, looking like a low-level NPC who just stumbled into a boss fight without any gear. He finally turns and sprints out the door, crying and apologizing to his mom for leaving her behind. The father pops a forehead vein, cursing his son out as he escapes. Instead of chasing him down, the dad shifts his aggro right back to the mom, winding up another massive backhand while screaming that this is all her fault. Broken and bleeding on the floor, the mother weakly calls out Masaki's name. Her bruised eye fills with tears as she whispers for him to run one last time. Outside, Masaki trudges down a dark street in the pouring rain, completely alone. The kid trudges through the heavy rain, completely crushed by the guilt of bailing on his mom. He drops to the wet asphalt, apologizing to her for having the defensive stats of a wet paper towel. A pair of boots stops near his head as a passerby notices he is out here raw-dogging the thunderstorm without an umbrella. He tries to hide his tears while a couple of schoolgirls walk past, pointing out the sad, soaking wet boy on the sidewalk. A girl with a blue umbrella leans over to inspect his miserable form. He just stares at the ground, silently praying that everyone will mind their own business and stop looking at him. Suddenly, the rain stops hitting him, causing him to flinch in surprise as a shadow falls over his face. He looks up to find a pretty girl holding her umbrella over him, cheerfully offering to lend it out. She flashes a warm smile and tells him to hurry home before he catches a cold. He grips the handle in absolute disbelief, staring at her like a level 1 scrub who just got handed a legendary item by a random NPC. The girl sprints off into the downpour, leaving our guy completely stunned under his new umbrella. As she vanishes into the mist, her friend asks if she's crazy for handing her stuff over to a random stranger who could be an absolute creep. The girl figures karma might buff her RNG later, explaining that her big brother taught her to always help people in trouble, so someone might return the favor one day. Her friend points out the hilarious irony of faithfully following life advice from a brother she hasn't seen in years. Left standing alone in the storm, our boy decides it's probably time to head home, only to remember his life just fell apart and he has nowhere left to go. Suddenly, something fuzzy rubs against his leg. His eyes snap wide open in shock. He looks down to find a soaking wet stray dog staring up at him with a sharp bark. Dropping to a crouch, he stares intently at the animal and wonders out loud if this is the exact same dog from his past. He gives the good boy some heavy head pats, apologizing for having 0 inventory slots filled with dog treats. He admits he would absolutely adopt the little guy right now, but being a newly minted vagabond kind of ruins the whole pet ownership dynamic. The dog trots a few steps away, turning back to bark as if dropping a glowing quest marker. He asks the animal if he's supposed to follow it. Throwing logic out the window, he grips his umbrella and sprints down the flooded street after his new canine guide, begging the dog to wait up. The city is getting completely dumped on by a torrential downpour, looking like Gotham on a Tuesday. Our guy is full sprinting across the crosswalk, desperately trying to keep up with the little stray dog while juggling his freshly acquired umbrella. He finally stops to catch his breath, his lungs absolutely begging for mercy. The dog turns around and gives a sharp bark, making sure its slow-moving escort hasn't given up. Sweating buckets with his glasses completely fogged up, he looks like he just drained his entire stamina bar on a tutorial quest. The strange duo finally ducks into a dry underpass to escape the endless sheet of rain. Taking a moment to process things, he looks down and realizes the dog deliberately played tour guide, just to get him to shelter. He props his wet umbrella against the wall, figuring he might as well stay put since he doesn't exactly have a home base to fast travel back to. Resigning himself to his new life as an overworld NPC, he hugs his knees in the dark and decides to sleep right there on the concrete. Fast forward to the next morning, and the storm has completely cleared up, letting bright sunlight spill over the subway entrance. His peaceful nap doesn't last long though, because a frantic series of barks suddenly shatters the morning silence. The little stray dog is throwing absolute hands, barking its lungs out to protect its new roommate from a massive gray pit bull. Our boy looks up, the light catching his glasses as a very unwelcome voice mockingly points out who they just stumbled across. Standing there like he just unlocked the ultimate rich kid skin in GTA Online is a tall guy in a Hawaiian shirt, flanked by 2 girls and introducing our homeless hero as his absolute best friend, Amamori. Amamori looks like his soul just left his body, frozen on his cardboard mattress as the guy asks what he is doing in an underpass. One of the girls questions if Nagao is actually besties with this absolute loser, while the other casually mentions she lives in the neighborhood. Nagao doubles down, confirming they are totally best friends with a confident smile that screams pure malice. He mentally confesses that without Amamori around as his personal punching bag, his life would be so boring he would want to die. Nagao towers over him, casting a heavy shadow over the concrete while the little stray dog keeps barking at the intruders. The dog plants itself right between Amamori's legs, growling at Nagao like a low-level Pokemon trying to intimidate a literal raid boss. Nagao's smug smile drops completely, his eyes going dead in the shadows as he demands to know why his so-called best friend isn't saying a word to him. Nagao leans in close, mocking Amamori by telling him to show some backbone like the stray mutt and ordering him to bark like a dog. Amamori grits his teeth, sweating bullets as he hesitates to throw away the last shred of his dignity. His silence completely kills the vibe for Nagao, who complains that he is exhausted from dealing with them and warns Amamori not to push his buttons. Trembling, Amamori tries to stammer out a response. Nagao decides to skip the dialogue options and violently yanks Amamori backward by his hair. He screams at him to hurry up and bark, acting like a totally unhinged NPC stuck on a single aggro loop. Before Amamori can make a sound, the stray dog sinks its teeth right into Nagao's forearm with a vicious crunch. Nagao loses his mind, screaming that the animal is a piece of trash. He stumbles backward, clutching his bleeding arm, while his two groupies just stand there watching him take massive critical damage from a low-level street hound. Safely behind his new furry bodyguard, Amamori stares in awe, wondering if this random dog really just risked it all to protect him. Nagao is furious that a random mutt just nerfed his HP. He grits his teeth and declares that the stray has officially crossed the line. Deciding to escalate things to a Pokémon battle, he calls upon his massive pitbull named Seimaru and orders it to attack. He commands his beast to finish the job. Seimaru steps up to the tiny stray, looking like a late-game boss towering over a level 1 player, but the brave little dog barks right back. The pitbull lunges forward with its jaws unhinged. It tackles the stray to the concrete, sinking its teeth deep into its flesh as blood splatters across the alley. Amamori cowers on the floor in pure shock while the monster ruthlessly crushes the life out of his tiny savior. Nagao flashes a sadistic grin, thriving on the violence. Unable to stomach the gore, Amamori covers his face in tears and begs the bully to call off the attack. Instead of showing mercy, Nagao grabs him in a vicious headlock and forces his eyes open, demanding he take a good look at the consequences of defying him. Seimaru clamps his jaws onto the stray dog's throat like a furry bear trap. Nagao gloats over the bloodshed, claiming that weaklings are completely incapable of protecting anything. Gripping his bully's shirt in desperation, Amamori begs him to call off the attack before the stray gets killed. Nagao just clicks his tongue with a sick smirk on his face, enjoying the power trip more than a Discord mod banning kids from a server. He grabs Amamori by the hair and forcefully shoves his head downward. He orders his victim to keep his eyes open and watch the animal die. Leaning in close, Nagao tells him to carve this exact moment into his memory. Tears stream down the terrified kid's face as Nagao warns him to never try defying his authority again. The pitbull sinks its teeth deeper into the helpless stray. With a loud crunch, the beast violently thrashes its prey around to finish the job. Blood splatters right across Amamori's glasses as he screams out in horror. Nagao keeps a tight grip on his hair, forcing the broken kid to witness every single second of the execution. Nagao violently yanks our boy back by the hair. Looking down at Amamori like a disappointed raid leader, Nagao tells him he is completely filthy. He chucks Amamori across the room, sending him sliding across the concrete straight toward the mutilated stray. Nagao flashes a sick smile and gives him a twisted ultimatum, promising full forgiveness if Amamori eats the dead dog. Shadows cover Nagao's face as he gives Amamori a 5-second time limit to start chewing, reminding him exactly what happens to people who resist. Nagao starts the countdown at 1 while Amamori breaks down, realizing his brief escape from loneliness was just an illusion. Staring down at the bloody corpse as Nagao reaches 2, Amamori wonders why the universe insists on ripping every single good thing away from him. He remembers how much courage he felt when the stray stood up for him, foolishly making him think he could actually level up and protect someone else for a change. The reality of his failure sets in, and tears stream down his angry face as he wonders if his account is permanently banned from experiencing any kind of warmth. His blood-stained hand curls into a tight fist as he questions if his entire destiny is just to sit back and let people steal everything he loves. Amamori actually manages to locate his spine and stands fully upright. Nagao demands to know what exactly he thinks he's doing. His face twists into a full-on villain scowl as he asks if his favorite punching bag is actually trying to defy him. Amamori drops a verbal "oh no" reverse card, daring the bully to go ahead while warning him that a single touch will earn him a one-way ticket to the reformatory. Instead of backing down, Nagao slings an arm around Amamori's shoulder like they're posing for a prom photo. He cheerfully mentions that his own brother highly recommends Juvie as a vacation spot, though he kindly points out Amamori would get speedrun on day one. Nagao promises to hunt him down to the ends of the earth, even if he does escape, adding that checking out of life early won't save him. He casually reveals that Amamori's mom is on the verge of being sold off to a hostess club. Standing right next to the dead stray, the bully guarantees his crew will take special care of her once she clocks in. He leans into the psychological damage, suggesting Amamori might at least get a new little sibling out of the whole deal just to visit his grave. To finish off the toxic combo, he asks if he should just start calling Amamori a dog, wondering aloud if his mom barks in bed for his dad too. Nagao takes the trash talk to Xbox Live lobby levels, asking if Amamori's mom barks for his dad in bed and joking about how fun it must be to play with a female dog. Amamori admits that just hearing his bully's name usually leaves him shaking in terror. Showing off his gritted teeth, he announces that things are different today. He grabs Nagao by the shirt, yelling that he is currently vibrating with pure rage. He informs his bully that there are just some family boundaries you do not cross. To enforce this new rule, Amamori delivers a clean hook to Nagao's jaw, leaving the guy genuinely outraged that his favorite target actually threw a punch. Nagao immediately retaliates with a strike to Amamori's head, knocking his glasses sideways. But instead of retreating, Amamori lunges forward with his jaw unhinged like a Five Nights at Freddy's animatronic. He clamps his teeth directly onto Nagao's nose. With a violent jerk of his head, our boy rips a solid chunk of flesh right off the bully's face, sending a spray of blood across the room. Nagao screams his lungs out, clutching his newly customized nose-less face. The bystanders immediately panic, shrieking that there is a murderer on the loose and begging for anyone to come help. Nagao thrashes around on the floor in a massive puddle of his own blood, while one of the girls desperately cries for her mom. Amamori just stands over his bully, catching his breath. Thick crimson drops from his lips like he just popped a cherry gusher, his eyes completely hollowed out from the adrenaline crash. Time skips ahead to a bright, sunny day outside the local family court building. The judge slams his gavel down to kick off the session. He reads off the charges, formally identifying 15-year-old Masaki Amamori and bringing up the events from last month. Looking down from the bench, the magistrate details how the teenager completely brutalized his classmate. Amamori casually reflects on getting arrested right after the fight, while Nagao glares at him from the gallery wrapped up like a low-budget Halloween mummy. Amamori tries to explain the relentless bullying to the investigating officer, but the cop refuses to believe a single word of it. Nagao's wealthy mother dropped enough bribe money to buy the silence of every teacher and classmate in the district, ensuring nobody speaks up in his defense. The corruption even reached his own family, with his deadbeat dad taking a fat stack of cash to lock up Amamori's mother so she cannot bail her son out. Stripped of his entire support system, our boy sits in the interrogation room while a guard points and laughs at him like he just fumbled an easy win in the Warzone gulag. During the trial, the judge drops the hammer and sentences him to 5 years in a juvenile reformatory for the brutal assault. Handcuffed and escorted out to a squad car, Amamori notes that he is finally leaving the daily torment of his high school life behind. Sadly, he isn't finding peace, just fast-traveling straight to his next miserable destination. His eyes look entirely lifeless as he prepares to enter a ruthless ecosystem where only the strongest survive. Staring down the massive metal doors of the facility, he realizes he just traded one nightmare for an infinite hell. Rain pours heavily over the tall barbed wire fences, setting a perfectly depressing Arkham Asylum vibe for his grand entrance. Cold steel chains drag against the wet pavement as he takes his first restricted steps into his new home. A guard shoves Amamori forward, barking at him to stop lagging behind like a broken NPC on an escort mission. Amamori stares blankly ahead, trapped in his own head as he processes the absolute garbage RNG of his life. He was the one getting abused. Yet he is the guy catching a reformatory sentence while his monstrous bully gets to walk away scot-free. Before he can dwell on the injustice, he gets tossed straight into the examination room for intake processing. A guard immediately orders the fresh batch of inmates to hurry up and strip down. Amamori sheds his clothes, suddenly realizing he just spawned into a lobby full of heavy hitters covered in full-body Yakuza ink. He steps up to the processing desk where the inspecting officer asks for his name. Amamori nervously stutters it out, shrinking back as the guard instantly screams at him to speak up. The officer squints at him, looking completely unimpressed by this bruised kid in glasses. A sick little smile suddenly creeps onto the guard's face as he checks the intake file, asking if Amamori is really the guy who bit a student's nose clean off. Handing over a small printed slip, the guard officially strips away his name and tells him to memorize his new identity as inmate 8725. An unseen voice informs our dripping wet protagonist that he can forget his real identity. Guards start barking at the shackled new arrivals to keep moving forward while casually hosing them down like livestock. Amamori shuffles down the cell block in his boxers, looking like he just realized his free trial of human rights has officially expired. A masked guard with a clipboard orders him to raise his hands and spin around for a standard inspection. He lifts his cuffed wrists into the light, showing off a fresh collection of bruises and scrapes. The guard runs a quick visual sweep over his bare back to make sure he isn't smuggling anything creative into the facility. Tapping a pen against Amamori's mugshot, the official verifies his file before initiating the absolute worst part of the intake process. The guard snaps a latex glove onto his hand and instructs our boy to drop his underwear. Amamori bites his lip in pure humiliation, fully realizing he is about to receive the TSA premium package. The hulking, tattooed inmates waiting in line behind him groan out loud, knowing they're up next for the exact same miserable tutorial level. A guard reaches down and yanks away his last piece of clothing, leaving him completely exposed. Before he can even process the shame, he gets violently shoved face first onto the cold tile. Tears stream down his face as he grits his teeth. Every single ounce of his dignity gets scrubbed from existence. He holds up his mugshot board to officially become inmate 8725, locking in a 5-year bid for an assault charge. Whatever life he had before this moment is totally destroyed. The sliver of sunlight shining through the barred windows just acts as a cruel tease of the freedom he threw away. The fresh batch of inmates gets lined up on wooden benches in the main processing hall, heavily monitored by officers waiting for someone to step out of line. With its massive curved concrete walls and graded floor, the facility looks less like a reformatory and more like a gulag arena in Warzone. A guard suddenly barks at all the inmates to get on their feet because the facility director just strolled into the room. The facility director steps up to the front of the room, clearing his throat to get the attention of his captive audience. He flashes a surprisingly warm smile, telling the inmates to grab a seat because this place is way more laid back than a standard prison. Looking out over the sea of identical jumpsuits, he tells the guys they can always come to him for help, but quickly drops the devastating patch notes that the facility is strictly gender segregated. Flashing a charismatic wink, he advises them to get a proper education so they can actually be useful outside these walls once their sentences are up. Amamori listens quietly, hoping this reformatory might actually be a decent place to serve his time, right before the guards announce it's time for room assignments. Clutching his standard issue bedroll, he follows a guard down the bleak cell block hallway to find his new home. It doesn't take long for the welcoming committee to start up, with one of the current inmates practically foaming at the mouth at the sight of fresh meat. A massive, hulking prisoner glares down at the squirming inmate, noting that he's the only one looking a little too excited about the new arrival. The instigator completely ignores the warning, happily declaring Amamori the perfect new punching bag, while our boy just keeps his head down and mutters for the guy to stop yapping like an overgrown toddler. He finally stops in front of his assigned bars, gripping his plastic basin like he's about to check into the worst one-star Airbnb on the planet. The guard leads Amamori down the hall with a shady grin, looking like a corrupt NPC about to walk the player straight into an ambush. He tells the new kid that he prepared a very special room just for him. They arrive at a rusted iron gate that looks like it hasn't seen a drop of WD-40 since the Cold War. The guard stops outside the bars and announces they've finally reached the destination. Amamori sweats bullets, clutching his bedroll like a security blanket, while his escort just stands there smirking at his misery. Without any warning, the guard shoves him inside the dark room and tells him to have a good time. Amamori stumbles into the cell, only to find himself surrounded by a dozen hardened criminals staring at him like he's the final pizza slice at a frat party. A greasy-haired inmate with a nasty grin leans forward and demands the newbie's name. Looking down at the floor, our boy nervously stammers out his introduction, barely able to string the syllables together. He doesn't even get to finish before the guy silences him with a brutal backhand across the jaw. The aggressive inmate yanks Amamori by the collar, screaming that he wants his damn prisoner number. Bleeding from the mouth, our boy stammers out his designated digits, 8725. The bully smirks, announcing it's time for a little welcome ritual, while the rest of the cell block closes in on the fresh meat. Amamori's eyes go wide with panic, realizing he just spawned into a Rust server with zero loot and a massive target on his back. His stuff is immediately kicked across the room with a loud clatter, scattering his meager belongings everywhere. He drops to the floor and covers his head defensively while the leader tells him to burn this moment into his memory. Standing over him with a makeshift club, the head honcho declares Amamori is officially his dog and that his orders are absolute. Pinned down, Amamori grits his teeth so hard they might crack, mentally begging himself to just endure the sudden beating. Another inmate squats down to mock his clenched jaw, asking if the new guy has a problem with the arrangement. He grabs Amamori by the hair to drive the point home, but before the hazing goes any further, a voice interrupts, casually deciding that they've done enough for one day. The scarred inmate yanks Amamori back by the hair and decides it's time for a crash course in prison etiquette. He breaks down the reformatory's entire hierarchy like a sweaty competitive ranked ladder, pointing out that Amamori is hard stuck at the very bottom as a pariah. Since he has zero clout, he is strictly ordered to use formal speech with anyone above his rank. The goon commands him to cough up all his belongings so the room leader can redistribute them like some twisted communist loot drop. Amamori clutches his sad little plastic basin of garbage while the inmate warns him to never defy his superiors. The guy leans in uncomfortably close, flashing a nightmare-inducing grin as he promises that breaking the rules will end horribly. The sharply dressed room leader suddenly announces he needs to take a leak and orders Amamori to act as his personal footstool. Amamori drops to his hands and knees, looking completely baffled as he asks why a full-grown man needs a stool to pee. The boss explains that the prison restricts their toilet flushes, forcing them to use the tall sink instead. He casually plants his dress shoes straight onto Amamori's spine like he's stepping onto a welcome mat. As the guy relieves himself, he has the absolute audacity to call this humiliating routine an honorable duty reserved exclusively for the pariah class. The room leader finishes his business with a satisfied sigh, completely unbothered by the fact that his makeshift step stool is a living person. Down below, Amamori trembles as the splash zone hits a little too close to home. Unable to stomach the disrespect, he grits his teeth and decides he would rather fight than stay on his hands and knees. He violently bucks upward, tossing the room leader off his back like a glitching Skyrim NPC. The boss hits the deck hard and immediately screams that he is going to end Amamori's life for the stunt. In seconds, the entire cell block swarms the new kid with makeshift weapons, and Amamori realizes he just aggroed the entire dungeon without a healer. He covers his head and mentally apologizes to his mom, fully accepting that he is about to get sent straight back to the lobby. Right before the steel pipes can connect, a pair of crisp white sneakers steps into the danger zone and tells the mob to hold their fire. The armed thugs halt, demanding to know why this random guy in glasses is suddenly playing human shield. Flashing a flawless customer service smile, the stranger asks if they can let this slide, promising he will give the rookie a stern talking to so they do not have to. The room leader grips his wooden plank and screams that this beatdown is strictly VIP access only. The glasses-wearing stranger just smiles, pulling a tissue from his pocket to defuse the situation. He hands over the makeshift peace offering and whispers that the prison wardens definitely had a hidden agenda for dropping fresh meat into their specific cell block. He clarifies that he has zero issues with a little educational hazing, but he points out that accidentally turning the new kid into a ghost might earn the room leader a permanent ban from the general population. Realizing that catching a murder charge over a human footstool isn't exactly a pro-gamer move, the boss admits the nerd makes a valid point. He calls off his attack dogs, angrily muttering that the four-eyed loser happens to have a maxed-out speech stat. Glaring over his shoulder, the boss addresses the stranger as Masaki Tamiya, officially handing over custody of the punching bag, but warning that any future screw-ups will result in co-op punishment. The mob disperses back to their bunks, leaving Tamiya standing victorious over Amamori like he just successfully negotiated a hostage release. Crouching down next to the trembling kid, Tamiya holds out a tube of medical ointment. He softly instructs Amamori to take it and clean himself up. Amamori stares at the healing ointment like a level 1 NPC who just got handed a legendary drop, asking his new teammate why he even bothered to step in. Tamiya sits back and drops the harsh reality that Amamori has to tank whatever abuse comes his way, because the alternative is a permanent game over. When our bruised boy admits he doesn't have the backbone for that, Tamiya promises to guide him through this place as long as he actually has the will to survive. Tamiya starts breaking down the reformatory's strict daily schedule, explaining that the vague general work hours mean the inmates are split into mandatory cleaning squads. He maps out the current roster, noting that he is stuck on laundry duty with a guy named Nagao while Nagasawa handles the hallway. A heavy metallic clang interrupts the lesson, snapping Amamori's attention toward the bars. A guard swings the heavy iron gate wide open, declaring the start of free time with a strict warning to keep things peaceful. The second the path is clear, a mob of inmates instantly sprints down the corridor like they are rushing the rails at a Travis Scott concert. A few lingering prisoners watch the stampede, complaining that the runners are at it again and wondering if they will miss the main event if they drag their feet. Totally lost, Amamori asks what everyone is rushing toward, but Tamiya just leads him forward and tells him to pay close attention to the impending spectacle. Tamiya breaks down the reformatory's layout like they are studying the map before dropping into a war zone match. He looks over his shoulder and tells Amamori that he is about to witness the actual truth of this place. Down in the yard, a huge crowd of inmates presses against the chain-link fence, screaming for violence as a dark-haired kid steps into the open. A hulking dude covered in tattoos flexes his muscles, promising to completely crush the kid, whose name is Kojo. The giant cracks his knuckles with a menacing grin, but Kojo just brushes him off with a scoff. Flashing a deeply unhinged smile, Kojo suggests that if the big guy actually wants a piece of him, he should probably act on it. Kojo instantly launches a devastating punch directly into the giant's face, sending a spray of blood into the air while advising him to stop wasting oxygen. Our boy immediately starts clearing the yard, dropping another inmate with a massive right hook as the brawl turns into a massive free-for-all. The captive audience behind the fence starts foaming at the mouth, desperately demanding someone take Kojo down and threatening their own fighters if they lose. Amamori just stares with his eyes practically bulging out of his skull, quietly questioning what kind of underground fight club madness he just stumbled into. The crowd of inmates presses against the chain-link fence, shouting about the brawl and wondering why nobody is stepping in to break it up. Another prisoner points out the guards are just standing around ripping cigs on their smoke break, treating the fight like a UFC preliminary card. Tamiya explains that while this place might look like a standard prison on the brochure, the true reality of the reformatory is completely different. He breaks down the layout of the 4 communal districts, adding that their Sunday rehabilitation classes are canceled because the teacher called out sick. Amamori stares at him looking completely clueless, asking what exactly he means by that. Kojo answers that question by hammering his fist down on the tattooed guy, proving Tamiya's point that violence is the only actual law here. The tattooed blonde guy swings back wildly, desperate to maintain his status in a system where raw strength dictates your rank. Kojo weaves past the sloppy hook like he's playing an unranked lobby on easy mode, while Tamiya reveals that the strongest inmates get to manage entire districts and rule over everyone else. The dark-haired fighter lands a devastating uppercut, as Tamiya notes that the administration actually prefers this setup to save themselves the effort, provided nobody actually gets killed. The blonde guy eats the pavement and gets knocked out cold, and Tamiya wraps up his tour guide speech by explaining that the guards will just look the other way. Tamiya casually points out that this current beatdown is exactly how the prison's messed-up hierarchy works. The peanut gallery behind the chain-link fence completely loses their minds, screaming about their bets and threatening to end the fighters if they blow a 4-on-1 advantage. Down in the yard, Kojo is actively dismantling the squad, sending one dude flying across the pavement while the rest scramble to figure out what hit them. He grabs the closest challenger and drives a ruthless knee straight into his stomach. The poor guy's eyes practically pop out of his skull as he coughs up blood, quickly realizing he queued up for the wrong ranked match. Kojo doesn't even give him a single frame to recover before winding up a massive overhead haymaker. He brings his fist down hard enough to splatter blood across the entire concrete floor. Thinking he finally sees an opening, the blonde inmate rushes in from behind and grabs Kojo's shoulder like a total amateur. Kojo instantly pivots and snaps the guy's forearm like a stale breadstick, pulling a scream of pure agony from his lungs. Before the blonde dude can even process the sudden lack of functioning bones in his arm, Kojo serves him a lightning-fast elbow straight to the jaw. Kojo sends one of the challengers flying straight into the chain-link fence like a ragdoll glitching out in Gary's mod. The last guy standing throws up his guard, looking around at his squad taking concrete naps as panic sets in. He grits his teeth and sweats bullets, wondering if the dude in front of him is an actual monster. Tightening up his bandaged fists, he decides to go out swinging. He lets out a desperate scream and charges forward to defend his bruised ego. Kojo doesn't even flinch, just waiting patiently for the guy to close the gap. Before the challenger can even throw a punch, Kojo intercepts with a brutal uppercut that basically uninstalls his jaw. A spray of blood follows the guy as he gets launched backward into the air, instantly knocked out before he even hits the pavement. Kojo catches his breath, standing in a dramatic beam of sunlight as he stares down at his handiwork. He quietly snatches his shirt off the ground, having successfully taught the entire yard a permanent lesson in prison hierarchy. Kojo casually slings his shirt over his shoulder like he just cleared the tutorial level of a prison brawler game. The rest of the inmates completely lose their minds, throwing their fists in the air and hyping him up as the undisputed king of the yard. Watching from the sidelines, A scrawny kid with glasses can barely process the flawless victory he just witnessed. He stares at Kojo's massive back, convinced the guy has to be biologically engineered because no regular human moves like that. Before heading out, the newly crowned alpha throws a sharp glance over his shoulder. His deadpan expression makes it very clear he could wipe the rest of the lobby without breaking a sweat. Later that night, the four-eyed kid lies awake in his cell, tossing and turning while wishing he possessed even a fraction of those main character stats. He quickly shuts down his own daydream, accepting that reaching that kind of power level is entirely impossible for a guy like him. Defeated by his own lack of gains, he curls up under his thin blanket to sleep off the harsh reality check. The sun eventually rises over the concrete facility, signaling the start of another unforgiving day behind bars. Morning rolls around at the facility. The mess hall is packed with inmates scarfing down their daily slop while guards casually spectate from the perimeter. Our scrawny protagonist is still hung up on yesterday's brawl, asking his tablemate why the warden didn't throw anyone in solitary for that absolute bloodbath. His sharply dressed buddy drops some prison lore, explaining that the guards treat the yard like a ranked matchmaking lobby, where beating a higher tier inmate earns an instant promotion. The scrawny kid's eyes light up as he asks if anyone is allowed to just walk up and issue a challenge. The cool guy smirks, warning him that throwing down is a terrible idea unless he's actually packing some serious muscle. He leans in to explain exactly why the stakes are so high. Apparently, taking down an opponent comes with full permission to send them straight to the Shadow Realm permanently. The absolute horror dawns on our boy's sweaty face as his appetite completely vanishes. Seeing him freeze up, the buddy offers a sympathetic smile, pointing out that for low-level NPCs like them, there is only one viable survival strategy left. The scrawny kid's friend tells him their only survival strategy is to keep their heads down and endure the prison life. He adds that finding a strong backer wouldn't hurt either, treating prison politics like trying to find a high-level carry in ranked matchmaking. Their meal gets interrupted when an inmate starts screaming for everyone to assemble immediately. A massive, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes steps into the room, and the crowd announces the arrival of the boss. The friend forcefully yanks the scrawny kid to his feet, warning him that this is the boss of the North Block and heavily advising him not to tick the guy off. A random inmate immediately tries to play the NPC greeter role, rubbing his hands together and cheerfully asking the boss what brings him to their neck of the woods. The massive titan completely ignores him, striding right past and leaving the guy looking like he just got left on read. The boss's heavy footsteps suddenly stop dead in their tracks. The scarred behemoth towers over the scrawny kid, staring down with glowing white eyes and asking if his name is Gen Amamori. Sweating bullets, Gen manages to stutter out a confirmation that he is exactly who the giant is looking for. A massive hand grabs Gen by the collar, hoisting him into the air like a rigged claw machine prize. The mountain of muscle introduces himself as Retsu Kanemoto. He flashes a grotesque smile, his scarred neck looking like a roadmap of terrible life choices. The horror really sets in when Retsu reveals he is the older brother of the guy whose nose Gen bit off. Looming over our sweating protagonist, the boss explains he personally pulled the strings to get Gen transferred to the North Block, just so he could ruin his life personally. Making sure the whole cafeteria is listening, the giant announces that Gen is his exclusive property, threatening to end anyone who tries to steal his kill. Retsu tosses Gen to the floor like a discarded wrapper and walks off. A bald inmate starts literally drooling at the sight, already looking at the scrawny kid like he is the main course at a buffet. Another prisoner rushes over to help Gen up, offering a trip to the infirmary while dropping a terrifying hint about the last guy the boss claimed. He warns that Gen is about to unlock the exact same nightmare difficulty as his predecessor. Gen starts his assigned prison shift sweeping the bathhouse, finding the room completely deserted. He foolishly hopes this means he might actually be safe for once, completely ignoring the universal gamer rule that an empty room with locked doors just means a boss fight is about to trigger. Right on cue, a heavy boot violently kicks the metal door open behind him. A massive, bald inmate steps into the bathroom and immediately locks a creepy grin onto the new arrival. Gen nervously asks what the guy wants, but the giant just rubs his chin and calls our boy fresh meat. The hulking creep leans in way too close, telling a terrified Gen not to be scared because he just wants to play a little game. Gen screams for the guy to stop as he gets violently shoved backward against the tiled wall. The impact rattles the plumbing, sending a sudden blast of water raining down from the shower head above. Soaking wet and completely horrified, Gen freezes into place as his attacker asks if he enjoys this kind of helpless scenario. The bald inmate licks his lips like he just spotted a wild shiny Charizard, eagerly deciding that this wet setup is absolutely perfect. The hulking inmate grabs Gen from behind, dragging a nasty lick up his cheek while telling him to loosen up. Jen begs to be let go, but the giant ignores him, deciding it's the perfect time to have some fun under the running water. Jen grits his teeth, completely trapped in the dude's sweaty meat hook embrace like a level 1 player who just wandered into a high-level aggro zone. Knowing he has to do something drastically violent to escape, Jen channels his inner WWE superstar and throws his head backward. He lands a clean, desperate headbutt right on the bridge of the giant's nose. Instead of dropping, the big guy just grins like a raid boss entering Phase 2 and praises Jen for being so feisty. Yelling that he loves a struggle, the attacker grabs Jen by the hair, ready to flatten him against the tiles. Before he can cave our boy's skull in, a hand reaches out and grips the attacker's wrist, begging him to hold up. The giant glares back, annoyed that his fun is being ruined, and asks the newcomer if he seriously wants to get in his way again. The interrupter respectfully calls him captain to diffuse the tension, reminding him about strict orders from their boss to keep the newest inmate intact. The intervening inmate lays down the law, warning the bald giant that leaving a single mark on Jen is going to cause a massive headache for everyone involved. The heavy hitter grinds his teeth, looking exactly like a toddler who just got told he can't have his iPad at the dinner table. He instantly slaps on a cartoonish grin, brushing off the attempted assault by claiming he was just doing a little light teasing. Tossing in the towel, he tells the interruption that he can gladly step up and take Jen's place on the menu if he's feeling so heroic. Before completely backing off, the giant leans in to drop a classic villain whisper, warning Jen that trying to play bodyguard is going to end in a permanent game over regardless of his current protection. Jen just glares daggers into the guy's oversized back, fully aware this prison beef is far from settled. The chubby inmate Jen just stuck his neck out for drops to his knees in a total panic, asking how he is supposed to shake an unwanted stalker that dangerous. Jen hauls him up off the wet tiles and explains the delicate ecosystem of the yard, pointing out that while the top dog Kanemoto is acting as his shield for now, rejecting the giant's advances means some brutal retaliation is guaranteed. Later on, the chubby inmate wanders down a dim cell block completely by himself, complaining to the empty air about how exhausting bathhouse duty is. Right on cue, a pair of sneakers swiftly closes the distance from behind, moving in to deliver that promised payback. The lead inmate decides he is done negotiating and charges forward with his fist cocked back. Jen turns around with his eyes wide in panic, as one of the goons aggressively demands to know what he thinks he is doing. A brutal right hook connects with Jen's jaw like a fully charged falcon punch, shattering his glasses and sending a spray of blood into the air. The rest of the squad immediately jumps into the mosh pit to stump Jen into the concrete, screaming that nobody gets away with laying a hand on their captain. They declare this a mandatory punishment session, gleefully reminding each other that they have full clearance to inflict maximum damage as long as they leave him with at least 1 HP. The beatdown gets interrupted when a female doctor walks in, demanding to know what they are doing while a sneaker rests firmly on Jen's spine. The bully steps down hard on Jen's head and flashes a casual smile, asking Dr. Kanda if they startled her and claiming they were just giving the rookie a little prison education. Instead of calling the guards, the good doctor just smiles back and tells them to wrap it up before roll call, complaining that dealing with a critically injured inmate is way too much of a hassle. The thugs agree to follow orders, walking away and telling the doc they will leave the rest of the cleanup duty to her. The lead attacker clicks his tongue and tells Jen he got incredibly lucky this time, leaving our boy curled up in the fetal position reconsidering his entire survival strategy. The aftermath of the beatdown drags Jen straight to the prison infirmary. Dr. Kanda leans over him as he faceplants into a pillow, giving him the classic medical disclaimer that the next part is going to sting. She scrubs at his shredded back with a bloody piece of gauze, revealing raw skin that looks like he just took a Tony Hawk faceplant on a belt sander. Seeing the sheer agony he is in, she gently tells him he doesn't need to play the tough guy and offers to get him whatever he needs. Jen grips the mattress with a white-knuckle squeeze, sweating out half his body weight while insisting through gritted teeth that he is perfectly fine. Kanda raises an eyebrow, genuinely caught off guard by the resident punching bag suddenly trying to act like a tank. She silently admits to herself that the kid actually has way more grit than she initially gave him credit for. Meanwhile, Jen just keeps gnawing on the hospital bedding like a frantic golden retriever, doing absolutely everything in his power to keep from screaming. Sometime later, the bleak sunlight cutting through a barred window marks his return to lockup. Jen sits hunched over on his bunk in a total panic, realizing his buddy Masaki offered to cover his bathhouse cleaning duties, but has officially been missing in action for way too long. Jen starts running worst-case scenarios in his head, picturing that creepy bald guy getting his hands on Masaki, The thought of his buddy unlocking the bad ending in a real-life prison horror game sends him into full panic mode. He rushes the cell bars, shaking them like an NPC with broken pathfinding while screaming for an officer. He furiously bangs on the iron grate, begging for anyone on duty to come help find his friend. Unfortunately, all this noise wakes up his cellmate, the room leader, who hits him with a heavily annoyed tongue click. He sits up and screams at Jen to shut his mouth, demanding to know if he has any idea what time it is. He complains that Jen just ruined a perfectly good REM cycle. Shaking in his prison-issue uniform, Jen nervously tries to reason with the boss of the cell. He grabs the guy's leg in a desperate plea for sympathy, explaining that Masaki went to clean the baths hours ago and never came back. The room leader responds with a swift kick to Jen's chest, yelling that the guards will do their jobs without Jen throwing a massive public tantrum. He orders the terrified kid to sit down, keep quiet, and just wait it out. Jen stays planted on the cold floor, clenching his fists in pure frustration. He sweats bullets, desperately wondering what on earth happened to Masaki, while his cellmate casually does a morning stretch routine behind him. Out in the main block, a massive crowd of inmates gathers like a new fight compilation just dropped on WorldStar. Jen shoves his way through the mob, aggressively telling the other prisoners to excuse him and move aside. He finally breaks through the front line, but the sight instantly paralyzes him. His eyes widen into saucers behind his frames as his brain struggles to process the horror. A guard barks at the crowd to clear the hallway as they wheel out Masaki, who looks like he just lost a 1v1 against a woodchipper. Jen mentally screams his best friend's name at the sight of his battered, unconscious body strapped to the stretcher. A smirking prisoner points down the dim corridor, eagerly telling the rest of the peanut gallery to check out the aftermath. The inmates stare into a dark, heavily blood-splattered cell, with one guy noting that the attacker really went all out. A massive, shirtless brute laughs out loud, asking if the guy inside is even still breathing. Jen just stands there with a completely hollow expression, his mind shattering as the brutal reality sets in. Jen's fist clenches so hard his knuckles look ready to snap right under his skin. His eyes go completely dead behind his glasses as all logic leaves the chat. He screams at the top of his lungs, demanding to know if these guys are the ones who turned his friend into a stretcher case. The massive, shirtless ringleader just smiles down at him, casually admitting that the beatdown was actually a pretty fun time. He leans in way too close, licking his lips like a cheap horror movie villain, and whispers that Jen is the one he really wants to get his hands on. The giant turns around to waddle away as his lackeys laugh, telling him to spill the details later, like it's morning tea instead of a prison assault. Jen completely ignores the weight classes, clamping onto the giant's hand and yelling that he isn't going anywhere. Since throwing a punch at a guy built like a brick wall is a terrible strategy, Jen goes full Walking Dead and sinks his teeth deep into the dude's forearm until the blood splatters. The giant freaks out, panic mashing the melee button and raining down a flurry of heavy fists on Jen's face while threatening to actually kill him. But even with his eyes rolling back and his face completely painted in blood, Jen refuses to unhinge his jaw, totally ignoring the big guy's desperate screams to let go. The bald giant winds up to deliver another massive blow to Jen, but a hand suddenly shoots out and catches his wrist like he just perfect parried a boss attack. The big guy glares at the newcomer, warning him that he has a lot of nerve interrupting his beatdown. The mysterious guy casually swats the giant's arm away, leaving the bald inmate completely stunned. Jen looks up through bruised eyes spitting blood, and immediately recognizes his savior from before. Instead of dropping some heroic one-liner, the tall guy with messy hair just tells the giant to get out of his way so he can take a shower. The bald inmate stares at him in pure confusion, totally bewildered as to why this guy is suddenly in his personal space. Realizing he isn't going to win this standoff, the giant clicks his tongue and decides to find another spot to assert his dominance. The messy-haired guy glances around the wrecked room, complaining that the bathhouse is completely ruined. As the bald inmate stalks off, he grumbles to himself about the newcomer, acting like an over-leveled NPC whose pathing just got blocked. He immediately takes his frustration out on a random facility worker, kicking the poor guy right in the stomach and ordering him to do his job and clean up the mess. The hulking bully finally stumps off, tossing a classic villain threat over his shoulder about how their beef is far from settled. Jen scrambles to his feet, standing completely stiff behind the absolute unit who just bailed him out. As the shower water washes away the grime of the brawl, the awkward silence between them gets incredibly loud. Gripping his mop, Jen stares at the guy's back, completely baffled that his mere presence was enough to send a raid boss like Nagao running for the hills. He desperately wonders who this mysterious savior actually is under all that muscle. Looking down at his flimsy broom handle, Jen wishes he had even a fraction of those stats, If he was actually strong, he could protect the people he cares about instead of acting as the local punching bag. The stranger snaps him out of his sad inner monologue, flatly telling him to hit the road if he's done creeping in the corner. The verbal slap reboots Jen's brain, and sheer panic sets in as he suddenly remembers his buddy Masaki is still in danger. He sprints back into the main cell block as fast as his battered legs can carry him. Bursting into their room, he finds his friend laid out on a bare mattress looking like he just went 12 rounds with a bulldozer. Jen rushes to his bedside in a total panic to check the damage. Masaki stares at the ceiling through a swollen face, immediately apologizing for being the root cause of this disaster. He completely blames himself, terrified that his weakness is just going to keep dragging Jen down into the mud. Jen stares at his hands, wondering how he's supposed to grind enough XP to actually get stronger in this hellhole. His brooding gets cut short when Masaki suddenly wakes up with a gasp. Trying to play it off like he didn't just survive a Mortal Kombat fatality, Masaki weakly smiles and assures Jen that the medics patched him up so he just needs to sleep it off. Jen completely loses it, crying and blaming himself for turning his only ally into a human punching bag. Holding onto Jen's hand, Masaki tells him to dry his tears, swearing that Jen being safe is the only thing he actually cares about. Jen grits his teeth, asking why Masaki would go to such extreme lengths just to protect him. Masaki just lets out a soft sigh, managing a gentle smile despite his chest looking like a bruised peach. He slowly reaches into his torn shirt. Pulling out a crumpled photograph, Masaki confesses that Jen reminds him of his little brother. He shows off the picture, explaining that his brother was a straight-A student who constantly drew aggro from bullies because he was too timid to fight back. Masaki drops some heavy lore, explaining that his little brother actually snapped and caught a body after being pushed too far by his bullies. Like a true ride or die, Masaki took the murder charge so his brother could keep a clean record. And now he is stuck in this hellhole, hoping the kid is out there living a normal life. He smiles through his injuries, just wanting to know his massive sacrifice was actually worth it. Jen starts doing the math in his head and realizes the helpless kid he saw getting absolutely clapped in front of the school gates was actually Masaki's brother. Catching Jen's sudden shift in expression, Masaki asks if he knows the kid, and Jen awkwardly admits that they have crossed paths. Masaki's eyes immediately light up with desperate hope as he asks if his brother is doing okay. Jen pulls off an Oscar-worthy performance, plastering on a fake smile and lying through his teeth that the kid looked like he was having a blast hanging out with friends. Hearing this, Masaki turns away and coughs heavily, finding a sliver of peace as he mutters that taking the fall wasn't a mistake after all. This completely breaks Jen's brain, prompting him to jump up and declare he is going straight to the guards to snitch on Nagao so the actual culprit pays for the beating. He demands to know why Masaki is just accepting this incredibly raw deal. But Masaki instantly locks him down, grabbing his arm and shushing him before his loud mouth gets them both sent to the gulag. Jen leans in uncomfortably close to Masaki, dropping a bombshell that their reformatory hides a massive secret. Masaki's eye goes wide, looking like he just accidentally clicked a phishing link at work as Jen warns him that the truth is terrifying. Jen cups his hand to whisper the dark details right into his friend's ear. Before he can spill the tea, a massive hand violently slams against their cell bars. The two boys nearly jump out of their prison-issued shirts as a loud voice booms through the block. A hulking inmate with a rejected WWE mullet smirks through the grate, asking if they were having a little too much fun and checking if they accidentally screwed anyone to death. Masaki snaps, stepping right up to the giant and demanding to know what the hell he is talking about. He grinds his teeth together, shaking with rage at the blatant disrespect. Jen steps up to run interference, warning the mullet guy to watch his mouth, because Nagao would not appreciate hearing that kind of talk. The big guy's tough act drops into instant panic as he starts sweating bullets. Jen presses his advantage, challenging the guy to repeat that exact joke in front of the boss just to see how fast his life subscription gets cancelled. The large inmate decides he's had enough action for one day and excuses himself to take a break. Masaki turns to Jen in disbelief, wondering how he can keep his cool and asking if he's seriously planning to tattle to Nagao like a middle school hall monitor. Jen drops the tough act and explains that survival in this reformatory means burying who you really are. He adds that you have to exploit every single advantage you can get your hands on, even if it means bluffing to save your own skin. The gears finally start turning in Masaki's head as he asks if this survival strategy connects to the dark secret Jen was trying to reveal earlier. Brushing off the question, Jen just tells Masaki they should hit up the infirmary together tomorrow before wishing him a good night. Later that night, two inmates casually drag a blood-soaked blanket across the concrete floor like they're just taking out the trash. A pair of wide eyes suddenly snaps open in the pitch black. Outside, the clouds part just enough to reveal a pale full moon hanging over the prison. Back in his cell, Masaki lies wide awake in bed, coughing into the silence while staring at the ceiling with the 1,000-yard stare of a guy who just realized his free trial of safety has expired. Peering over the edge of his top bunk, Masaki worries if his cellmate is going to make it through the night. He stares at his bruised friend, frustrated that playing the pacifist route is only turning them into human punching bags. Pulling the covers up tight, he questions if quietly enduring the daily beatdowns is actually a viable survival strategy. He wishes he could just grind some XP and become as terrifying as the real heavy hitter of the reformatory. He thinks about the shadowy inmate who is everyone in the joint, especially the cell block bullies, completely terrified. He tries to remember the exact combo that Absolute Unit used to solo a 4-man gank squad. He vividly pictures the guy painting the walls red with another inmate's blood. Riding a sudden wave of midnight motivation, Masaki wildly throws a few shadowboxing punches from the comfort of his pillow. His pathetic training montage ends instantly as he stares at his scrawny fist, realizing his base damage stats are absolute garbage. Curled up defensively, he desperately wonders what cheat code he needs to enter just to survive another day in this hellhole. Rain beats down on the reformatory's barbed wire fencing, setting the perfect dreary mood for a miserable night in lockup. Inside, Masaki and Dr. Kanda are stuck playing a terrible escort mission, dragging a seriously battered Tamiya down the dimly lit cell blocks. Tamiya feels guilty for pulling them out of bed at this hour, but Masaki waves off the apology, treating his cellmate's midnight medical emergency like it is just part of the routine. Their stealth run hits a massive snag when Masaki spots shadows moving up ahead, completely ruining his theory that the entire prison was fast asleep. A squad of guards suddenly blocks their path, led by a guy in a sharp tan suit who radiates massive final boss energy. The suit recognizes the group immediately, singling out the doctor and the new kid, while demanding to know why they are breaking curfew. Dr. Kanda doesn't even blink, smoothly covering for the boys by claiming Tamiya's health took a nosedive, and she is just moving him to the infirmary. The official narrows his eyes, leaning in to ask if some illicit late-night brawl actually caused the damage. Sweating bullets, Masaki frantically jumps in with a cover story, insisting that Tamiya's old scars simply tore open on their own and it is nothing to stress over. The suit grunts and decides investigating further isn't worth the paperwork, letting them off the hook while Tamiya casually scratches his neck like they didn't just dodge a trip to solitary confinement. The official flashes a greasy corporate smile, telling the boys to take care of themselves as he casually strolls off with his security detail. The second they're out of earshot, Masaki starts sweating bullets, desperately asking Dr. Kanda why he didn't just snitch on Nagao when he had the chance. Kanda shoots him a deadpan glare, reminding him that trusting anyone in this reformatory is a guaranteed fast travel to the graveyard. He leans in close like they're trading cheat codes, whispering that the higher-ups are actually manufacturing narcotics right under everyone's noses and exporting them out of the prison. Masaki immediately clutches his face in pure panic, whining about how highly illegal that is and demanding to know who the Walter White of this whole operation could be. Kanda admits he doesn't have a name yet, but promises that once he unmasks the mastermind, he's going to weaponize that secret to get whatever he wants. Once they finally haul Tamiya's battered body to the infirmary, the resident female doctor tries to do her actual job, insisting she take full medical responsibility for him. But the shady guard from earlier violently yanks her back, growling that he's taking over for the patient's own good, and threatening to terminate her employment if she stays in his way. The doctor immediately folds, staring at the floor in defeat because minimum wage definitely isn't worth getting permanently silenced over. Catching the extremely hostile hint that they're no longer welcome in the room, Kanda flashes a sarcastic smirk and agrees to bounce, leaving poor Tamiya to his fate. Masaki gives his battered buddy a reassuring pat on the shoulder, telling him to get patched up and promising he'll be waiting for him. The grim look behind his glasses proves he knows he is leaving him in the worst possible hands. He drops one final piece of advice, telling him to remember his words and just endure whatever comes next. Casting a glance over his shoulder at the looming guards, Masaki warns him that he is the only one who can protect himself, because trusting anyone in this place is a guaranteed trip to the respawn screen. With that final warning delivered, he turns on his heel and marches out. Our boy Tamiya is completely oblivious to the massive red flags waving in his face, smiling as he figures the medical staff will see the injuries and immediately notify the director. He strolls down the cell block looking like he just rolled a nat 20 on optimism, fully convinced they can finally make their tormentors pay. Time passes quietly over the barbed wire fences of the reformatory. Later in the chow line, the inmates line up to grab their daily rations. Tamiya happily grabs his cafeteria tray, wondering when his friend will return and genuinely thinking a few days in the infirmary will be a nice, relaxing vacation for him. While waiting in the cafeteria line, a blonde inmate asks his tablemate if he caught the latest prison gossip, completely unaware that Tamiya is standing right behind them holding his lunch. Blondie casually mentions that some inmate tried to pull a Shawshank Redemption last night and got himself flatlined, prompting his buddy to ask who the idiot was. The guy flashes a sadistic grin that belongs on an Arkham Asylum roster. He gleefully drops the bomb that the dead escapee is none other than Masaki from the West Block. Tamiya's lunch tray instantly crashes to the floor. He stands entirely frozen with his empty hands shaking, drawing the attention of the gossiping inmates around him. His face goes completely pale as his brain blue screens trying to process the news of his best friend's death. He stays paralyzed in the middle of the mess hall, mentally repeating the horrible revelation over and over. Desperate denial kicks in, and he tries to convince himself that this has to be a massive mistake since Masaki was supposedly recovering in the hospital. Before his panic attack can fully load, a heavy set of boots steps up directly beside him. The rest of the chow line starts sweating bullets as a massive guard steps into the room. One of the inmates starts mentally writing his will, praying the lead guard Shiro Katsumata isn't here to single him out. Shiro stops in his tracks and glances over his shoulder. He squares up with the terrified prisoners to deliver a public service announcement. He casually tells them that their fellow inmate Masaki injured 2 guards during a late-night jailbreak, only to get straight up isekai'd by a speeding truck right outside the walls. Shiro adds that the escapee died on impact, completely shattering his friend's reality. Our boy in glasses completely rejects this story, knowing damn well Masaki didn't have the base stats to take down 2 armed guards in a physical fight. The lead guard treats the tragedy as a stark warning, telling the crowd they better remember this moment if they don't want to end up as roadkill too. Flashing a menacing glare, he orders everyone to keep their heads down and behave. The guards turn their backs and stroll through the heavy iron gates, leaving the prisoners frozen in silence. Tamiya pictures Masaki being escorted away by the guards, realizing his friend's final moments were probably a living hell. A massive, bald inmate interrupts his grieving, complaining that Masaki dying is a total waste right when he was getting fun to play with. Tamiya clenches his fists and tells the absolute unit to shut his mouth. But the guy just grins like a Dark Souls boss entering Phase 2, casually mentioning that Masaki put up a decent fight at first. The horror sets in for Tamiya as the giant details how they threatened to humiliate Masaki in front of the whole cell block, which immediately broke his spirit. The bald menace adds that it is a real shame, since he was hoping Tamiya could join their little multiplayer session. That is the breaking point for our boy, who charges forward screaming that he will never forgive him. He throws the most desperate, telegraphed right hook in the history of prison brawls. The giant just casually leans back, dodging the punch like he is playing on easy mode. Before Tamiya can even register the miss, the heavy hitter counters with a brutal strike that sends a geyser of blood exploding from Tamiya's face. The bald inmate delivers a spinning back kick that sends Tamiya flying across the room like a glitching NPC. Tamiya coughs up blood as another strike connects right on his jaw, leaving him completely outclassed but still glaring with rage. The giant looms over him, mocking Tamiya's pathetic strength and asking if this was supposed to be his grand revenge tour. He casually taunts our boy to do his worst. To drive the disrespect home, the behemoth plants his heavy boot right on Tamiya's head, pinning his face to the concrete. The inmate clicks his tongue in annoyance, clearly bored that the fight is already over. Calling Tamiya a piece of trash, he stomps on his ribs so hard that Tamiya bounces off the floor. The peanut gallery of other prisoners watches with amusement, and one guy laughs that he can't believe Tamiya actually picked this matchup. Another bystander jeers at him to get up and bring the heat. Tamiya just lies flat on his back staring blankly at the ceiling, looking like he just ate a Mortal Kombat fatality. The giant asks if he is playing dead. Deciding playtime isn't over, he grabs Tamiya by the collar and hoists his limp body into the air with one hand. The massive bald inmate demands his punching bag get back on his feet, right as a flying food tray violently smashes into the back of his head. Before the giant can even process the disrespect, a hand shoots out and tightly clamps down on his thick wrist. Our shadowy-eyed protagonist steps into the spotlight, locking the brute in a vise grip while calmly asking how he plans to pay for the soup he just spilled. The hulking inmate's veins nearly pop out of his bald head as he instantly recognizes the guy ruining his fun. He tries to throw his weight around to intimidate him, loudly gearing up for a massive swing. The protagonist just swats the heavy fist away with the effortless boredom of a Dark Souls veteran parrying a tutorial boss. A few nearby inmates debate jumping in to help, but quickly decide their own lives are worth more than a cafeteria brawl, especially with some boss named Mr. Katsumata supposedly lurking around. One terrified onlooker nervously offers up his own bowl of soup, practically begging our guy to take it and spare them all a bloodbath. Another inmate desperately latches onto the bald giant, reminding him that throwing a temper tantrum directly violates Katsumata's strict orders to keep their heads down. The whole cell block turns into a spectator sport as the giant winds up to throw another wild haymaker, while our boy just stands there holding his plastic tray like he has absolutely nowhere else to be. The bald heavyweight curses to himself, realizing that backing down now would completely ruin his tough guy reputation in the yard. Down on the floor, the kid with the glasses is barely hanging onto consciousness after serving as a human punching bag. The shadow-eyed newcomer stands over him, casually advising the kid to hit up the infirmary if he is still breathing. He adds that Tamiya would want him to survive this, which immediately wipes away the despair and replaces it with a bloody, unhinged grin. The bruised kid clutches his chest, suddenly finding the willpower to keep moving. He staggers out of the cafeteria like a Skyrim NPC stuck on low health, leaving the newcomer to handle the mess. Instead of throwing hands, our boy just strolls right past the furious giant with his food tray. The bald inmate crosses his massive arms, trying to look intimidating while staring a hole through the back of the new guy's head. Without even turning around, the newcomer drops an ice-cold command for the heavyweight to get out of his way. The giant actually flinches, sweating bullets like he just heard a surprise Dark Souls boss theme start playing. Tamiya clutches his bruised ribs, just trying to survive the remainder of the day. Kojo screams at the new guy to stop right there, looking like a raging thumb that just got slammed in a car door. One of the bystanders tries to play peacekeeper, putting a hand on the giant's chest and begging him to hold back before things escalate. The new guy just glances over his shoulder with an ominous glare straight out of a Dark Souls boss cutscene, advising Kojo to drop it unless he wants to completely embarrass himself. Dripping with sweat and a heavily bruised ego, Kojo asks if this cocky rookie seriously thinks he can win in a straight fight. The new prisoner completely ignores him and keeps walking, prompting Kojo to call him a bastard and warn him to never get in his way again. Finally snapping, the bald brute lunges forward with a massive sucker punch, swearing he will make the newcomer regret his disrespect. The rest of the cell block watches in nervous shock, questioning if the rookie actually stands a chance since the physical matchup is heavily in Kojo's favor. One of the onlookers yells out in total disbelief that a full-blown brawl is actually kicking off. The peanut gallery immediately starts treating the yard like a Vegas casino, trying to put money down on Kojo until someone reminds them that the prison boss will kill them if he catches an unlicensed betting ring. Kojo winds up a massive punch, looking like a mid-tier Elden Ring boss charging his heavy attack. He lunges forward, while the other inmates note that he's been grinding his stats non-stop ever since his last losing streak. Frustrated that his target keeps dodging, the giant demands that the new guy stop scurrying around and fight him head-on. He finally connects with a heavy right hook that sends a shockwave right through the room. His fan club immediately starts glazing him, bragging that their boss could easily land a one-hit KO if he actually broke a sweat. The guy in glasses watches the beatdown with pure terror, wondering if Kojo really is that overpowered. Fed up with the chase, Kojo tells the rookie to quit stalling, but the new guy just grips his lunch tray and sighs about how annoying this entire interaction is. With zero effort, the rookie casually parries the next strike using his plastic cafeteria tray like a discount Captain America shield. Kojo flashes a manic grin, screaming that his perfect opening is right now. He leaps into the air for a devastating downward smash, fully convinced that flattening this kid will instantly earn him the #1 rank in the prison. The new guy casually leans back like he's dodging a slow-motion bullet in the Matrix, letting Kojo's massive haymaker whiff right over his lunch tray. He hums in mild curiosity, treating this prison brawl like a minor inconvenience on his way to finding a seat. Kojo screams that he finally has him dead to rights, his face twisting into a rage-fueled grimace. But our boy just hits a smooth sidestep, letting the lumbering giant stumble right past him. Deciding playtime is officially over, the new guy winds up his free hand for a counterattack. He brings his fist crashing down directly onto Kojo's shiny bald dome like he's playing a very aggressive game of whack-a-mole. The impact scrambles Kojo's hard drive instantly, sending a spray of blood flying from his mouth. The heavyweight collapses to his hands and knees in complete defeat while his panicked lackey runs over and cries out for his boss. Completely unbothered, the new prisoner inspects his tray, muttering that he spilled a little bit of his food, but guessing it will still do. He calmly strolls away with his meal, while the rest of the hardened inmates part for him, immediately deciding they want zero part of whatever protagonist energy this guy brought with him. Kojo curses under his breath while his lackey peels him off the cafeteria floor. Watching the new guy walk away, the glasses kid realizes that brute force is the only server rule this prison respects. Their little existential crisis gets interrupted by a guard storming in, demanding to know what the racket is, and ordering anyone not eating to get out. The guard asks Kojo if he needs a doctor, but Kojo aggressively rejects the offer like a toxic tryhard refusing a revive. Clicking his tongue, the guard looks completely over these uncooperative discipline problems. He reminds Kojo that the cafeteria is for eating, ordering the injured thug to drag himself to the infirmary and stop causing trouble. Shaking on his feet, Kojo glares a hole through the back of the new prisoner's head. He quietly tells the new guy to just wait, vowing revenge while his target calmly ignores him to finish his meal. Shifting his bruised pride toward the glasses kid, Kojo warns him that he won't be so lucky next time. He promises that their boss is getting released in a year, guaranteeing that the top dog will show up to execute the new guy long before then. The glasses-wearing minion stares off into the middle distance, sweating bullets as he mutters a vague threat about looking forward to whatever punishment is coming his way. He drags himself down to the prison infirmary to get his fresh wounds treated. The resident nurse works on bandaging his shoulder, sighing heavily as she asks if he managed to get himself into another brawl. He completely ignores her bedside manner, too busy having a full-blown panic attack while imagining his massive boss promising to end his life. His pupils shrink to the size of pinpricks as the nurse tries to snap him out of his trance, checking to see if he is mentally still in the room. She realizes his brain just completely blue-screened and murmurs a quiet groan of pity for the doomed guy. Their awkward therapy session gets abruptly cut short by the sharp click of the door handle. The shaggy-haired new kid steps into the room, looming over both of them like an AFK Skyrim NPC who just spawned in the wrong location. Without offering a single word of explanation to the terrified minion or the bewildered nurse, he strolls straight over to the medical cabinet. He snatches a bottle of dark medicine off the shelf, keeping his expression totally deadpan as he inspects his newly acquired loot. Kojo turns around with the pill bottle in hand as the wounded newcomer stutters out a weak greeting. The heavily bandaged prisoner desperately asks him to wait. Kojo ignores the plea and orders the guy to move out of the way. Instead of backing down, the chubby prisoner throws himself into a 90-degree bow and begs Kojo to teach him how to fight. Kojo flashes a blank little smirk, looking like a high-level player debating if this escort mission is even worth the XP. Sweating bullets, the guy braces himself as Kojo asks for his reasoning. The prisoner explains that he injured the boss's younger brother, who is getting released in exactly 1 year, and will definitely be out for blood. Kojo casually asks if his entire motivation for learning to fight is just basic survival. Clenching his fists, the guy vehemently agrees, declaring that he has to make it out alive so he can see his mother again. Kojo instantly shuts the idea down, stating that he has his own business to attend to and ruthlessly asking if it wouldn't be more on brand for the guy to just keep his head down and take the abuse. The glasses kid desperately grabs onto Kojo's sleeve, refusing to take no for an answer. He explains that enduring the abuse isn't a viable survival strat in a place where literal raid bosses roam the halls, so leveling up his own stats is his only option. Pleading to the back of Kojo's head, he begs the guy to be his combat instructor. The infirmary nurse watches the whole pathetic display from the reflection of a mirror, probably wondering if she should intervene or just grab some popcorn. Giving 0 points for effort, Kojo brushes the kid's hand away and flat out states that this sob story isn't his problem. He reminds the guy that this is a prison, not a martial arts dojo, and he definitely doesn't have the free time to play sensei. Kojo turns to leave, but the kid yells for him to wait, practically bumping into his back. Desperate, the prisoner drops some heavy lore, explaining that his target actually caught a body back in middle school and used his parents' influence to dodge the charges, only ending up with a slap on the wrist after the public threw a massive tantrum. Kojo flashes a dark grin over his shoulder, bluntly telling the kid that this enemy is completely out of his league and any training arc would just be a total waste of time. Leaving the guy staring at the floor in utter defeat, Kojo just tells him to heal up and head back to his cell. Kojo drops a cold reality check, warning the guy to stay out of his lane if he doesn't have the actual spine for this life. The dark clouds roll in outside, perfectly matching the 0 HP depression our boy is rocking right now. He wanders the cell blocks completely defeated, wondering how on earth he is supposed to survive this place without a carry. The sound of a nasty scuffle down the hall sharply snaps him out of his pity party. A group of inmates are brawling over some random item, shoving each other and yelling to back off like it is a legendary raid drop. a heavy prison boot suddenly crunches down on a dropped photograph of him and his buddy. His eyes practically bulge out of his skull as he realizes exactly what they are destroying. Throwing all basic survival instincts out the window, he charges headfirst into the mob of thugs to demand what they think they are doing. He desperately tries to shield the crumpled picture, screaming that it belongs to his friend Masaki and needs to make it back to his family. His heroic main character moment gets immediately cancelled by a brutal stomp to the spine, with the goon telling him to mind his own business. The massive inmate tells Kojo to go tremble in a corner as he winds up for another brutal strike. Walking away, the bully reminds our guy that he has absolutely nobody left to watch his back. Another prisoner violently yanks Kojo up by the collar before he can even process the beating. The inmates laugh like a couple of low-level RPG bandits, taunting Kojo that without his old boss around to protect him, he is basically a dead man walking. Kojo helplessly watches the shredded remains of his only photograph flutter down to the cold concrete. Something finally snaps inside him, his face twisting into pure rage as the sheer disrespect registers. Deciding he is totally done with this punching bag simulator, Kojo breaks into a sudden sprint down the cell block. He bursts out into the wet prison yard, mentally begging for an end to the constant oppression as the heavy rain starts coming down. Gripping his last shred of survival instinct, he vows he refuses to get killed off in this place like some forgotten background character. Slowly soaking in the storm, a single torn scrap of his precious memory washes away in the downpour. A massive inmate drops a heavy sandbag in the pouring rain like he is farming strength XP. Kojo steps up and declares that he wants to live life on his own terms with his head held high. He stares at the absolute unit's back and swears he will do whatever it takes to make that happen. Hitting a perfect 90-degree bow, our boy begs the giant for just one more chance. The shredded prisoner notices the shift in Kojo's eyes, realizing the kid finally has some actual fight in him. He points to a huge pile of sandbags and sets up a timed quest, telling Kojo he has exactly 1 hour to move the entire mountain before free time ends if he wants to be trained. Flashing a wicked grin through the downpour, the big guy tells him to get ready. He officially starts the timer. Kojo immediately lunges at the first bag with the desperate energy of a guy grinding a battle pass on the final day of the season. He grips the wet canvas and starts hauling, putting every ounce of his non-existent upper body strength into the deadlift. Out in the prison yard, Hojo watches intently as Kojo sprints through the torrential rain to grab his first sandbag. Our boy heaves the massive weight onto his shoulder, looking like a low-level NPC tasked with an impossible escort mission. He grits his teeth and pants heavily, pushing past the burning in his lungs because failing here means becoming a permanent floor mat for the worst guys in the block. Kojo reassures himself by flashing back to his life on the outside, realizing his entire miserable existence of carrying his mom's heavy groceries and sprinting away from bullies was actually just a long, pathetic training montage for this exact moment. He chucks the wet sandbag onto the new pile with a heavy thud. Running the math in his head, he figures that first trip only took a minute, leaving him dangerously confident that he can actually clear this ridiculous side quest. Watching from the sidelines, Hojo flashes a smirk, silently admitting the kid is doing way better than expected while hoping Kojo's stamina bar doesn't deplete too early. Meanwhile, inside the dry cell block, a couple of random inmates spot Kojo through the window and ask why some lunatic is doing manual labor in a monsoon, only for the other guy to advise just leaving him alone. The conversation naturally shifts to Hojo's terrifying reputation, with one guy dropping the lore that the giant was thrown in for assault and will absolutely beat anyone half to death if they cross him. Having completely lost interest in Kojo's survival test, the two inmates immediately pivot to complaining about the brutal prison visitor system, whining that getting approved to see their girlfriends takes months of impossible RNG. One inmate complains that his visiting time is basically non-existent. The guy behind him questions what exactly he was planning to do with a few measly minutes anyway. The heavy iron gates lock into place for the day. Down the hall in the visitor room, a family reunion is going terribly wrong. A soda can violently erupts under a white-knuckle grip. The guy doing the crushing demands to know when his brother is finally going to take out their target. The brother leans back on the couch and tells him to pump the brakes. He explains they need to handle a guy named Kureha who keeps poking around the Kuroyama gang's business before dealing with personal vendettas. The bandaged brother completely loses his mind. He screams across the table, asking if gang operations are seriously more important than avenging his own flesh and blood who just got his nose severed. The older brother just glares back in dead silence, his eye glowing pink like he just popped a Bloodhound Ultimate in Apex Legends. Unable to handle the menacing stare down, the bandaged brother begs him to say something. The bandaged brother slams his hands on the table, totally losing his cool over the change of plans. Before he can even finish accusing his boss of abandoning him, the big guy delivers a backhand so disrespectful it belongs in a Smash Bros. Highlight reel. The older brother demands to know where this attitude is coming from when the idiot just got his teeth kicked in by a complete nobody. He grabs the bandaged kid by the hair, challenging him to go handle the problem himself if he thinks he's suddenly the tactical genius of the operation. The younger brother immediately freezes up, his brain finally catching up to the fact that he just yelled at a guy built like a brick wall. Sweating bullets, he stammers out a pathetic apology, instantly regretting his little outburst. The prison boss shoves his head away in disgust. He explains that they need to play the waiting game, because a sudden spike in the local mortality rate might attract the kind of attention they do not want. Reaching for a plate of fruit on the table, he decides they will let their target enjoy his life for another day, or maybe even a year. But once that timer runs out, he crushes a piece of fruit in his teeth and promises to treat the guy to a one-way ticket to a living hell. Under the blazing sun, a grueling rooftop training arc kicks into gear. Our glasses-wearing protagonist struggles under the weight of a massive sack, mentally counting down the 15 heavy bags he still has to transport. He drags the ridiculous load across the concrete, desperately telling himself to just push a little further. The shirtless, ridiculously buff guy supervising this torture checks the 10-minute timer, completely convinced the kid is going to fail the mission. He silently admits the scrawny guy performed way better than his rock-bottom expectations. But without a massive stats boost, the mentor knows the kid's base stamina is way too pathetic to survive his actual routine. Catching the buff guy's intense stare, our struggling hero starts sweating even harder, terrified that he's already a massive disappointment. His self-esteem plummets as he hauls the next bag, fully agreeing that someone with zero base stats like him doesn't exactly have any redeeming qualities. His legs shake like a Skyrim NPC stuck in a glitch, making him wonder if this impossible fetch quest is just a rigged test designed to make him quit. But instead of dropping the bag and rage quitting, a dark look crosses his face as he contemplates what happens to him if he actually fails. The kid hauls the massive sandbag across the roof, mentally throwing in the towel. He figures it's easier to just hit the eject button than keep torturing himself. His mentor suddenly chimes in from behind, asking if he's officially rage quitting. The buff dude flashes a shadowy smile and agrees that giving up is probably his smartest play. He leans over the kid's shoulder, mocking him to just be a good little obedient dog and wag his tail on command. The insults trigger a full-blown trauma reel, and a balding man suddenly appears to scream that the kid is a pathetic failure exactly like his mother. He blames the boy for completely ruining his reputation. A hand clamps down on the kid's shoulder before he can even process the emotional damage. Now a smirking guy with a bandaged face pops up, asking if that brutal reality check hit the nail on the head. This new phantom taunts him for actually wanting to be a fighter, telling him to take a long look in the mirror before trying to play the hero. The kid is getting bullied by his own brain worse than an NPC in a GTA lobby. The boy grits his teeth behind glowing glasses, finally snapping out a hard refusal. The bandaged hallucination just grins right back at him, telling him to swallow his pride and admit he's completely useless. The bullies from his past laugh it up in his head, telling him to just sit quietly and accept his fate like an NPC waiting to despawn. They order him to die in a chorus of insults, but our guy finally rejects the programming. Gritting his teeth through the sweat, he refuses to let them label him as garbage. He completely snaps, screaming at the hallucinations not to underestimate him with enough intensity to physically crack his glasses. The mentor pauses his own workout, catching the sudden outburst over his shoulder. Deciding that if he's going to die he might as well go out swinging, the protagonist hoists the heavy sandbag up and forces his body forward. He vows to overhaul his entire life, figuring that dropping dead from exhaustion is a major upgrade over living with regrets. The mentor watches him push past his limits and cracks a small, impressed smile. He actually admits the kid isn't doing half bad as the protagonist hustles across the yard, carrying the massive bag like he's dragging 3 randoms through a sweaty Apex Legends lobby. Reaching the drop zone, he slams on the brakes and kicks up a thick cloud of dust. He successfully dumps the weight onto the pile, panting like he just ran a marathon in lead boots. He grinds his teeth, promising himself he will clear the final 10 bags even if his arms fall off. The mentor watches the kid's health bar flash red, realizing his body is dangerously close to completely giving out. He demands the boy end the workout immediately. Our guy stares back with the dead eyes of a hollowed-out Dark Souls NPC, flatly refusing to throw in the towel. He hypes himself up in his own head, repeating that he has to survive and prove he isn't totally worthless. The mentor begs him to knock it off, but his student just ignores him and keeps shambling toward the pile. He lunges to grab the boy's shoulder, warning him that pushing his limits this hard will literally put him in a coffin. Realizing logic won't work on a guy having a psychotic break, the mentor decides he has to shut this training montage down by force. The kid just keeps gasping for air, stubbornly mashing the sprint button on 0 stamina. His shadow falls over the last 3 sandbags as he calculates that dragging them across the finish line is the only way to save his life. Our guy pushes his failing body to the brink, trying to convince himself that he can finish the job. His mentor decides the best way to prevent a heart attack is to deliver a gut punch straight out of a Mortal Kombat fatality. The kid completely loses his breath, hacking up half his lungs as his eyes roll back. He manages to wheeze out a confused question, wondering why his own coach just folded him in half. The mentor towers over his fallen student, staring down at him like a disappointed raid boss. He calmly explains that the kid hit his absolute limit, leaving him no choice but to force a system shutdown, even as our boy weakly protests that he can't quit. Shaking on the ground, the kid refuses to accept defeat, insisting that he still has to finish the routine. The mentor drops to one knee and grabs his shoulder, assuring him that he's already proved his point. Looking up with pure desperation, the kid begs to know if the big guy will finally teach him, and the mentor tells him to leave the rest in his hands. Flashing a confident smile, the mentor accepts the challenge, swearing to build him into the strongest fighter on Earth. Amamori pants heavily, completely drained of energy with a hollow look in his eyes. His body finally gives out, and he face plants onto the concrete in front of his new mentor like a disconnected PlayStation controller. Everything fades to pitch black as panic sets in over his sudden loss of vision. His eyelids slowly peel open to a blurry silhouette looming over his body. The stranger in the Hawaiian shirt calls out his name, prompting a highly disoriented Amamori to ask for an identity check. Instead of waiting for an answer, he goes full feral, lunging forward with a skull-like grimace and threatening to end the guy's life. Amamori violently jolts awake in a cold sweat, clutching his hospital bed sheets and screaming like he just got jump scared in Five Nights at Freddy's. A startled nurse holding his IV bag mutters that his medical state is looking incredibly grim. She tries to calm him down by assuring him he is fully secure in the hospital, but immediately scolds him for letting his body reach such a ridiculous breaking point. His new mentor casually strolls through the doorway, announcing that he is dead serious about their arrangement. The nurse hits him with a side eye sharp enough to slice through a steel beam. His new mentor steps up, dropping a strict 10-minute timer on their chat before he waits outside, which Amamori gratefully accepts. The door clicks shut, sealing the room for their private briefing. Amamori stares up at the guy from his hospital bed, looking like a fresh level 1 spawn who just stumbled across the server's highest-ranked player. The mentor lays out their stealth strategy, instructing him to use medical treatment as a cover story to sneak into the infirmary, since the doctor already hooked them up with storehouse access. He makes it crystal clear that this entire training arc needs to stay completely off the radar, demanding absolute secrecy until the regimen is finished. Pumping his fists on the mattress, Amamori bows and promises to give it 100%, hyping himself up to start the real grind. The mentor immediately hits him with a harsh reality check, explaining that carrying those sandbags was just the tutorial, and right now, his base stats are absolute garbage. Turning toward the exit, the mentor drops one last heavy truth bomb, warning him that sheer willpower isn't going to be enough to survive what's coming. Reality sets in as a fresh cotton swab hits his bruised arm, prepping him for the long, painful road ahead. Amamori stares at his bandaged arm, privately beating himself up over how pathetic his hard work actually turned out to be. The doctor notices his brooding and asks if something is wrong. Instead of talking about his feelings, our boy pivots and asks her what the deal is with Kojo. She explains that Kojo is the ultimate lone wolf who never catches any heat for his actions, treating his true personality like paywalled DLC. She clarifies that he isn't actually a bad guy since he only ended up in this place for his family, but tells Amamori he will have to pry the rest of the lore drop out of the man himself. Snipping the last of his bandages off, she drops a rather heavy warning. She tells him that some secrets in this world are way better off staying undiscovered, leaving Amamori looking like he just clicked a sketchy Discord link. Stepping back, she mentions that she already cleared his visit with the guard, and that Kojo is waiting for him in the back storehouse. Flashing a completely unreadable smile, she wishes him good luck on his incoming side quest. Outside, the sun beats down on the concrete facility as Amamori prepares to finally come face to face with the mystery man. Amamori arrives at the storehouse, greeted by an absent sign hanging on the front door. A second notice claims it is free time, basically giving him the green light to enter what looks like a restricted NPC zone. He pushes the heavy door open, letting a sliver of hallway light pierce the gloom inside. His jaw drops in awe as he gets his first look at the interior. The massive room is packed floor to ceiling with metal lockers and dusty storage racks. He points out that it is almost pitch black inside, like a horror movie basement waiting to claim its first victim. Stepping cautiously into the room, he squints into the shadows to navigate the maze of shelves. Kojo's voice suddenly echoes from a dark corner, explaining that depriving himself of sight is a special training method to sharpen his remaining senses. Before Amamori can even process that daredevil logic, Kojo launches himself across the room at Mach 3 to officially say good morning. He gets right up in Amamori's personal space and lays down the ground rules, starting with a strict warning to keep his mouth shut about this secret training unless given explicit permission. Kojo smiles from the shadows like he's about to hand out the worst side quest imaginable. He crosses his arms and adds that showing this hidden training routine to anyone else is strictly forbidden. Amamori snaps to attention and agrees, sweating bullets with his eyes wide like a startled NPC. When Amamori nervously asks why everything has to be a secret, Kojo immediately shuts him down, demanding absolute obedience with zero questions asked. Channeling his inner drill sergeant, Kojo orders the guy to show off his current physical limits, putting exactly 1 minute on the clock. Without a sliver of hesitation, Amamori confirms the order. He instantly drops down and enters full try-hard mode, doing furious duck walk squats across the storage room floor. The impromptu fitness gram pacer test continues as he transitions into a set of aggressive push-ups. He violently throws himself into crunches, rapidly burning through his stamina meter just to impress this mysterious edgelord. Gritting his teeth with a strained groan, Amamori attempts to max out his reps, pushing his completely average base stats to their absolute breaking point. Kojo recites Amamori's final stats, tallying up a grand total of 23 frog jumps, 6 push-ups and 30 sit-ups. He adds the final nail in the coffin, noting the kid only managed to squeeze out 2 pull-ups. Crossing his arms in sheer disappointment, Kojo realizes he has to completely overhaul the training menu because these numbers belong to a professional Discord mod. He tells his exhausted student to drop from the bar and call it a day on the physical evaluation. Amamori gasps for air while Kojo calls his performance pathetic, wondering if his minor burst of power yesterday was just an uncontrollable fluke of hysterical strength. Deciding they have to start from the absolute bottom, Kojo issues a strict 3-day deadline for Amamori to hit 40 frog jumps, 20 push-ups, and 60 sit-ups in under a minute, plus 4 solid pull-up. Amamori looks completely lost, asking why they are running a sweaty fitness boot camp when he was promised lessons in actual combat. Kojo glares down at him, repeating the question as if Amamori just requested a pacifist run in a Mortal Kombat tournament. Without warning, Kojo throws a blindingly fast punch that stops mere millimeters from shattering Amamori's glasses. With the boy frozen in pure terror, Kojo asks how he expects to dodge or counter a real strike with a physical build made entirely of wet single-ply toilet paper. Kojo tells his student to keep it moving, completely ignoring the guy's desperate stuttering. Amamori begs for just a 5-minute breather, sweating like a Smash Bros. Player at a local tournament. Kojo reminds him that following orders is non-negotiable, though he admits he probably should have dropped the tutorial before starting the mission. He explains that since Amamori's base stats are garbage compared to everyone else in the prison, this basic routine is the only way to level him up. Kojo points out that their room leader might not look like a final boss, but taking him down requires repping out at least 70 push-ups. Amamori goes pale as he realizes that Brutal Quota has a 60-second time limit. Kojo confirms the math, making it clear that their entire district operates on a strict meritocracy, where only the strong actually get to keep breathing. He warns his exhausted trainee not to underestimate Kanemoto, who is ruthless enough to make good on every single threat he drops. A cold drop of sweat rolls down Amamori's chin as the harsh reality of his situation finally sets in. Kojo promises that if he can't learn to fight his own battles soon, his future is just a one-way ticket to a living hell. Kojo drops the ultimate reality check, telling Amamori that his future is completely non-existent in this hellhole. Despite painting a picture bleaker than a Dark Souls swamp level, Kojo refuses to let up. He stares down the sweating mess of a man, asking if he really thinks he deserves a nap break when his survival is hanging by a thread. Staring at the barred prison window, Amamori finds his second wind and screams that he's going to do whatever it takes. He turns back to his cellmate and yells that he wants to survive. Dropping all his remaining ego, the guy hits a perfect 90-degree bow and practically begs Kojo to take him on as a student. Kojo accepts the party invite but warns him not to be all talk, adding that pissing him off is a fast track to an early grave. He makes it clear that since Amamori committed to this grind, he better start proving he has the actual stats to back it up. The harsh words trigger a memory of a bloodied, weeping man, reminding Amamori that he has to protect the things he cares about no matter the cost. Kojo bluntly asks if they have an understanding, sealing the deal and officially locking in the harshest tutorial section of Amamori's life. Kojo announces that the special training is officially underway, looking like a drill sergeant who just found his next victim. Off in the infirmary, the doctor sits at her desk listening to Kojo scream form corrections through the walls. She smiles to herself, realizing the big guy is a massive tsundere who acts like an edgy lone wolf but couldn't actually let the kid die. Back on the floor, Amamori is panting like he just barely outran a closing Fortnite storm. He totally face plants into the concrete, his body completely giving out on him. Kojo tosses him an oversized uniform to wear back to his cell, leaving Amamori confused as to why he suddenly needs to dress like a 2000 skater boy. Kojo explains that since the kid is the center of attention right now, he needs baggy clothes to hide his incoming newbie gains. If the rest of the cell block figures out he is secretly leveling up, they will crush him before he ever gets the chance to fight back. Amamori nods in understanding as Kojo decides it is time to drop some essential lore about the reformatory's power structure. Kojo warns that memorizing the major players is vital for survival, prompting our boy to nervously ask if all the top dogs are as unhinged as Kanemoto. Kojo shuts that idea down, explaining that only one of the leaders actually obsesses over raw power. Amamori genuinely starts sweating, wondering how anyone could become a top dog in a prison without bench pressing a book. Kojo flashes a condescending smirk and asks if the new kid seriously thought he could rule a maximum security facility by just punching really hard. He explains that real power requires actual brains, so the bosses treat the prison yard like a Fortune 500 boardroom and hold monthly executive meetings to maintain order. To keep things strictly off the record, they book the visitation room and pretend they are just having a polite exchange of opinions. But since these guys do not exactly match up in weight classes, every leader brings a designated heavy hitter to stand guard in case negotiations turn into a WWE SmackDown. Right on cue, 3 of the district bosses are already gathered around a massive circular table for their monthly summit. An impatient hand taps out a rhythm on the wood. Tetsu Kuriha, the South District boss who looks like he frontlines an emo rock band, but actually specializes in drug running and attempted murder, suggests they just start chatting normally. He immediately targets a guy named Kanemoto, pointing out that he cannot just sit there in silence after the absolute mess that recently went down in his territory. Kanemoto snaps back, aggressively shouting that the situation is none of Kuriha's business. Kuriha flashes a toxic smirk and suggests that if Kanemoto can't keep his attack dog on a leash, he should just have him neutered before he causes more problems. He casually points out that if the subordinate loses his ability to fight, the whole crew falls apart. Covering a laugh, he mocks Kanemoto, pointing out that without his top fighter, he's just a pathetic solo act, like a DPS main trying to queue without a healer. That hits a nerve, prompting Kanemoto to slam his hands on the table and demand he repeat himself, but the third boss steps in with a smile to play peacemaker. This smiling mediator is Shusuke Kazami, the West District boss whose rap sheet reads like a Grand Theft Auto speedrun, and he explains that Kanemoto is just on edge because Tamiya's case is under heavy investigation. Kuriha rests his chin on his hand, probing further by asking if Tamiya was trying to protect Amamori, and notes that Kanemoto clearly wants to put him in the ground for it. Leaning back in his chair, Kuriha wonders out loud if Nagao really acted on his own, roasting the guy for not knowing when to quit. Flashing an unhinged grin, Kuriha declares that the subordinate is a bit slow in the head, exactly like his owner. Kanemoto officially runs out of patience and violently grabs Kuriha by the collar, ready to settle the debate with his fists. Kanemoto gets right in Kuriha's face, asking if the kid is really that eager to see some blood. Kuriha flashes a maniacal smile and asks if the big guy actually wants to throw down, winding up a glass water pitcher like he's pitching Game 7 of the World Series. He declares that Kanemoto doesn't stand a chance before shattering the heavy glass directly across his face. Kazami starts panicking as blood flies, warning them that they are going to be in deep trouble if the warden catches wind of this impromptu fight club. He yells at them to cut it out before things go totally sideways. Right on cue, a new guy lights up a cigarette and calls the whole display pathetic. Stepping out of the shadows, he sighs that no matter how much time passes, they all act like overgrown toddlers. This is Koichi Naruse, the East District boss, and his rap sheet reads like a GTA loading screen with charges for organized crime, illegal weapons, and murder. Before Kanemoto can launch a bloody counterattack, Naruse casually clamps a heavily tattooed hand onto his shoulder. With his other arm, he easily shoves Kuriha back, separating the two brawlers without breaking a sweat. Kazami lets out a massive breath of relief, thanking Naruse for saving his skin and admitting the boss is the only guy in the room capable of physically stopping those two meatheads. Kanemoto clicks his tongue, ignoring the fresh pitcher-shaped dent in his skull to announce it is finally time to start the meeting. Kariha wipes the blood off his lip, shooting back a look that screams he is ready for round 2. Naruse fully ignores the room's sky-high hostility and takes his seat, ordering his crew to keep a tight watch on Nagao and Amamori. He lays down the law, making it crystal clear that a messy brawl like this is never happening again under his watch. Staring dead at Kanemoto, the boss tells him that whatever he decides to do next, killing Amamori is strictly off the table. Kazami jumps in to play peacekeeper, reminding Kariha that he completely understands his brotherly angst, but the boss is right. He casually points out that avoiding trouble is the smartest play they have right now. Kanemoto just sits there brooding in total silence, looking like a Dark Souls boss waiting for a player to step into his aggro range. Naruse looms over Kariha to drop a final warning, promising there will be hell to pay if they dare drag the East District into their personal drama. Kariha waves his hand dismissively, agreeing to play nice only if Kanemoto actually keeps his pet on a leash. Kanemoto responds with a glare so heavy it makes Kazami sweat in the background, fully locking in a revenge arc that HR is definitely not going to approve of. Naruse happily takes Kanemoto's brooding silence as a binding contract, wrapping up the prison's new peace treaty with zero pushback. He claps his hands together with a massive grin, dismissing the meeting of deadly gang leaders like a camp counselor sending the kids off to arts and crafts. As the other bosses file out of the room, Kanemoto stays glued to his seat, gripping his drink like the glass personally insulted his mother. He squeezes until the cup shatters into a million pieces right inside the palm of his bare hand. His face contorts into a shadowy mess of popping veins and clenched teeth. His white-haired subordinate steps up to the table, totally unfazed by his boss casually bleeding out over the mahogany. This guy E.G. rocks a rap sheet full of corpse desecration and looks like a heavily nerfed enemy villain, casually ignoring the mess to ask if they should discuss their business with Tamiya. Kanemoto brushes off the question entirely, flashing a sinister smirk as he mocks Naruse's strict little rule about keeping Amamori alive. He calls the ban ridiculous, hyping himself up with the delusion that no one in this facility has the stats to keep him on a leash. He immediately orders AG to give their crew the green light to torture Amamori as brutally as they want, demanding to see him bleed without technically breaking the no-kill rule. Kanemoto's hand drips blood all over the table as he growls Amamori's name like a supervillain locking in his revenge arc. IG's eyes glow from the shadows, completely hyped that things are finally about to get interesting. Meanwhile, Amamori is currently getting a massive lore dump about how this reform school basically operates like a twisted RPG with different regional raid bosses. His cellmate breaks down the meta, explaining that Kanemoto is a violent brawler, Kureha is a ruthless psycho, and Kazami is a calculating snake. But then he mentions Naruse, trailing off with a heavy dose of dramatic tension. Amamori stares back in total silence, wondering what makes this last guy so special. His buddy explains that Naruse actually hates conflict, and keeping the absolute peace is the strict policy of the entire East Bloc. He adds that Naruse will personally protect anyone under his banner. But if someone goes rogue and breaks the rules, the big boss himself will step up to deliver the punishment. Amamori starts sweating bullets, asking if one dude really has enough clout to hold down an entire prison without sparking a massive rebellion. His guide shuts that idea down instantly, confirming that Naruse is undeniably the undisputed heavyweight champion of the facility. Nobody knows a single thing about his past, which makes his stats a complete mystery and terrifies the rest of the inmates. Deciding that is enough exposition for one day, his roommate wraps up the history lesson and tells Amamori it is time to get back to their training arc. Someone starts barking orders for 20 push-ups, treating the holding cell like a military boot camp. The prison doctor catches the yelling from her office, highly amused by the drill sergeant routine, and wonders when the guy giving the orders last had this much energy. She signs off on a report with Amamori's name on it and wishes the new kid luck, well aware he's currently getting aggressively bullied into shape. Elsewhere in the facility, a squad of inmates wanders down a sterile hallway until they hit a restricted wing. Inside one of the off-limits rooms, a bruised-up bald inmate gets completely chewed out by his boss for making him look like a total idiot in front of Kariha. The boss demands to know how he plans to fix this disaster of a situation, delivering a brutal right hook straight to the guy's dome. Spitting up blood on the floor, the bald lackey frantically promises to drag Kariha back here so they can jump him. This only pisses his boss off even more, and the giant man towers over him like a Dark Souls boss hitting phase 2, furious that his subordinate wants to cause even more embarrassing trouble. A wavy-haired inmate with chest tattoos finally leaps into play peacemaker, warning the big guy that raging out won't magically solve their problems. A second guy with a skunk stripe in his hair casually chimes in, suggesting they let the whole thing blow over since the bald dude's HP is already sitting at 0. The white-haired inmate orders the bruised lackey to rein in his emotions, because they have actual work to do. The bald dude grovels on the floor, apologizing to his boss like he just accidentally overwrote a 100-hour Skyrim save file. The long-haired boss scoffs, threatening severe consequences if he ever screws up again before kicking him out of the room. Clutching his battered arm, the lackey stumbles out the door, leaving the two gang leaders alone to strategize. The boss immediately shifts the blame, complaining that Amamori is the entire reason he is currently stuck dealing with this headache. Looking entirely too pleased with himself, the white-haired guy suggests that while they might not completely zero Amamori's HP, they should definitely make him pay by showing him some special affection. He flashes a sinister smile, deciding it is officially time to give their target a full taste of prison hospitality. Oblivious to the incoming gank squad, Amamori is shown elsewhere, gritting his teeth as he pushes through his grueling physical conditioning. A quiet morning breaks over the bleak exterior of the correctional facility. Down inside the washroom, Amamori leans heavily on his mop, groaning about his lingering muscle soreness and questioning if he even has the stamina left to survive today's training session. Amamori is just trying to finish up his janitor duties when he notices a stray showerhead randomly blasting water. Mop in hand, he twists the main valve, swearing to himself that he already shut the plumbing down completely. He turns back around only to find every single shower in the room going off, like he just triggered a trap in Skyrim. Before he can even process the sudden indoor monsoon, a hand shoots out from the shadows right behind his blind spot. The unseen attacker violently slams his face downward, hitting him so hard his glasses nearly enter low Earth orbit. Two of the boss's goons pin him against the tiles, explaining that management sent them down to show him a little tough love. The lead goon asks if he's exhausted from his shift while aggressively steering his face toward a bucket of mop water complete with a floating cockroach. The guy fully waterboards Amamori in the roach-infested soup, cackling like a mid-tier enemy villain while reminding him to stay hydrated. Over in the prison laundromat, the rest of the inmates are peacefully getting their jumpsuits folded and sorted. Amamori completely ruins the vibe by shuffling into the room dripping wet, casually complaining that the bucket they just dunked him in was actually meant for the next load of laundry. Amamori tries to mind his own business with the laundry cart, but a voice behind him asks if he is actively ignoring them. He keeps sorting the dirty prison uniforms, pretending the massive shadow creeping up behind his shoulder is just bad lighting. He steps up to a giant industrial washing machine, only to realize he has been completely boxed in by two hulking inmates. Before he can map out an escape route, he gets violently shoved headfirst toward the open drum, screaming the whole way down. The goons rush to cram his legs inside, yelling that they need him fully loaded so they can run the machine, while our guy weakly begs them to stop. They slam the heavy metal door shut, happily announcing that it is laundry time as they punch the settings like they just booted up a fresh game of Five Nights at Freddy's. Trapped inside the cramped metal cage, Amamori groans in pain as the heavy drum actually begins to rotate. He presses his face against the glass, desperately pounding on the door and pleading to be let out while the blonde goon just laughs at him like a twisted aquarium visitor. Across the room, a worried bystander asks if they should cut the breaker, but his buddy tells him to relax because the boss explicitly ordered the goons not to kill him. Watching the human spin cycle ramp up, another sweaty inmate pities the poor guy, flat out admitting he would never be able to survive that kind of tumble. Lunchtime rolls around, and Amamori joins the line for his tray of prison-grade mystery meat. He shuffles away with his food, looking dead enough inside to be an extra in a George Romero flick. Out of nowhere, another inmate slides up to his blind spot carrying a steaming bowl of hot soup. The guy intentionally bumps him, chucking the boiling liquid right into Amamori's face while offering the most sarcastic apology imaginable. Amamori drops to the floor, clutching his face in agony as the scorching broth melts away whatever pride he had left. His attackers stand over him grinning like they just bagged a victory royale, mockingly asking if he needs some ice for that burn. Before he can recover, the blonde inmate swings a heavy metal tray directly into Amamori's skull, helpfully suggesting he watch his step. He grabs Amamori by the hair and shoves his bruised face onto the linoleum, reminding our boy that the boss specifically ordered him to eat up and get strong. A guard finally decides to earn his paycheck, storming over to threaten the bullies with a one-way ticket to solitary if they don't finish their lunch and get lost. Annoyed by the constant drama, the guard turns his back on the bleeding inmate and orders Amamori to drag himself to the infirmary. A blood-soaked gauze pad hits the medical tray, looking like the loot drop from a terrible boss fight. The nurse patches up Amamori's forehead, warning that his body is going to completely shut down if he keeps taking these beatings. She glares back and asks the tall inmate if he actually has a game plan to keep this kid alive. The guy casually leans by the door, claiming he isn't a babysitter and that getting used as a human punching bag is actually an upside. Amamori stares at him in absolute shock, wondering how getting his skull caved in is supposed to be a positive experience. His new mentor explains that getting beaten to a pulp is just a mandatory tutorial for pain tolerance, which is the actual key to getting strong. He points out that the cafeteria bullies always telegraph their attacks like low-level NPC mobs, so Amamori needs to treat his beatdowns as a chance to study their attack patterns. Amamori stammers out that taking mental notes is completely impossible when he is actively trying not to die. The tall guy clamps a heavy hand on his shoulder, offering to personally step in and teach him how to survive. He demands Amamori make a choice right now, asking if he wants to spend the rest of his life getting bodied or actually find the conviction to fight back. The mentor gives Amamori an ultimatum, demanding to know if he will weaponize his humiliation to become a man who makes his bullies tremble. Amamori sweats profusely, looking like he just queued into a ranked lobby by mistake. Deciding that actions speak louder than words, the mentor lunges forward to kick off the combat tutorial. He cleanly clocks the kid in the jaw without a second of hesitation. As Amamori takes the hit, the mentor barks at him to keep his eyes open, warning that blinking during a street fight is a guaranteed trip to the respawn screen. Winding up for another strike, the mentor explains that enemies will always have a specific habit before they attack. A massive fist hurtles straight toward Amamori's glasses while he is ordered to identify the telegraph. The mentor tells him he needs to analyze the movement and memorize the pattern to survive. Forcing his eyes wide open, our boy locks onto the incoming strike without a single flinch. He completely weaves out of the way, successfully dodging the attack like he just unlocked his very first evasion perk. The mentor grabs his wrist, pointing out that it took our guy a full hour just to pull off a single dodge. He lays down the hard truth that jumping into a real fight right now is completely off the table. Giving the exhausted kid a pat on the shoulder, the mentor explains that taking a beating actually has a purpose as long as he remembers the patterns they just went over. He warns him not to throw away this golden opportunity, and Amamori quickly agrees, looking like he just survived an Elden Ring boss with 1 HP left. Throwing on his jacket, the teacher announces he has errands to run and leaves Amamori to finish his solo drills. Pausing at the door with a sly smirk, the mentor drops a rare compliment, telling Amamori he did a good job today. He adds that the kid has officially graduated from his old status. He is no longer just a complete loser. Amamori stares blankly, his eyes lighting up like he just got handed the MVP trophy despite bottom fragging the entire match. Meanwhile, the mentor struts into a clinic, counting out numbers under his breath. He orders the resident doctor to prep the internal bleeding meds and eye drops. This prompts her to ask if he actually plans on going through with this brutal training regime, begging him to take it easy on his new student. The mentor completely shuts that idea down, insisting that holding back won't help the kid survive what's coming. The doctor warns the mentor that they are completely out of time and his current training methods are way too risky. P1, the mentor brushes off her concern, arguing that this is exactly why the kid needs to learn how to stand on his own 2 feet immediately. She reminds him that if the kid gets caught, it is an instant game over for everyone involved. Her P2, she asks if he isn't the least bit worried about completely breaking his student's mind with all this pressure. The mentor just flashes a confident smirk, pointing out that his pupil isn't nearly as fragile as he looks. Turning back to her, he explains that just as she puts her faith in him, he is fully trusting his student to survive this solo raid. Meanwhile, our boy is taking the mentor's cryptic advice to heart, trying to figure out how to keep his eyes open even when staring down severe irritants. He decides the best way to level up his ocular defense stat is by blasting himself directly in the face with a high-pressure hose. Har P6, he figures that once he masters staring down a fire hose without blinking, he can finally start tracking fast-moving fists. The water aggressively blasts against his eyeball, and he realizes that enduring this hurts worse than stepping barefoot on a Lego. This brutal self-inflicted waterboarding pairs nicely with his daily schedule of getting jumped by 3 guys in the hallway. He takes a heavy hook straight to the glasses, but internally notes that he is actually starting to download their attack patterns. One of his attackers sighs in frustration, complaining that treating him like a human punching bag is getting incredibly boring if he refuses to throw a single punch back. Inside the prison cafeteria, a dude is getting folded like a cheap card table while the guards suddenly develop temporary blindness. Over at the lunch tray station, A guy with a ponytail asks his buddy if he wants to place a fresh bet on Amamori. His friend assumes the over-under is just on how many times Amamori is going to eat a fist today, completely brushing the idea off. The ponytail guy grins and tells him he's way off, asking if he somehow forgot what special event is happening today. Down in the pitch-black isolation wing, a huddled figure sits waiting on the bare floor. The infamous inmate known as the Collector is officially finishing his stint in solitary confinement. Judging by the gruesome pile of severed fingers, loose teeth, and a whole human ear he left behind, this guy treats solitary like he's trying to platinum a real-life game of Operation. Kiyoyama flashes an unhinged smile in the dark, practically foaming at the mouth to start a fresh rampage. Out in the barbed wire prison yard, the bell rings for free time. The regular inmates are already gossiping and sweating bullets as a familiar, terrifying presence strolls past them. A guard escorts Koyama into the sunlight, strictly warning the psychopath not to do anything that will land him right back in the hole. Kiyoyama just keeps his head down and chuckles to himself, looking like a kid who just walked into a very violent candy store. A guy with glasses gets interrupted from his brooding session when a voice calls out to him. Kiyoyama struts up with a massive grin and immediately challenges him to a fight, completely skipping the usual prison yard pleasantries. Over on the sidelines, a couple of inmates watch the scene unfold, and one explains that Kiyoyama is a guy who dumped all his character stats into pure insanity, rather than actual strength. While most guys in the joint settle their beef with standard brawls, Kiyoyama prefers to choke his victims until they hit a coma. He doesn't just stop at knockouts either, happily slicing off fingers and carving out organs to expand his morbid stash. He hoards these fleshy souvenirs in glass jars like twisted preserves, earning himself the title of the Collector. Back in the yard, Kiyoyama extends a hand and formally introduces himself, fully embracing his reputation as a natural-born psychopath. He politely requests the guy's left eye, suggesting they just tell the guards it was a little workplace accident. The bespectacled inmate freezes up in sheer terror, realizing he just aggroed a mini-boss he is severely underleveled to fight. Kiyoyama dips his face into the shadows and flashes a demonic smirk, deciding that if the guy won't answer, he'll just rip the loot out by force. Kiyoyama leaps through the air with his hands hooked like he's going for a Mortal Kombat fatality, taking the new guy's frozen silence as an enthusiastic yes. The rest of the yard immediately turns into a makeshift sportsbook, locking in their wagers with the odds stacked 10-1 against the glasses-wearing newbie, Gen Amamori. Kiyoyama closes the gap and throws a blindingly fast hook right at Gen's face. Gen stumbles back in a cold sweat, clutching his collarbone where Kiyoyama's jagged fingernails just tore right through his uniform. The absolute psycho actually licks the blood off his own fingers, complimenting Gen on his dangerously fresh taste. Hyped up on the iron flavor, Kiyoyama drops his center of gravity and winds up for a heavy strike. Instead of panicking, Gen forces himself to lock in and track the crazy guy's chaotic footwork. He realizes he needs to identify the incoming attack pattern before he actually loses an eyeball. Kiyoyama overcommits to a massive overhead swing, giving Gen the perfect window to weave right under his arm. With the brawler swinging at dead air, Gen zeroes in to spot his opponent's careless fighting habits. Kiyoyama throws another wild left hook, but Gen easily ducks under the swing. Gen notes that he is finally starting to read the guy's movements. Frustrated that his attacks keep hitting thin air, Kiyoyama clicks his tongue and resets his stance. Gen completely downloads his opponent's moveset, realizing the brawler always opens with a left strike before trying to grab the neck with his right. He figures this predictable two-step combo is the only way the brute actually knows how to fight. Like a broken NPC stuck on a single attack loop, Kiyoyama leaps forward again, screaming that Gen's luck is about to run out. Gen casually grabs his glasses and tells the spectating inmates that since they love gambling so much, he has a wager of his own. He announces he is placing a bet too, ripping off his glasses to signal that the tutorial level is officially over. He tosses his specs to the concrete, letting the lenses shatter completely. The second Kiyoyama enters his range, Gen slips the telegraphed strike and drives a heavy counter straight into his jaw. The prison bully crashes to the dirt, completely laid out, leaving Gen standing over him to collect his winnings. Kiyoyama hits the concrete hard, sputtering out half-baked curses through a mouthful of his own blood. Before the giant can even list a cohesive insult, a fist drops from the sky like an incoming orbital strike. Gen caves the big guy's face in, sending a wave of crimson flying across the pavement to officially end the match. The spectating inmates instantly short-circuit, rubbing their eyes trying to process the massive upset. Staring down at the unrecognizable mess that used to be their alpha, the crowd completely freezes in disbelief. One spectator questions his own sanity, accusing Gen of sneaking some premium stat-boosting buffs into his prison food. Jen casually strolls away behind the chain-link fence while another convict throws a massive tantrum, refusing to believe their heavyweight king got dethroned by a scrawny nobody. The real tragedy finally dawns on the yard as the inmates start wailing over their destroyed betting slips and completely evaporated savings. A smug chuckle slips out over the massive payout from backing the underdog. Back inside to get patched up, Jen flashes a goofy grin as he gets a playful flick to the forehead and a strict warning not to let the flawless victory inflate his ego. The prison doctor tells Kojo it is an absolute miracle he didn't end up in a body bag today. Kojo smiles through his bandages, admitting he is in total shock that he actually clutched the W since his only game plan was trying not to die. He holds up his shattered frames, bummed out because his mom bought them for him, and now he is basically playing on zero visibility. The door clicks open and Jen strolls in, checking if Kojo is done getting patched up. Kojo instantly snaps to his feet like he just heard the drill sergeant walk into the barracks. He bows a full 90 degrees to thank Jen for the carry, but Jen shoots down the praise, pointing out that Kojo just beat the absolute lowest tier mob in the entire prison. Jen gives him a harsh reality check, explaining that his opponent was a total noob at combat and warning him that the difficulty curve is about to massively spike. Kojo eagerly agrees to keep his guard up, but his eyes widen in surprise when Jen suddenly holds out a small rectangular box. Jen explains that the package is a reward for getting his very first victory on the board. Offering a rare, subtle smile from under his heavy bangs, Jen hands over the mystery loot box to his newly minted fighter. Jen turns to leave, tossing some final advice over his shoulder. Ha P1. He warns the battered fighter that tomorrow's training is going to be a total nightmare, and that earning respect around here means turning into a rabid dog. The doctor shakes her head at his exit, pointing out that he could try dropping a single ounce of praise, instead of acting like a drill sergeant. Kojo just stares at the tiny box Jen handed him, asking if he seriously just got gifted a pair of contact lenses. Harpy 3. The doctor chimes in, passing along Jen's message that whatever is inside will actually be useful. Suddenly, she remembers something else and announces she has one more delivery. She reaches into her bag and pulls out a plastic takeout container, handing it over for him to open. As Kojo inspects the mystery tub, she explains that a random detour on her morning commute almost made her late to work. Kojo freezes, his eyes going completely wide as he recognizes what's in front of him. He pops the lid to reveal a massive, steaming portion of spicy stir-fried rice cakes. The doctor smiles warmly and confirms the ultimate plot twist, revealing that the dish is a homemade care package straight from his mother. Heart P9. She adds that his mom looked like she was doing great when they met up. The tough guy act instantly crumbles as tears well up in Kojo's eyes. Krphendran. He gets hit with the full Anton Ego Ratatouille flashback, softly calling out for his mom while gripping his chopsticks like they just spawned from a legendary loot drop. Kojo gets hit with a flashback straight out of Ratatouille, remembering the days he used to stand by the stove watching his mom whip up dinner. His mom promises the food will be ready soon, and little Kojo proudly declares that her spicy rice cakes are his absolute favorite thing in the world. Back in the present, the steaming container of tteokbokki looks like a Michelin star meal to our battered fighter. The nostalgia hits him like a critical strike, sending tears streaming down his face as he manages to choke out how incredibly good it tastes. Confused about how she pulled off this culinary mind read, he asks the doc how she knew exactly what he was craving. She tells him not to underestimate her, dropping the bombshell that his mentor actually arranged this whole meal delivery before the brawl even started because he believed Kojo would pull off the win. She adds that the old man has massive expectations for him, leaving Kojo staring blankly with tears in his eyes like his brain just blue-screened from the emotional overload. The doctor reaches over to the desk and pulls a fresh tissue from the box. She hands it to him, telling the big guy to enjoy his victory feast and get some solid rest tonight. Her warm bedside manner instantly evaporates as she warns him that tomorrow's session is going to be even worse, leaving Kojo chewing his celebratory snacks in silent, terrified realization. The wholesome vibes are instantly shattered when a heavy sneaker stomps down hard on a bloodied face. A massive bald brawler stands over his victim, calling the guy absolute trash for failing to beat a total weakling. Instead of begging for mercy, the guy on the floor just spits up a mouthful of blood and chuckles that this is actually a good thing. Looking like he just tanked a full fatality in Mortal Kombat with the missing teeth to prove it, he grins like a total psycho and admits he's completely obsessed with learning more about Amamori. The bald guy takes personal offense to the smirk and wins up a massive kick to wipe it off his face permanently. Before the boot connects, the sharp flick of a metal lighter echoes through the storage room. A towering guy with long hair and chest tattoos kicks back on a mountain of cardboard boxes, casually lighting a cigarette while mentioning that Amamori is full of surprises and ordering the brawler to stand down. He drops the name Ishida to get the attention of the man in the tan suit. Turning to Ishida, the smoker orders him to keep a 24/7 watch on Amamori because he needs to uncover the truth. Ishida silently watches the bleeding guy on the floor, wondering if Amamori's sudden victory was just a lucky glitch in the system or if they have a real problem on their hands. Ishida fiercely clenches his fist, wondering if this guy has actually leveled up from being a total basement dweller to a legitimate threat. A single ceiling light illuminates a dingy training room. A tall instructor with wrapped hands announces that he is adding 2 new special regimens to the schedule, specifically focusing on better fighting techniques and how to properly take a fall. The kid visibly gulps, bracing himself like a level 1 Elden Ring player accidentally wandering into an endgame boss arena. The coach instantly closes the gap, lunging forward with terrifying speed. He throws a heavy hook straight at his student, forcing the boy to immediately test out those new defensive maneuvers. A brutal blow lands dead center on his chest, knocking all the air out of his lungs as his eyes practically bulge out of his skull. The trainer refuses to give him a breather, launching another devastating strike right through his flimsy guard. Flashing a sadistic smirk, the mentor reminds him to flex his core to protect his internal organs, and the kid chokes out a desperate agreement. Without missing a single beat, the instructor violently grabs him by the throat, casually pointing out that protecting his neck and breathing are also pretty vital for survival. The instructor orders our boy to freeze and calculate exactly how long he can hold his breath. As the kid struggles to keep the air trapped in his lungs, a fist suddenly flies right at his face. The punch stops mere millimeters from his skin, with the teacher explaining that oxygen deprivation forces the brain into slow motion and completely nerfs the 5 senses. He breaks down the brutal science of a street fight, noting that the exact second a fighter finally gasps for air is when their body completely freezes, opening up a massive window for a critical strike. Flipping the script, he asks the sweating student what he would do if he was the one on the receiving end of an attack. Instead of waiting for an answer, the big guy orders him to manually control his heartbeat to keep his breathing perfectly in check. He drops some hardcore mentor wisdom, declaring that the only way to become the absolute strongest is by forcing the physical body to obey raw willpower. The anatomy lesson ramps up as the instructor demands he understand human body mechanics to actually land an effective blow. Rattling off rib numbers like a biology professor, he assigns the kid some homework, telling him to go hit up Dr. Kanda for a skeletal diagram to memorize. Our guy throws a heavy punch forward, realizing he better study that bone chart fast, unless he wants to spend the rest of his life just button mashing his way through every fight. The instructor breaks down the meta of close combat, explaining that pinning an opponent and driving a knee into a vital point maximizes the damage multiplier. Our boy immediately tests this out on a heavy bag, but his teacher barks at him to fix his sloppy footwork. He adjusts his stance and lands a much cleaner hit, earning a rare compliment before being ordered to run it back. The training kicks into overdrive as the instructor demands more speed, forcing him to chain his strikes together like a flawless Tekken combo. He drops his weight into a massive, heavy smash that draws a sharp shout of approval. Dripping with sweat and glaring straight ahead, the kid looks less like a student and more like a raid boss waiting for his Phase 2 health bar to load. The instructor crosses his arms and praises the magnificent display, genuinely thanking his pupil for putting in the work. As our guy prepares his hand wraps, his teacher announces that the tutorial is officially over and his first real matchup is going to set the tone for everything. Tightening the tape around his knuckles, he gets his target, with the instructor ordering him to take down his own room leader. Fully locked in, he receives his final overarching mission to become the rabid dog that terrifies the entire yard. The intercom blasts a warning that free time is wrapping up and everyone needs to get back to their cells. The inmates file down the dreary block hallway like NPCs resetting to their default spawn points. The instructor gives our boy full creative control over his upcoming boss battle, telling him he can pick the time, place, and method of the fight. He adds that failure is an acceptable outcome as long as he actually uses the combos they just drilled. Walking back, Amamori weighs his aggro options, debating whether to take the room leader down in a private duel or make a massive public spectacle out of it. His inner monologue gets interrupted when a familiar voice calls out his name. He steps into his cell to find another inmate completely making himself at home on his bed, sarcastically pointing out that Amamori is back awfully early. Amamori immediately snaps, demanding to know why this guy is lounging on his mattress. The squatter easily brushes him off, telling him not to be so stingy over a little borrowed bed space. That is the absolute wrong answer, and Amamori lunges forward to grab the guy right by his shirt. Without hesitating, our guy wins up a massive downward punch, deciding that right here and right now is the perfect time for his practical exam. The inmate stumbles backward, screaming like he just took a blue shell on the final lap. Watching from the sidelines, the cell's long-haired boss lets out a condescending scoff. The boss bursts into laughter, clearly entertained, and points out that their fresh meat gives the absolute best reactions. Our boy ignores the peanut gallery and bolts straight for the sink, while the creep complains that he only used the bed to wipe his hands and that the newbie is making a huge deal out of nothing. The student furiously scrubs his hands under the faucet like he's trying to cleanse a poisoned debuff. Refusing to take a hint, the creep slides up right behind him with a hand on his shoulder, whispering that guys need to look out for each other, and that a little favor is a cheap price for prison protection. The student's eye twitches as his rage meter instantly hits max capacity. Before the creep can finish bragging about how much nicer he is than the captain, our boy introduces his face to a brutal elbow check. He angrily demands that the guy get his filthy hands off him. The creep stumbles back, clutching his newly shattered nose, finally realizing that the new guy's personal space bubble comes with a severe health warning. The bruised inmate charges in throwing a wild right hook, loudly demanding to know what the hell the student thinks he's doing. The student just ducks under the punch with the casually flawless timing of a Dark Souls player who just memorized the boss's attack pattern. The inmate completely whiffs the swing, stumbling past him and nearly eating the floor. Recovering his balance, the guy flashes a crazy, blood-stained smile and admits his new opponent is tougher than he looks. He decides playtime is over, warning our boy that he's about to come at him for real. He suddenly bursts off the concrete, closing the distance in a split second. The inmate launches a heavy downward strike, but the student catches the fist cleanly on his forearm. The block holds, but the student looks down in shock as his arm trembles, realizing the guy's raw power just made his hand go completely numb from a single shot. The inmate gets right in his face, asking how the student thinks he managed to climb the ranks all the way to room leader. He fires off another vicious punch, shouting that he despises sucking up to people and definitely didn't earn his leadership title by being incompetent. The room leader gloats that if he fought like this kid, he would have ended up just like him and some guy named Tamiya. He makes sure to clarify that he means they'd be entirely dead. Hearing that name completely breaks the student's mental filter, and he lunges forward with a crazy look in his eye, ordering the inmate to shut his mouth. He snatches the room leader's wrist before he can even react. Warning the guy to never insult Masaki again, the student violently twists the trapped arm backward. We get a full-on Mortal Kombat X-ray shot of the inmate's bones snapping in half as he screams in agony. Fighting through the blinding pain, the room leader swears he is going to murder the kid. The student completely ignores the threat and chops him right in the collarbone, while the peanut gallery in the background starts gossiping about whether their boss was actually always this weak. A brutal right hook straight to the jaw scrambles the guy's remaining brain cells. The former room leader collapses directly onto the concrete, officially losing his crown. The student doesn't let up, driving a ruthless kick right behind the room leader's knee. He flashes back to a medical lecture where a doctor breaks down how human joints are held together by some very fragile ligaments. She explains that a precision strike right there guarantees a full rupture and excruciating pain, basically turning anatomy class into a Mortal Kombat tutorial. Right on cue, the room leader's leg buckles like a cheap folding chair, taking away his last shred of balance. Our boy doesn't even wait for gravity to do its job, launching himself forward to close the gap. He crashes down, tackling the guy straight to the concrete and instantly trapping him in a full mount. With his target completely locked down, he pulls his fist back for the finisher. Another memory kicks in of his old combat training, where he was taught that once an enemy is restrained, you strike their vitals until their will to fight is completely shattered. He applies that lesson immediately, burying his fist into the room leader's face, so hard it sends a spray of blood through the air while the guy screams in sheer agony. The peanut gallery finally snaps out of their shock, with one inmate frantically begging the others to jump in and help, knowing full well that if the boss gets dropped, their own HP bars are next. Another long-haired inmate decides to test his luck, rushing our boy with a desperate haymaker. The student effortlessly ducks under the sloppy swing and buries a brutal counter punch straight into the guy's gut. The wannabe hero instantly doubles over, whining that the strike hurts like hell. Trying to capitalize on the distraction, a third inmate sneaks up from behind with a metal wash basin like he's tagging into a WWE TLC match. Before he can deliver the steel chair equivalent, the student shoots him a murderous glare and asks if he wants to join the casualty list. The guy instantly freezes in his tracks, sweating bullets as he stammers out a pathetic excuse about just passing through the cell. But while the student is busy playing crowd control, a hand silently slides a hidden shiv out from an ankle bandage. The bloodied room leader is still conscious, muttering under his breath that the new kid is a complete amateur. He lunges forward and slices the student out of nowhere, lecturing him about never dropping his guard before the boss music actually stops. The student grits his teeth as the sharp sting of the blade finally registers. Blood quickly blossoms across the student's blue uniform from the fresh stab wound. The room leader lunges forward again, screaming for the new kid to die. He grips his sharpened toothbrush like it's a legendary raid drop, putting all of his desperate weight into the thrust. But the student just stares back with glowing red eyes, calmly informing the boss that he actually has the obituary order reversed. Stepping inside his attacker's guard, our boy effortlessly catches the incoming wrist. He answers the assault with a devastating right hook that lands like a Doom Glory kill, completely scrambling the boss's facial features. The makeshift shiv clatters uselessly against the concrete floor. Grabbing the boss by his prison shirt, the student easily manhandles the guy who was running this cell just 5 minutes ago. The former king of the room crumbles face first into the dirt, out cold while the student stands over his newly claimed territory. The adrenaline finally drops, and the winner clutches his bleeding chest, panting heavily in the shadows as the pain catches up to him. The long-haired goon starts shaking in his boots, stuttering out that the old boss officially lost his crown. Gripping the unconscious bully by the scalp like a freshly looted Skyrim item, our boy announces that he is the new room leader. Outside, the rest of the dingy prison block is dead silent. A guard strolls down the hallway, flashing his light and warning the inmates that they have exactly 10 minutes until lights out. Back inside the cell, the other guys scatter like NPCs to prep their bunks, while the new king of the room just stands there. He tightly clenches his fist, feeling the lingering adrenaline from the brawl. Despite the massive slash leaking ketchup across his chest, he stands there utterly stunned that he actually secured the victory. He still can't wrap his head around the fact that he just clutched up a 1v1 against the scariest guy in the room. His internal victory lap gets cut short when the long-haired lackey brushes past his shoulder, telling him to get out of the way. Our boy watches the guy start setting up a sleeping mat on the floor and tells him he really doesn't need to go out of his way to serve him. Pushing the blanket down, the lackey shoots back that it doesn't matter what the new leader wants, because the cell operates on strict rules. He glares up and warns the kid not to get too comfortable with his shiny new title, dropping the ominous advice that the nail that sticks out always gets hammered down. Our boy asks the rest of the cell what actually happens to the room leader he just dethroned. The long-haired inmate tells him not to waste sweat on the guy, since losers in this place just meet a miserable end. He points out that since our guy claimed the victory royale, he can finally stop hiding his muscles under baggy clothes. He also drops the fun fact that every punk in the block is going to be picking fights with him from now on. The reality check hits the new leader hard, making him realize he just painted a massive target on his own bloody shoulder. Before the paranoia can fully set in, a guard barks at them to cut the lights and get to sleep. Lying in the shadows, he starts stressing over what happens when the actual room leader returns. He remembers Fujino warning him that the guy is going to put him through hell. He maps out the prison hierarchy in his head like an Elden Ring boss ladder, realizing the only way to level up here is with his fists. Looking at the chain of command, he figures a captain is probably the next opponent waiting to catch his hands. He sits back up, swearing to grind his stats and get stronger for Masaki's sake. Settling into his pillow, he admits his technique is still flawed and decides he needs to learn more from Hojo. Silence finally falls over the cell block as the inmates sleep, completely blind to the gauntlet waiting for them tomorrow. Heavy footsteps echo down the corridor as the night shift guard does his standard rounds. He sweeps his flashlight past the bars, completely oblivious to the massive hierarchy shift that just went down in the dark. Our guy waits until the guard is out of earshot, clutching a crumpled note while calculating exactly how to survive the giant target now painted on his back. The silence is suddenly broken when a voice from the adjacent cell calls out to address him by his brand new title of captain. His neighbor steps up to the bars, looking like a final boss who just woke up from a century-long nap. Holding his own piece of smuggled intel, the two-toned inmate smiles and points out that the former room leader officially took a massive L. His friendly feckhead instantly shatters as he crushes the paper in his hands, cursing out the old boss for being such a pathetic failure. Clenching his fist like he just lost a 50-50 pity pull in Genshin Impact, he mutters that the new kid is finally baring his fangs. Word of the brutal upset spreads like wildfire through the damp, concrete halls of the South Block. Somewhere deep inside the facility, unhinged laughter echoes over a stack of contraband textbooks. guaranteeing that our new leader's prison survival run is about to jump straight to hard mode. A long-haired inmate reads his latest piece of prison mail, grinning as he notes that Amamori performed way above expectations. He kicks back on his floor mat like he's lounging at a five-star resort, laughing out loud as he imagines how much hair Kanemoto is ripping out over the massive upset. The prison grapevine works faster than fiber optic broadband, carrying the gossip all the way over to the West Block. Inside a weirdly pristine cell, another inmate sits quietly with his own copy of the morning newsletter. The scarred fighter smirks, genuinely impressed that the rookie actually secured the W. Over in the East Block, the prison staff are doing their own rounds to deliver the latest server patch notes. A guard taps his knuckles against the iron bars to get a specific occupant's attention. He calls out to an inmate named Naruse, announcing that Amamori successfully defeated the reigning room leader. A heavily tattooed hand calmly flips a page as Naruse asks if the kid took any damage during the boss fight. The guard replies that Amamori's HP bar is completely full, while the former room leader is currently fighting for his life in critical condition. Naruse absorbs the wild stat sheet update, giving a quick thanks to his informant. The guard officially logs off for the evening, wishing the inmate a good night before stepping out of the shadows. Left alone in his cell, the heavily tattooed powerhouse stares out the barred window at the glowing full moon. He mutters to himself that the prison's fragile ecosystem just got seriously complicated now that a new apex predator is on the loose. The sun rises over the barbed wire the next morning, signaling a brand new day of lockup. Down in the cafeteria, the chill vibes are completely wrecked, with random inmates visibly trembling as Amamori casually navigates the room with his food tray. Amamori notices the NPC fear coding is cranked to the max and wonders if bagging a ranked player is what triggered the sudden heavy aggro. Before he can even dig into his mystery meat, a heavily scarred guy slides right up to his table to confirm his identity. The newcomer flashes an arrogant smirk and introduces himself as Shus Kazami, the final boss running the West Block. Amamori asks if a rival faction leader should really be casually ignoring map boundaries to waltz into North Block territory. Kazami just waves off the concern, claiming he and Kanemoto are tight enough that he basically has the VIP expansion pass to wander wherever he wants. Shusuke chuckles, mentioning that Kanemoto would throw a massive fit if Korea showed up. Amamori glances back, asking what the guy wants since his sudden appearance makes zero sense. Shusuke just laughs it off, acting like he's holding the tea on some exclusive Discord server drama. Leaning over the table, he warns that Kanemoto is already plotting his revenge. But since our boy showed some serious potential in the ring, Shusuke is willing to toss him a lifeline. Amamori bluntly asks him to clarify his terms. He looks completely unbothered by the looming threat, waiting patiently for the actual pitch. Flashing a villainous smirk, Shusuke offers him an escort mission, demanding Amamori act as his personal spy in exchange for full protection. Amamori questions how exactly this guy plans to keep him safe from an entire prison gang. Shusuke pops a squat on the bench, bragging that being a boss makes bodyguard duty a total cakewalk. Without missing a beat, Amamori flat out rejects his offer while casually working on his lunch. Shusuke's ego takes a critical hit, and he demands to know if Amamori honestly thinks he can solo the Kanemoto boss fight. Barely looking up from his chopsticks, Amamori calmly drops a heavy reality check. He points out that if Shusuke is desperately trying to recruit marked men to do his dirty work, it obviously means he doesn't have a single ally to his name. Kazami completely loses his mind, warning Amamori that playing lone wolf is just going to get him put in a body bag before backup can even arrive. Frustrated, he slams his hand against the table like a disappointed dad whose kid just dropped out of med school to become a full-time Twitch streamer. He furiously tells the rookie to just do whatever he wants. Turning his back on the stubborn kid, Kazami storms off and leaves Amamori sitting alone in the cafeteria. The rest of the inmates immediately start gossiping, whispering about how insanely arrogant this newbie is for blowing off an established boss. One guy quietly orders his buddy to go tell Kuriha that the recruitment deal officially fell through. Across the room, another inmate questions why the entire block is hyper-fixating on a guy who only took down a low-tier room leader. His friend points out that everyone fully expected the crying new kid to drop dead on day one, so him pulling off an upset is front-page news. As Amamori walks the cell block looking completely unbothered, the inmates agree that a complete scrub taking the crown is basically their version of a Super Bowl upset. But his peaceful stroll gets cut short when a voice suddenly calls out his name from down the hall. Kazami storms down the cell block hallway, officially done with the conversation. Amamori turns around to find a massive dude in a tan suit strutting toward him with a guard in tow. The towering guy steps right into his personal space and politely introduces himself. Flexing a full sleeve of heavy black tattoos while lighting a cigarette indoors, He announces that he is Koichi Naruse, the boss of the East Block. Later that afternoon, the sun beats down on the quiet exterior of the prison compound. Amamori takes a solo stroll down the barred corridors, completely isolated with his own thoughts. He rubs his chin, trying to min-max his survival strategy after suddenly drawing the attention of every heavy hitter in the facility. His plotting is abruptly cut short when he walks face first into a solid wall of a human chest and lets out a muffled groan of pain. A drop of sweat rolls down his face as he stammers out a quick apology, but he completely freezes when the towering stranger addresses him by name. Radiating the kind of final boss aura that makes the air feel heavy, the mysterious figure tells our boy that they finally get to meet. The towering, two-tone psycho smiles down at our boy, looking entirely too thrilled to be cornering him. Sweating under the pressure, Amamori asks if the guy needs something. The blonde lapdog immediately barks at him to watch his tone, loudly introducing his boss as the North District General, Eiji Ishida. Amamori mentally curses his luck for triggering another mini-boss encounter, wondering if Kanemoto orchestrated this little ambush. Ishida casually mentions that the room leader Amamori recently beat into the floor was actually one of his guys. Leaning in with a smug grin, the general asks if Amamori seriously thinks he can win a fight right now, making it clear the kid is way under-leveled for this zone. Instead of getting his own hands dirty, Ishida simply orders his lackeys to take out the trash. The dark-haired goon lunges forward, throwing a heavy punch straight at Amamori's face. Our guy manages to cross his arms and block the strike, totally missing the blonde guard winding up a flank attack. A thick wooden plank slams right into Amamori's back, delivering a brutal cheap shot straight out of a WETLC match. Amamori braces himself, sweating bullets as the reality of a lopsided beatdown sets in. The tank-top goon opens the combo with a heavy haymaker straight to Amamori's back. Before our boy can even process the spinal damage, the second guard tags in with a massive grin. He lands a brutal right hook to Amamori's jaw, sending blood flying like a Mortal Kombat X-ray move. Amamori stumbles backward, completely dazed, while the first guard gets right back into the mix. A heavy boot connects directly with his chest. Amamori realizes he is in deep trouble as the blonde guard winds up for a massive downward smash. The goon brings his fist down onto Amamori's neck like he is trying to mine bedrock in Minecraft, slamming him straight into the floor. Forced onto his hands and knees, Amamori bleeds out while the guards pin him down and ask how the concrete tastes. Ishida just stands there smiling with his arms crossed, rubbing salt in the wound by asking how it feels to get folded by two low-level NPCs. Ishida looks down at the bleeding kid and explains that the room leader he just beat was basically the tutorial boss. Harp1, he adds that taking out the lowest tier garbage doesn't make Amamori any less of a scrub himself. Flashing a ridiculously smug smile, Ishida claims he is actually a super forgiving guy. He quickly clarifies that his mercy doesn't extend to anyone who disrespects his authority. Since Amamori turned him into a walking punchline, Ishida decides it is only fair to balance the scales. He steps back, leaving Amamori completely pinned to the cold floor by the heavy-hitting guards. Waving casually over his shoulder, Ishida tells his goons to have fun, leaving our boy to face a completely unbalanced gang squad. Amamori feels the crushing weight of the massive skill gap between them. Struggling to stay on his hands and knees, he mentally kicks himself for only grinding one-on-one PvP mechanics when he clearly needed to build for crowd control. Staring at the blood dripping from his chin, he realizes his dream of becoming the strongest is going to take way more XP than he originally thought. The quiet, empty cell waits to collect whatever pieces of him are left. The black-haired inmate strolls back into the cell block, casually wiping his mouth like he just finished a light snack. He exchanges a quick look with his cellmate, immediately picking up on the heavy tension suffocating the room. Across the cell, Amamori is hunched on his mattress wrapped in a blanket, looking like he just hard-fed in a ranked match and his team is refusing to surrender. The black-haired guy takes a step forward, thinking about checking in on the injured fighter. He quickly changes his mind, figuring Amamori's ego is bruised enough already and the last thing he wants right now is a pity party. Sensing an easy target, one of the resident block bullies flashes a toxic smirk at his buddy. He barks out Amamori's prisoner number, ordering the injured man to get on his feet. The goon announces he needs to take a leak, making it crystal clear that Amamori is expected to play the role of a personal bathroom attendant. Amamori glares up at him, letting his wounded pride override his basic survival instincts as he starts to talk back. The bully doesn't even let him finish the thought, delivering a brutal blow while demanding to know who Amamori thinks he has the right to disrespect. The main bully smirks, announcing that their injured cellmate has officially hit rock bottom on the prison tier list. He mocks him by calling the forced servant Giga VP honor reserved strictly for pariahs. His long-haired lackey joins the pile-on, leaning in to call him a weakling and demanding to know why he's glaring like an NPC who just aggroed. Amamori grits his teeth, utterly humiliated but completely powerless to do anything but swallow his pride. He slaps his heavily bandaged hand against the concrete floor, his arm shaking as he desperately tries to keep himself propped up. The main bully laughs at his struggle, threatening to end him right there if he dares to drop his balance. Just when things are looking totally hopeless, the quiet black-haired inmate finally snaps and orders them to back off. He skips the diplomacy check entirely, grabbing the bully by the shoulder and violently shoving him out of the way. Placing himself right in the middle of the group, he tells the lackey to start doing his own chores instead of forcing a half-dead guy to do them. The long-haired inmate tries to cite the prison rulebook, whining that Amamori has been giving them a hard time, but his excuse gets immediately vetoed. Staring them down, the black-haired guy drops the ultimate flex, declaring himself the room leader who makes the rules and daring anyone who wants to keep up the hazing to come test their luck against him instead. The newly crowned room leader locks eyes with the remaining inmates, looking like a Dark Souls boss entering Phase 2. The two standing lackeys start sweating bullets the second they realize casual matchmaking just put them up against a top-tier predator. One of the defeated goons shakes his head, muttering that this entire shift in the prison hierarchy is completely stupid. Ignoring the heavy hitter standing right behind him, Nagasawa turns back to his favorite target and calls out Amamori's name. Instead of thanking his savior, Amamori throws a massive temper tantrum on the floor, screaming that he never asked for anyone's pity. He insists he would rather die than accept charity, practically begging Nagasawa to keep attacking him just to prove some twisted point about getting the last laugh. Nagasawa happily obliges by stomping his sneaker directly into Amamori's back, cheekily asking the new leader for a pass, since the victim requested the premium beatdown package himself. The black-haired guy drops his menacing glare, looking completely baffled by the sheer brain rot of the guys sharing his room. The aftermath of the cell block chaos lands the bruised inmates straight in the prison infirmary. Rather than resting up on a cot, someone is already back on the grind, burying a heavily bandaged fist into a punching bag. Kojo blasts a heavy bag with a right hook, screaming to the empty infirmary to figure out why his cellmates are acting so stupid. His brain keeps looping back to the long-haired inmate, who just wanted to delete the prison's busted hierarchy. He remembers the guy desperately trying to explain that burning the rules would be a massive buff for the whole squad. Kojo slams the bag again, completely mind-blown that nobody else can understand the strategy. His rage-fueled combo gets cut short when the door clicks open. He snaps out of his zone and turns around as Dr. Kanda steps into the room. She asks if something went down back in the cell, pointing out he's been acting seriously tilted all afternoon. She hands over a towel so he can wipe off the sweat. The heavy bag swings in the background as Kojo caves and starts giving her the full patch notes on the cell block drama. Draping the towel over his shoulders, he admits he is completely lost as to why the guys would reject a plan that literally guaranteed everybody a safe extraction. Dr. Kanda explains that trying to do the right thing just feels like a personal attack on the other inmates' twisted common sense, making them reject the idea completely. She places a hand on his shoulder and drops the harsh truth that the only way to overhaul the prison system is by throwing hands until he becomes the boss himself. Our boy laments that he originally wanted Kojo to mentor him, but since the guy is completely MEA, he realizes he has to initiate a solo training arc and grind 1,000 times harder just to survive. Sensing an opportunity to step up as his new sensei, the doctor leans in and asks what he wants to learn, prompting him to ask for a strategy to survive a 1v5 scenario. She tells him to pull out the classic Joestar secret technique and just run away immediately, which naturally baits the chasers into dropping their guard. Before he can even process the tactical retreat advice, she blurs past him like a fox mane in melee, adding that he just needs to pivot and strike a vital spot. He throws his hands up in a desperate block as she explains that the whole trick hinges on landing one clean finishing blow. The infirmary goes dead silent as the sunlight filters through the barred windows. A bead of sweat drips down his face as he realizes her movement stats are actually maxed out. Proving her own point, she instantly yanks him by the collar, smugly reminding our guy that he already let his guard down. Dr. Kanda wipes her hands clean, casually mentioning that she is way more than just a typical prison physician. She calls an end to their little sparring session before Kojo ends up completely embarrassed. Tapping him on the shoulder, she warns him that work duty is about to start. She explains that being tardy will tank his evaluation score straight into bronze elo. With a final smirk, she tells the new room leader to go out there and make her proud. Kojo trades his combat training for a mop, hitting the floors for mandatory labor. Inside this reformatory, Cellmates are forced to party up and tackle group assignments together. Every single guy gets graded on his hustle and attitude, complete with a spreadsheet tracking who actually scrubs the cafeteria and who just stands around. Farming enough of these points unlocks the ultimate reward of a family visitation, so the inmates actually treat sweeping like a ranked competitive match. But there is a major catch, because the daily tasks are completely rigged by the top-tier bosses who secretly run the block. The prison work assignments are completely monopolized by whichever boss happens to be the head honcho's favorite pet. As long as they keep things technically within the rules, this guy's word is absolute law. Enter Ishida Iji, the undisputed king of the North Block who looms over his smiling subordinates like a Final Fantasy hidden boss. A guard briefs the new room leaders on their daily grind, warning them that if even one person fails to finish their quota, the whole squad loses their visit points. Kojo gives a deadpan confirmation, looking completely unfazed by the threat of a forced group project. The guard barks at the inmates to stop slacking and get straight to the assembly line. They file into a sterile, high-tech factory room that looks like it manufactures either iPhones or pure existential dread. Doing the math in his head, Kojo realizes he can actually rack up enough points to see his mom pretty soon, hoping she's holding up all right on the outside. His wholesome motivation is instantly ruined when a bulky inmate whispers a warning to the group, telling them Ishida is about to make a guy named Amamori do that thing, and aggressively ordering everyone to look the other way. Before anyone can ask what that thing actually is, a heavy mechanical door violently hisses shut. The ponytail inmate spots their target approaching and asks his buddy if he is ready, getting a cocky smirk and an immediate yes in return. Over by the giant industrial washing machines, Kojo politely asks the crew for a fresh batch of sterilized lunch trays. The ponytail guy wipes the sweat off his forehead, looking like he just survived a marathon in a sauna. He slams a heavy stack of metal trays right onto Kojo's push cart. Flashing a nasty grin, he tells Kojo to take them away immediately, casually dropping the fun fact that the metal is fresh out of a 200-degree oven. Kojo grips the handles and leans his weight forward to get moving. The busted bottom wheel refuses to budge, cracking under the pressure and grinding against the floor. He stares down in confusion, realizing this rig has worse handling than a rusted Walmart shopping cart. He points out the broken cart and asks for a replacement, but the ponytail guy just turns his back and tells him to carry the scorching hot metal by hand. Trying to use basic logic, Kojo asks if he can simply borrow one of the other perfectly good carts sitting right across the room. Kojo tries to bypass his broken equipment by attempting to load his scorching metal tray onto a nearby inmate's cart. The guy casually picks his nose and completely rejects the request, claiming his setup is already full. He decides to sprinkle some extra disrespect on top, taunting Kojo for being afraid of a little heat and calling his hesitation pathetic. Kojo visibly grits his teeth, realizing this entire work shift is rigged against him worse than an EA loot box. The bully's smug attitude vanishes the second he gets violently yanked forward by his uniform. Someone stammers out a panicked warning to stop. Kojo locks his grip onto the guy's shoulder, leaving the surrounding inmates frozen like NPCs with broken pathfinding, while his target demands to know what he thinks he's doing. The cornered prisoner screams that this sudden aggression is going to get everyone hit with a massive point penalty. Right on cue, another crony across the room plays the ultimate victim card, begging for the guards because Kojo is supposedly launching an unprovoked assault. Someone instantly shouts that Kojo is an absolute idiot for taking the bait. A massive prisoner steps up, asking if Kojo seriously thought he could pull this kind of stunt in a block run by a guy named Ishida. Kojo realizes he's suddenly surrounded by hostile NPCs and wonders where the prison guards vanished to. A smug guy cracking his neck happily informs him that the guards are on break, meaning it's officially a free-for-all. The pieces click together for Kojo as he figures out this whole setup was Ishida's master plan from the start. Sweating bullets, he realizes his current stats aren't nearly high enough to survive a full raid boss encounter, so he reluctantly drops the guy's shirt. The inmate brushes himself off with a smirk, mocking Kojo for not backing down earlier. Before Kojo can even rethink his life choices, a giant hand swoops in from his blind spot. The massive fingers latch onto his hair with zero hesitation. His face gets introduced to the metal workstation at max speed. The smug guy from earlier pins Kojo down, casually telling him he'll have to carry the hot trays himself since the cart is supposedly broken. He adds a friendly warning that if Kojo even thinks about talking back, his face is going straight into the industrial machinery. Kojo starts dragging the massive lockbox of trays across the floor like he's pushing the payload in Overwatch with zero help from his team. Somebody in the back barks at him to hurry up. He struggles under the ridiculous weight while the guy tailing him asks if he wants to get steamed alive for lagging behind. Finally reaching the workstation, his fingers desperately grip the edge of the counter. He grits his teeth, sweating buckets as he tries to heave the heavy container upward. His knees violently shake under the strain, prompting another inmate to mockingly tell him to watch his balance. A smirking guy with a rag chimes in, warning him that dropping the food means they have to rewash every single dish. The metal edge of the box finally scrapes over the lip of the table. Kojo slams the entire container down onto the counter with a massive thud and immediately pulls his hand back. The freckled inmate gives him a smug grin and tells our exhausted boy to check the delivery. The freckled inmate completely ignores the delivery check, casually telling Kojo he did a good job. He suddenly spots Kojo's completely mangled, bloody hand and acts totally scandalized, asking what on earth happened to it. Playing the concerned bestie, he flags down a guard and claims Kojo burned himself, volunteering to escort him straight to the infirmary. The guard just waves them off like an NPC with exhausted dialogue options, barely looking up from his shift. The two inmates march down a bleak white hallway away from the main block. Kojo keeps his guard up, his eyes narrowing as he realizes they are walking right past a sign pointing toward the freezer. The freckled guy leads the way with a little too much spring in his step. A smug, knowing smirk creeps across his face as he guides his target deeper into the facility. Kojo finally stops dead in his tracks, pointing out that the medical wing is definitely not in this direction and demanding to know where they are actually going. The freckled inmate slowly turns around with a deeply sinister grin, flanked by the looming shadows of a prison gang squad. He mockingly replies that Kojo is getting his treatment right now, strictly on Ishida's orders. The freckled traitor tells Kojo to just give up since this entire gang squad was ordered by Ishida. The long-haired infirmary doc tries to play peacekeeper, asking if they're taking things a little too far, but one of the thugs immediately asks if he has a problem with how Ishida runs things. The goon gets right in his face and asks if he wants to volunteer for the torture session instead. He warns the doc to keep his sympathy to himself if he values his health, especially since the room's thermostat is currently sitting at a negative 60 degrees Celsius, like they just spawned into a Frostpunk survival run. Kojo gets violently tossed to the icy floor, screaming at the gang to let him go. The ringleader tells him to shut his mouth. He casually adds that no guards are ever going to bother patrolling a freezer block this cold. Pointing to a heavily frosted industrial pipe, the thug announces that it's time for Kojo to receive Ishida's special present. Two massive inmates grab Kojo by the arms and wrestle him down toward the freezing machinery. Overpowering him completely, they force his bare hand directly onto the sub-zero valve wheel. Kojo finally realizes he's been playing on the wrong difficulty setting, admitting to himself that violence is the only currency that matters in this place. The two goons looming over him smile like generic tutorial bosses, happily explaining that power is the absolute law around here. One of them shoves him harder against the freezing metal, making it clear that refusing the hierarchy is a guaranteed game over. Kojo yanks his hand away from the sub-zero pipe, leaving half his palm skin stuck to the frost like a rated R version of A Christmas Story. The reality sets in that survival simply isn't an option for the weak. He lets out a massive scream as the nerve damage finally registers. Blood pours freely from his raw, mangled palm. He starts spiraling, questioning what the point of all his hard work even was if it just ends up like this. His eyes lock onto his tormentors as he mentally curses them out. He bitterly asks whatever higher power is listening if he is seriously expected to just keep tanking this abuse. Kojo clenches his mangled, dripping fist and internally declares that he is ready for whatever these guys throw at him. He admits the situation looks completely hopeless, like a beginner player accidentally wandering into an endgame zone. Channeling his desperation, he launches a vicious right hook directly into the nearest inmate's jaw. Our boy vows to keep throwing hands until the day he dies. Fresh drops of blood spatter across the cold prison floor to cement his new survival mindset. He stands panting over his downed opponent, realizing he actually managed to drop one of his tormentors. This instantly aggroes the massive blonde inmate, who roars that Kojo is officially asking for a severe beatdown. The towering heavy lunges forward to make good on that promise, casting a massive shadow over his target. Kojo narrowly ducks under the incoming strike while desperately trying to recall instructor Kanda's martial arts teachings. Her expert tactical advice flashes through his mind, revealing that the ultimate combat strategy is to just channel the secret Joestar family technique and run away immediately. The massive bully leaps into the air for a wild attack, leaving his defense wide open like a scrub mashing buttons in Street Fighter. Kojo zeroes in on the blind spot, knowing this is the exact moment to strike where it hurts the most. He launches a brutal kick straight into the guy's jaw, sending blood flying and dropping him flat onto the pavement. He secures the flawless victory with one massive finishing strike. Before Kojo can even celebrate his win, a prison guard bursts through the double doors looking totally fed up. The guard demands to know what on earth these two idiots think they are doing. He orders them to break it up immediately and get back to their assigned labor. He issues a final warning, threatening to strip them of their daily points if they make another sound. The giant curses under his breath, realizing his revenge just got cancelled by the server admin. As the crowd disperses, one of the lackeys brushes past Kojo and promises that his plot armor won't be there to save him next time. The yard clears out as the inmates scatter like GTA pedestrians after a single gunshot. Catching his breath, Kojo realizes the guard stepping in actually saved his skin, but he knows Ishida is just using the prison labor system as a front to make his life miserable. This guy is a cunning snake compared to the last Mathead, and Kojo knows he can't just button mash his way to victory using brute strength alone. Staring at his blood-soaked hands, he wonders what kind of cheap trick the boss is going to pull next. His mind flashes back to an older inmate tapping his shoulder, pitching him a massive shortcut to avoid the daily beatdowns. The guy casually offered him a spot in the East District, promising full protection if he joined up with their crew. Sweating bullets, Kojo hesitates, completely paralyzed by the recruitment pitch. He racks his brain trying to figure out the optimal play here. Before he can finalize his decision, he's thrown right back into the grueling prison routine, getting barked at to keep his legs moving during a brutal workout. His sweat session gets rudely interrupted when another inmate comes flying through the air with a jump kick, forcing Kojo to hit the deck just to keep his head attached to his shoulders. The older inmate notices Kojo lagging on his reps and asks if a distraction is throwing off his rhythm. Kojo drips sweat onto the concrete, mumbling a quick apology. His mind is stuck on a crossed-out name on his visitation list, replaying the memory like an annoying unskippable cutscene. He remembers screaming from the balcony, demanding to know why his family got blocked from visiting, only for the guard down below to casually drop that he hasn't grinded enough prison points. Back then, Kojo actually believed the generic advice that if he just kept his head down and put in the work, he'd earn the right to see them again. Pushing through the burn of his workout, he wonders if losing his visiting rights is just the game punishing him for having garbage-based stats. He figures that's exactly how a rigged system operates. The older inmate doesn't sugarcoat the situation, bluntly stating that Kojo's current physical build is straight-up pathetic. He smiles down at the kid, looking perfectly relaxed while Kojo gasps for air. But he throws Kojo a bone, pointing out that even without the muscle, the kid is secretly carrying a massive weapon. He tells Kojo that his willpower is completely maxed out compared to every other scrub in this prison. The old man breaks down Kojo's physical stats, telling him he lacks leopard-level speed and bear-level power, but his sheer willpower is enough to buff him into a full-blown wolf. Kojo tugs at his sweaty collar, letting the Rocky Balboa halftime speech sink into his brain. The veteran inmate throws a heavy hand on his shoulder, promising that the XP grind always pays off in the end. He assures our boy that if he keeps at it, he'll eventually earn enough prison points to reunite with the family he's trying desperately to protect. Kojo clenches his taped fist against the concrete floor like he's trying to squeeze out a diamond. He yells out that his mentor is dead right. Pushing himself back to his feet, Kojo realizes the only way out of this hellhole is to aggressively min-max his strength. He spins back around and demands they run it back for another sparring session. Throwing his wrapped hands into a fresh guard, Kojo flashes a wild grin and swears he's going to aim all the way for the top of the food chain. Before they can even start throwing hands, a massive crash slams against their cell door. A massive bald prisoner storms down the hallway, cursing out some guy named Ishida for using cheap tricks. He grits his teeth, calling his rival a disgusting piece of trash who looked way too happy with his little victory. Further down the hall, a heavy door swings open through a cloud of cold steam. Kojo steps out into the corridor, running through his mental checklist and reminding himself that winning any fight requires a proper assessment of the situation. The angry inmate marches closer, complaining that Ishida made a complete fool out of him and deciding he needs to cave someone's face in just to blow off some steam. He loudly declares that power is everything while Kojo watches him approach, plotting his own next move like a sweaty tryhard queuing up for a ranked lobby. The local bully finally rounds the corner, putting himself right in Kojo's direct path. The big guy flashes a creepy smile and sarcastically asks if the new room boss is enjoying his stay. Kojo responds by glaring at him with the dead-eyed stare of a retail worker dealing with a grown man throwing a tantrum over an expired coupon. Instead of throwing hands right then and there, the bald giant aggressively shoulder checks Kojo as he stomps past to assert his dominance. The bald giant asks if Kojo is ignoring him, screaming that the kid has some serious nerve. A terrified inmate in the background tries to play peacekeeper, begging the brute not to lay a hand on him. The guy makes the mistake of mentioning that Ishida runs the show, earning himself a brutal right hook to the skull. The giant snaps, ordering everyone to never say that bastard's name around him again. He loudly declares his master plan to prove he is the absolute superior fighter in the cell block. He drops into a fighting stance, looking completely enraged and built like a mid-level boss straight out of a Yakuza game. Instead of backing down, Kojo just flashes a terrifyingly calm smirk. The giant launches a massive overhead strike, forcing Kojo to catch the heavy blow with his crossed forearms. The impact rattles his bones, making Kojo realize the sheer physical power he is dealing with. As the brute winds up another heavy swing, Kojo calculates that playing pure defense is a guaranteed trip back to the lobby. He smoothly ducks under the massive arm, remembering old advice about the human chin acting as a universal off switch. He plants his lead foot firmly into the ground, stepping into the giant's guard to test that theory out. Kojo immediately punishes the big guy with an uppercut right to the jaw. He knows he is fighting way out of his weight class, mentally reminding himself not to give this human meat shield a single opening to counter-attack. He follows up by launching a heavy right hook straight at the giant's chest. His plan crumbles when he realizes the strike completely missed the sweet spot. The bald prisoner flashes an unsettling smile, locking his hand around Kojo's wrist to trap him. Before our boy can yank his arm away, he eats a point-blank headbutt right to the bridge of the nose. The giant throws his entire body weight forward to completely bulldoze him. Kojo stumbles backward across the hallway, clutching his collarbone to stabilize himself while shaking off the free concussion. Instead of rethinking his life choices, he spits out some blood and asks if that is seriously all the big guy has, taunting him with a hand gesture like a Dark Souls player who just memorized the boss's attack pattern. He plants his sneaker firmly against the floor, resetting his stance to keep the brawl going. Kojo completely ignores the fresh brain damage and dives right back in with a heavy right hook. The giant effortlessly shifts his massive frame, dodging the blow like a Dark Souls boss entering Phase 2. Kojo catches himself on the floor with his wrapped hand to keep from face planting into the tiles. Using his own missed momentum, he slides low and sweeps the big man's tree trunk leg out from under him. The giant hits the deck hard, crashing onto his backside and shaking the entire hallway. Kojo quickly pieces the physics together, wondering if he just discovered the tank's critical weak point. He flashes a sweaty, unhinged smirk from the ground, clearly enjoying this scrap way too much. The behemoth struggles back to his feet, grumbling that he definitely underestimated our boy. His face twists into pure fury as the surrounding inmates start screaming for Kojo's blood. Kojo drops right back into a solid combat stance, fully prepared to throw hands as the Titan charges him again. A random inmate throws a wild haymaker right at Kojo's head. Before our boy can even counter, the massive bald prisoner sneaks up and delivers a crushing blow to his guard. The sheer force of the heavy attack sends Kojo flying across the hallway like a Smash Bros. Character at high percent. Blood drips from his mouth as he grits his teeth, realizing that trying to solo an entire cell block is a mathematically terrible idea. His eyes dart around the corridor in a desperate scramble for an exit strategy. He spots a cracked set of double doors leading into a cold storage unit and instantly claims it as his only way out of this combo chain. Without wasting another second, Kojo abandons the brawl and breaks into a full sprint down the hall. The towering bald guy shouts after him, asking if he seriously thinks he can just jog away from a prison mob. Kojo ignores the threat and slips right through the heavy metal doors into the darkness. The giant inmate just smirks and holds back his flunky, announcing that if Kojo wants to play a deadly game of hide and seek, he is more than ready to be the seeker. The giant grins like a dead-by-daylight killer and announces they are playing a death game where getting caught means immediate game over. Kojo plants his feet, realizing running is not going to cut it anymore. The massive inmate struts down the hall, creepily taunting Kojo to come to Papa. His overconfident waddle halts abruptly when he spots movement. Kojo launches himself forward like a fully charged smash attack. He dips right under the giant's guard to close the distance in a split second. Our boy follows up by burying a rapid flying knee straight into the bigger man's chin. The giant spits blood and curses Kojo out, suddenly realizing he might have picked the wrong lobby to troll. Stumbling against the nearby doorframe, he groggily warns Kojo not to mess with him. Kojo completely ignores the tough guy act and violently slams the storage door shut. The trapped prisoner screams Amamori's name from inside the negative 150-degree freezer, swearing to drag him down to hell. Word on the cell block is that Amamori just casually shut the door on him, like he was closing a broken mini fridge. Another inmate laughs his head off, recalling how hilarious it was to hear the chief's pathetic curses echoing through the metal walls. Their little comedy hour gets interrupted when a rival squad rolls up, telling them to get lost since they are trespassing on claimed turf. The smug leader of the new group mocks them, asking if the frozen lackeys have thought out enough to use the bathroom properly. One of the insulted inmates looks ready to pop a blood vessel. He clenches his fist and curses them out, completely failing his anger management check. The smug crew doubles down, roasting them for acting like tough guys right after getting folded by a total weakling. They reveal their boss is furious because a guy named Ishida has been sneaking around behind their backs like a budget solid snake. They figure Ishida's faction is getting way too cocky over one lucky win, and predict Nagao is definitely plotting a sweaty revenge comeback. Word on the cell block is that Amamori is walking straight into a complete disaster. The entire prison is on edge under the night sky. Footsteps pound against the concrete as inmates scramble to get a front row seat. One guy urges his buddy to step on the gas so they do not miss the upcoming brawl. His sprint gets instantly cancelled when a heavy hand clamps down on his shoulder. Kojo asks for a quick status update, but the panicked inmate just tells him to move out of the way. The guy takes off down the corridor, terrified that the angry mob is heading straight for his own room. Back at the cell, a squad of hostile inmates is posted up blocking the entrance like they are guarding an endgame raid boss. Kojo simply shoves his way through their little blockade, reminding them that he is the cell leader and they need to clear out. His stare turns ice cold, letting the whole room know his patience meter just hit 0. The former cell leader sits on the floor clutching his head in distress, wondering what on earth just happened. The tattooed inmate explains that Nagao used this guy as a personal punching bag since he couldn't get his hands on Amamori. Smiling like he holds all the cards, he asks Amamori why he even showed up when he still hasn't given him an answer from the other day. He grabs the broken leader by the hair, explaining that Nagao snapped because this guy slacked on guard duty and let Amamori level up his stats unchecked. The former leader looks up with the crazed smile of a man who just lost a 10-match ranked streak, babbling about how he begged Ishida for help only to be tossed aside as dead weight. The tattooed guy casually notes that fear and despair will completely rewrite a person, leaving them as a broken shell the second they lose their spot in the detention center food chain. The prison guards suddenly swarm the cell block with batons drawn, yelling at the crowd that the show is over before moving in to secure the target. The former leader freezes, his eyes wide with sheer panic as the consequences of his failure finally set in. He totally loses his grip and wildly backhands one of the guards in the face, screaming that he couldn't see anything and begging them to believe it was just a mistake. Completely unmoved by the frantic apology, the lead guard barks an order to get him restrained immediately. The former leader completely loses whatever is left of his mind, begging the guards to hold up and claiming he can prove his innocence. Before he can drop his thesis defense, a guard tackles him from behind like a sweaty Madden player spamming the hit stick. His face gets swiftly rearranged by the concrete floor, leaving him coughing up half his blood volume. Flashing a totally unhinged, crimson-stained smile, he babbles to his boss that he really is blind and swears none of this is his fault. Thoroughly creeped out by the sudden Joker arc, the guard yells for someone to call the hospital because the inmate is completely finished. Watching from the sidelines, Amamori calls the whole setup ridiculous, asking why the actual mastermind who drove the guy insane gets to walk free. He asks if having power just gives someone a VIP pass to do whatever they want, prompting the tattooed inmate to warn him that falling from grace is a miserable drop. Hoppy 7, the guy points out that Amamori is one bad day away from becoming the next bleeding victim on the floor. Switching into full side quest NPC mode, the tattooed guy asks if Amamori's main goal is to see his family again. Champiefi, he casually promises that if our boy transfers to the East Ward, he can make that reunion happen without Amamori ever needing to grind his combat stats. Amamori briefly weighs the offer but immediately spots the catch, wondering what happens after his free trial of protection expires. Champie 9, he pictures his mother, knowing he is the only one who can actually keep her safe long term. Staring down at his taped up fists, he visualizes Kanemoto and the other thugs who will inevitably keep hunting him. Tree P7, he realizes that outsourcing his safety is a trap, because staying weak means he will never be able to hold his own ground. Amamori rejects the easy way out, declaring he isn't looking for temporary peace but needs to grind for actual power. The tattooed inmate just gives him a knowing smile, clearly respecting the hustle. He warns our boy that Nagao is definitely going to spin the block for revenge, but Amamori casually replies that he is ready for all the smoke. Waving goodbye, the tattooed guy tells him the invite to the Eastward stands if he ever changes his mind. The next day during yard time, the inmates are out enjoying a rare moment of sunlight. A guard quickly kills the vibe, ordering everyone from the South Ward to pack it up and head back to their cells. A massive, Scarred up inmate clicks his tongue in annoyance and asks if Shibahara is out here too. He complains that Shibahara, the South Ward boss who apparently catches animal cruelty charges like Pokémon, has been making a fool of him lately, making this the perfect time to blow off some steam. His nervous lackey begs him to reconsider, reminding the giant that the head guard just put him on thin ice. Snapping his toothpick in pure frustration, the bruiser yells that he doesn't care whose head he bashes in today, as long as it isn't Amamori. Out in the yard, the bald giant aggressively plants his foot on the concrete. He hypes himself up like a WWE heel cutting a backstage promo, vowing to crush his target today and prove to the whole cell block that he isn't a joke. He zeroes in on a ponytailed inmate stalking up right behind him. With zero subtlety, he deliberately stomps right on the back of the dude's shoe. The guy snaps his head back to confront the giant about the blatant disrespect. But the bald guy immediately flips the script, screaming that his victim just got dirt on his shoes like a prime LeBron James flopping for a foul call. The target calls out the incredibly cheap provocation, calmly refusing to get dragged into whatever this meathead has planned. The bald guy just flashes a creepy grin, making it perfectly clear that mutual consent is not required for this fight. He launches a massive haymaker straight at the guy's face, yelling that running away isn't an option. The punch lands flush, sending the ponytailed inmate reeling backward from the sudden impact. An off-screen voice desperately orders Nagao to stand down before the yard brawl gets completely out of hand. The massive bald dude completely ignores the warning, flashing a twisted grin and telling Nagao this is just special training that won't end until he's dead. Nagao instantly answers back by throwing a wild right hook that splatters blood across the concrete. He follows up with another heavy strike, frantically trying to chip away at the big man's iron defense. The giant just flexes through the damage, glaring down at him like an Elden Ring boss that just entered Phase 2. He grabs Nagao by the collar and buries a devastating knee straight into his gut, folding him completely in half. With absolute fury in his eyes, the giant snarls that his opponent is acting like a total coward. He doubles down on the trash talk, screaming that Nagao is nothing but a piece of garbage. Deciding his own fists aren't doing enough damage, the bald dude casually snatches a random bystander by the back of the neck. He yeets the poor NPC through the air like a dodgeball, bowling Nagao over with a human projectile. The giant inmate plants his sneaker directly onto Nagao's bleeding face, ending whatever resistance the ponytail guy had left. He openly asked the crowd if the entire South District is just filled with a bunch of low-level NPCs. Cracking his knuckles with a bloody grin, the behemoth looks like he hasn't even broken a sweat yet. The surrounding prisoners take that personally, furious that this outsider is treating their reputation like a joke. A group of them immediately charge forward, screaming that they won't show him any mercy and promising to teach him exactly what the South District guys are capable of. The prison guards finally decide to intervene and sprint toward the chaos, ordering everyone to fall back. But the inmates completely ignore the approaching batons, swarming the giant bald guy from all sides to defend their turf. Instead of bracing for impact, the giant just smiles like a raid boss entering his second phase, thrilled that things are actually getting exciting. Right before the clash, a heavy mechanical buzz echoes from the wall-mounted intercom. The steel door to the waste disposal room aggressively vibrates, signaling that someone else is about to clock into the fight. Inside the prison's makeshift chemistry lab, the intercom buzzes loud enough to interrupt a masked inmate's Breaking Bad session. A massive guy with a chest tattoo built like a final boss tells him to drop the beakers. He orders his white-haired lackey to go check out the commotion outside, and the guy immediately suits up to follow orders. The alarm rings through the cell blocks, catching the attention of a guy wrapping his hands for what looks like an underground boxing match. His messy-haired cellmate, Hong Song, throws on his jacket and announces he's heading out to see what all the fuss is about. Out in the yard, the loudspeakers continue to blare uselessly over the barbed wire. The dirt is already littered with unconscious inmates who thought they could play hero. The giant bald inmate leaps into the air like he's performing a WWE finisher, screaming at his next victim to drop dead. He brings a massive fist down right onto a ponytail guy's face, sending blood flying across the concrete. Flexing his tree trunk arms, the bald giant lets out a satisfied grunt, clearly enjoying his undisputed reign over the yard. The long-haired inmate slumps against the wall, while the giant mocks him for having such a pathetic health bar. Wiping the blood off his mouth, he glares back and curses the brute out under his breath. He finally snaps, screaming at the idiots to knock it off right as a squad of guards charges into the courtyard. The officers swarm the yard, barking orders for the prisoners to get their hands up and hit the dirt. One guard has to physically slam a struggling inmate down by his collar to force him onto his knees. Even with the yard locked down, The massive instigator just stands there dripping in blood, laughing like an anime villain who just revealed his second form and calling the rest of the inmates pathetic losers. Away from the chaos, a tattooed inmate asks his shaggy-haired buddy if he's out here to spectate the riot or if this is about Amamori again. He warns his friend that their current operation is way too dangerous to drag Amamori into. The shaggy-haired guy doesn't even blink, calmly stating that Amamori made his own choice to join the lobby. The tattooed guy immediately calls out the bluff, pointing out that this setup is exactly what his friend wanted all along. The tattooed inmate crosses his arms, shooting a dead serious glare at his shaggy-haired friend. He tells his buddy that he gets where he is coming from, but begs him not to drag an unrelated bystander into their mess, while there is still time to back out. Turning away, he drops a final warning, telling him not to let Amamori walk down the exact same dark path he chose. Across the cell block, the quiet is shattered by the sound of someone putting in serious work. Amamori throws heavy hooks into a punching bag, sweating like he is trying to speedrun a Rocky montage. The shaggy-haired guy strolls in, observing the workout and asking if taking down Nagao actually gave him a sudden confidence boost. Amamori wipes the sweat off his face and admits he doesn't even count that as a real win, knowing the power gap between them is massive, and he needs way more training to beat the guy fair and square. His friend points out that he basically just drew full aggro from the most dangerous inmate in the yard, but Amamori brushes it off, explaining that running away only postpones the inevitable. Flashing a confident smile, he declares that he has to get stronger no matter what, because if he can't even defend himself, he definitely won't be able to protect anyone else. The shaggy-haired guy just stares at him, internally debating if Amamori is carrying Shu-nen protagonist levels of optimism, or if he is simply a complete idiot. The shaggy-haired guy lays out the new game plan, warning Amamori that they need a specialized training regimen now that Nagao is locked in as his next target. Dripping with sweat, Amamori flashes a confident smirk and agrees to start tomorrow, looking entirely too hyped for a prison deathmatch. Down in the solitary confinement block, a heavy metal door violently slams shut. A massive bald inmate gets tossed onto the cold floor in full restraints. A guard glares down at the mess, scolding Kanemoto for doing a garbage job managing his subordinates lately. Kanemoto quietly accepts the reprimand from the shadows as the guard promises severe consequences if his crew causes one more headache. Refusing to take the L, the bald brute thrashes against his bindings and demands to be released. He complains about being the only one taking the fall for their recent disaster. Kanemoto immediately snaps, ordering his frantic underling to shut his mouth. The bald inmate instantly drops his gaze, swallowing his complaints like an NPC whose dialogue tree just got cancelled. The shady guard suggests that if it were up to him, he would permanently disable the troublemaker. He leans in and tells the tattooed inmate that getting rid of the problem benefits him too. Before walking out, the guard relays a strict order from the director to apologize to Kuriha. The heavy solitary door slams shut, sealing them inside. Nagao stares straight ahead like he just realized he walked into a Dark Souls boss room with 0 Estus flasks. Kanemoto cracks his knuckles and announces it is time to give the big guy a brutal re-education. Safe in his own cell, the bandaged friend tells Amamori that their setup was flawless, since there is 0 chance Kanemoto will ever forgive Nagao now. Amamori brushes off the praise, chalking it all up to Nagao being completely brain dead. He casually brags about how the meathead lost his cool the second he threw a little basic trash talk his way. He chuckles at how perfectly everything is falling into place, plotting to crush the bald giant and permanently remove Kanemoto's most overpowered bodyguard from the server. Kanemoto cracks a psychotic grin, realizing he finally has the perfect opening to strike. Nagao pants heavily, dropping a highly questionable puddle on the floor like a total scrub who just realized the boss has a second health bar. He desperately tries to justify his failures, screaming that he only acted to protect the North District's reputation. He whines that his enemies are the real embarrassments for needing a whole squad to beat him. Kanemoto immediately cuts off the excuses by planting a massive fist right in the middle of the giant's face. Standing over his bleeding victim, Kanemoto blames Nagao for forcing him to bend the knee to Kuriha. Meanwhile, Amamori's bulky tattooed friend agrees with Katsumata's assessment of the whole mess. Katsumata smirks from the shadows, pointing out that keeping a tight leash on a loose cannon like Nagao is way too much of a headache. The tattooed guy notes that Amamori's power level is steadily rising every day. He suggests they just let Amamori farm some more XP until he's a complete monster. His master plan is to sit back and wait until Amamori inevitably clashes with Nagao. Katsumata's smile turns sinister as he hopes the two bruisers just completely obliterate each other. He happily admits that the absolute best-case scenario ends with both of them in body bags. Katsumata flashes a sinister grin, realizing that if a formal investigation happens, he can just write the whole mess off as a personal grudge and play completely dumb. While the higher-ups scheme, Amamori is busy preparing for his inevitable clash. His makeshift coach stands in front of an anatomy chart, breaking down Nagao's fighting style and concluding that the guy relies entirely on brute strength. He tells Amamori that trying to match that power is a death sentence, meaning his only shot at survival requires speed and finding a fatal flaw. Treating Nagao like a Dark Souls boss, he advises Amamori to memorize his everyday patterns, from his fighting stance to the exact way he eats his food. He stresses that the tiniest detail could be the ultimate cheat code to taking him down. Amamori crosses his arms, silently absorbing the intel to formulate an actual battle plan. The lesson shifts to pure biology as someone steps onto a testing platform. The resident doctor points her stick at an anatomical dummy, explaining that carrying around that much absurd muscle mass puts a massive handicap on Nagao's cardiovascular system. Amamori immediately puts the hit-and-run strategy into practice, dodging a wide right hook as his coach instructs him to just keep moving until Nagao completely empties his own stamina bar. Kojo throws a massive haymaker, explaining that making their target angry is the ultimate key to forcing him into making critical mistakes. The doc chimes in next to an anatomy dummy, laying out the raid boss mechanics by noting that Nagao's sheer bulk gives him the agility of a dump truck. Amamori visualizes sweeping out a massive leg, fully realizing that the giant's lower half is his biggest vulnerability. The doc locks eyes with him, promising that exploiting this exact weakness is his guaranteed ticket to a win. Kojo immediately goes back on the offensive, lunging forward while warning our boy that he needs to learn how to tank at least 3 solid hits without folding. A giant fist crashes straight into Amamori's guard, proving Kojo's point that getting one tapped sends him straight back to the lobby. Amamori hits the concrete hard, gasping for air while staring up at the doctor waiting patiently in her stilettos. She gently reaches a hand down to pull him out of his misery. Holding him back to his feet, she tells him to keep his head up, pointing out that surviving Kojo's heavy onslaught means he can absolutely survive Nagao. Kojo checks his notes and admits the kid is grinding XP faster than expected, revealing they have exactly 2 weeks while Nagao sits in solitary confinement to perfect their game plan. Kojo gives Amamori the ultimate gamer advice, telling him that grinding his stats is the only way to boost his win rate. Outside the facility, the sun beats down on their makeshift training camp. Amamori gathers up his gear and heads for the exit. Kojo watches him leave, standing there with his hands in his pockets like an NPC who just handed out a legendary quest. Catching the intense stare, Amamori glances over his shoulder and asks what is going on. Kojo hesitates for a split second before brushing it off and telling the kid to go get some sleep. The heavy door slams shut, leaving the 2 mentors alone in the room. The doctor immediately asks Kojo why he is holding back the photograph, and Kojo replies that he doesn't want to mess with the kid's headspace right now. She gives him a deadpan glare, pointing out that this secretive routine is a complete 180 from when he begged her to check on Amamori's sister. Kojo just flashes a cold smile and explains that bringing unnecessary emotions into a boss fight against Nagao is a guaranteed way to catch a game over screen. The doctor rips into Kojo, asking why he's projecting his own trauma onto Amamori like a toxic esports coach. She warns him that forcing the kid down his exact same dark path is purely selfish, but Kojo just stares out the window at the moon, letting her lecture bounce right off him. Her accusations fade into background noise while he looks down at Amamori, his mind drifting back to how this whole mentor setup actually started. He flashes back to their very first meeting in a grimy alleyway, where a pent-sized Amamori was playing bodyguard for a little girl right next to the squad of street thugs he just swept. Kojo remembers trying to casually walk away from the crime scene to avoid the hassle, but the kid reaches out and death grips his trench coat to stop him in his tracks. Looking up with absolute desperation, young Amamori begs to know the secret to unlocking Kojo's ridiculous power level so he can get strong too. Kojo hits him with a side-eye smirk and completely unexpectedly agrees to the team up. He promises to grind Amamori's stats until he's the strongest fighter alive, but drops the massive catch that the kid has to permanently sever all ties with his family to join the party. As the little girl gets escorted away by 2 women, Kojo lays down his ultimate rule that holding on to any kind of emotional attachment will only permanently nerf his strength in the long run. Kojo remembers the exact moment the kid accepted his brutal terms, sealing the deal to throw away his entire past. Snapping back to the present, Kojo admits to himself that he is incredibly selfish for forcing a child to make that kind of sacrifice. He shakes off his existential dread in the empty supply room and gets back to business. Walking up to his sweaty protege, Kojo clears his throat and hands Amamori a mysterious piece of paper. Amamori stares at the document like he just unboxed a legendary drop, completely speechless. Kojo breaks the silence, explaining that he pulled a few strings to have a contact check-up on the kid's family, confirming they are alive and thriving at their food stall. Amamori breathes out his mother's name, letting all his emotional walls crumble in real time. He grips the paper tight, his eyes wide as he processes the fact that his family is perfectly safe without him. Overcome with relief, he furiously grabs Kojo's hands like a superfan meeting his favorite Twitch streamer at a convention. He beams a massive smile and thanks his mentor profusely, totally oblivious to the heavy guilt currently eating Kojo alive. Watching the two of them shake hands, the nurse notes to herself that Kojo is surprisingly honest. Amamori starts rambling about his mom's home cooking, forcing Kojo to tell him to dial the waterworks back a notch. Outside, the gloomy barbed wire serves as a quick reminder that they aren't exactly at a summer retreat. Kojo shifts into full teacher mode, pointing at a chalkboard of crude faces and explaining that real combat is the only way to get stronger. He lays out the main quest, telling Amamori he has to run the gauntlet and defeat every single North District room leader. Tapping his stick against one particularly smug doodle, Kojo warns him that this specific boss acts tough, but is secretly a massive coward. He explains that the second this guy's health bar turns red, he's going to panic and spam the summon button to call his lackeys. Out in the prison yard, a couple of heavyweight thugs step up to pressure the new guy. Kojo's lesson rings clear in Amamori's head as he stares down a whole crowd of delinquents, knowing he has to be capable of wiping entire squads instead of relying on fair one-on-one duels. One of the inmates unbuttons his collar, volunteering to be the first to catch hands. Tightening his hand wraps with a dead-eyed stare, Amamori casually insults the entire group, calling them all a bunch of weaklings. He drops into a fighting stance in the center of the dirt ring, completely surrounded by three massive brawlers, while the rest of the yard waits to see how fast the rookie gets folded. Amamori casually stretches his bruised shoulder, completely unbothered by the angry inmates boxing him in. The ringleader steps up, laughing at the ridiculous idea of this kid taking on all three of them at once. He orders Amamori to drop the delusional tough guy act and surrender, unless he wants his arm snapped in half. Amamori just stares back from under his bangs, repeating the word lost, like it's an unmapped button on his controller. He firmly tightens the makeshift bandages around his forearm with a sharp snap. Flashing a cocky smirk, he claims he doesn't actually know what losing means and politely asks them to demonstrate. That level of casual disrespect instantly pops a blood vessel in the massive bald guy's forehead. The heavyweight charges forward like a fully aggroed Left 4 Dead tank, screaming that he is going to kill him. He throws a heavy haymaker, but Amamori effortlessly ducks right under his swinging tree trunk of an arm. Before our boy can even reset his stance, the ringleader goes airborne, launching a flying kick straight at his head. Amamori completely ignores the sheer momentum of the attack, dropping his head like he's just warming up. He intercepts the flying kick with a brutal counter swing, launching the ringleader backward. Without skipping a beat, he raises his taped fists and braces for the next wave. The second thug catches a devastating blow straight to the jaw, his eyes crossing as his brain hits a hard factory reset. Two inmates are instantly down for the count, completely folded on the concrete while Amamori stands over them. He starts panting, suddenly pausing as he realizes his head count is off. He remembers that there should be a third guy, right as the last inmate emerges from his blind spot with a loaded right hook. The punch crashes dead center into Amamori's face, scattering a spray of blood across the prison yard. The sheer force of the blow sends him skidding backward, his legs staggering to stay upright. He throws up a desperate guard, cursing to himself as he feels his consciousness start dropping out like a bad Wi-Fi connection. Amamori decides it's time to play smart, analyzing the gank squad to figure out their weak points so he can wipe them out individually. He downloads their movesets, noting that the first guy hits like a truck but literally only spams backfists like a broken NPC. The second guy is a speed build kicker, while the massive bald dude has max strength but absolutely zero emotional control. Realizing the bald guy's anger issues are the ultimate exploit, Amamori locks in on his win condition. He immediately rushes the group, drawing aggro straight toward the hothead. The kicker throws a high sweep, but Amamori perfectly iframes under the attack to close the gap. The bald guy capitalizes on the opening and drops a heavy blow right onto Amamori's back. The massive brute flashes a creepy smile, asking our boy how that hit felt. Amamori barely flinches, intentionally tanking the damage to hold the giant in place, just as the backfist spammer winds up a massive attack from behind. At the absolute last microsecond, Amamori slips away, forcing the backfist directly into the bald guy's face for a critical friendly fire knockout. Realizing the massive friendly fire blunder, the tank top guy screams at his crew not to space out. The bald guy is completely stunned, clutching his face like he just caught a point-blank flashbang. Desperate to regain control, the tank top guy orders his third man to strike right now. Amamori completely ignores the new threat, launching himself into a flying knee straight into the bald guy's jaw. The giant spits blood as the impact scrambles his remaining brain cells. Not giving him a single frame of recovery animation, Amamori winds up a massive right punch. He drives a merciless downward strike directly into the guy's face, forcing him to log off for the night. The third attacker finally steps in, yelling that this brawl is far from over. Amamori just pivots and hooks him by the collar, completely hijacking his momentum. He smoothly ducks under a wild haymaker from the tank top guy, tossing the suited guy right into the line of fire. Amamori casually catches the incoming fist like he just nailed a quick-time event. He instantly follows up with a brutal uppercut right to the attacker's jaw. The tank top brawler stumbles backward in a daze, clutching his face while trying to process the massive damage he just took. His buddy in the jacket starts panicking, pointing out that their target is way stronger than the patch notes indicated. The tank top guy shuts him down, growling that overthinking is useless and running away isn't an option anymore. Realizing they are officially locked into this boss fight, the jacket guy grits his teeth in sheer frustration. Deciding to just spam their remaining attacks, both goons rush Amamori across the pavement. They launch themselves into a synchronized dive, hoping a simultaneous strike will finally break his guard. Amamori calmly stomps his lead foot into the ground to perfectly anchor his center of gravity. As their fists fly toward his face, he shifts his weight backward, letting their attacks slice through completely empty air. Using their own forward momentum against them, he drives a devastating elbow straight into the jacket guy's stomach, forcing him to cough up blood and entirely shattering their two-man combo. Amamori follows up the body blow with a ruthless downward strike to the back of the brawler's neck. The heavy impact sends the guy face first into the dirt, spitting out a mouthful of blood and probably a couple of teeth. He spreads out on the concrete in a perfect starfish pose, officially logging off for the night. Watching his buddy get folded, the last attacker stammers in disbelief that their flawless ambush is falling apart. Buzzcut starts sweating bullets, realizing his squad's easy 3v1 just turned into an Elden Ring boss fight he is severely underleveled for. Running purely on bruised ego, he charges forward and screams that he refuses to lose to some random piece of trash. The two clash in the middle, their fists colliding with a massive shockwave that rattles the pavement. Amamori blocks the hit and acknowledges the brawler's incredible raw strength. He also recognizes that the guy is relying entirely on brute force, calculating that one full power swing will completely shatter the heavy hitter's center of gravity. Reading the sloppy windup like an open book, Amamori shifts his lead foot forward to exploit the glaring opening. Buzzcut lunges forward with all the grace of a raging rhino. Amamori sprints right back at him, planning to bait out a heavy attack. The big guy throws a massive haymaker that hits empty air as Amamori easily slips underneath his guard. Seeing that the meathead's balance is completely shot, Amamori moves in to secure the punish. He buries his fist deep into Buzzcut's gut, noting that a single targeted strike to a weak point is all it takes to shift the momentum. He refuses to let the guy breathe, deciding to keep the hits rolling continuously like he's stringing together a Tekken combo. Amamori snaps Buzzcut's head back with a brutal uppercut, making sure his opponent gets zero openings to counter. He follows through on the swing with icy calmness, mentally confirming that the pressure stays on until the big guy is entirely leveled. The sickening thud of the final blow echoes across the yard, sending a flock of crows scrambling into the gray sky. Buzzcut's bloody hand smacks the pavement as he officially disconnects from the server. Amamori stands over Buzzcut's unconscious body like he just cleared the final boss of a tutorial area. The rest of the inmates stare in stunned silence, completely unable to process how quickly the fight ended. Someone in the crowd questions if this towering menace is actually the same Amamori they used to know. Turns out, over the last 2 weeks, he has been treating the North District cell leaders like an arcade boss rush. He hunted down and brutally dismantled every single one of them to secure total control of the territory. Back in the present, Amamori casually adjusts his hand wraps while staring down at his latest victim. The surrounding prisoners instantly switch up, throwing their fists in the air and screaming that he is the greatest. They loudly crown him the undisputed top dog of the entire North District. One of the guys immediately enters NPC servant mode, jogging up with a fresh set of clothes and asking if the new boss needs some hydration. He eagerly promises to go fetch a drink the second Amamori snatches the clean shirt from his hands. One of the background NPCs immediately volunteers to be Amamori's personal assistant, offering him a post-fight massage and promising to manage his laundry from now on. Amamori completely ignores the VIP treatment, silently beating himself up over the fact that he actually struggled to take down a mid-tier cell leader. Staring at the floor through his own blood, he realizes his stats are still way too low for comfort. Down in the yard, news of his victory spreads through the prison rumor mill faster than a fake celebrity death on Twitter. He walks the halls while the other inmates part like the Red Sea, knowing his days of being treated like a pushover are officially over. Unfortunately, ranking up in a supermax prison immediately paints a massive target on his back. A crew of actual heavyweights is already gathered outside the official interview room. Inside, a guy with a fresh fade asks the room where Mr. Kanemoto is, prompting a dude rocking an open blazer and a massive rose chest tattoo to smile knowingly. Rose Tattoo casually explains that Nagao completely fumbled his flawless run, getting clapped by a total scrub he looked down on. Leaning back in his chair like a smug Disney villain, he guesses the defeated boss is just way too embarrassed to show his face in their lobby ever again. The big guy with the chest tattoo laughs, pointing out that Nagao must be losing his mind over Amamori's sudden stat boost. The pink-haired boss chimes in, noting that if the new kid actually took down their heavy hitter, every faction in the joint will be sliding into his DMs with recruitment offers. A sudden rumble echoes through the room, prompting the boss to push back his chair. He complains that the weather is ruining his schedule on the exact day they have a major shipment heading out. His muscle mentions that the downpour came completely out of nowhere, shrugging it off as bad luck. The quiet guy in the corner finally speaks up, cutting the small talk and ordering everyone to get moving. Outside, the prison is getting slammed by a sudden storm. Down below the surface, guards patrol the dark stairwells with flashlights, looking like NPCs in an Outlast speedrun. Deep within the facility's sewage treatment plant, the real business operates under the radar. Inmates haul cardboard boxes across the floor while the guy in charge asks for a stock check. His lackey confirms their restricted supply of ice and powder is running 12% above projections. Down in the shadows of the facility, a grinning guard commends the underground crew, fully impressed that they managed to churn out so much product despite the recent prison-wide chaos. He admits the guy running the operation is basically the Steve Jobs of illegal contraband. The massive tattooed inmate leading the floor tries to wrap up the usual routine, but abruptly pauses when the vibe shifts. Kanemoto, the guard pulling the strings, signals his smuggling crew to halt their workflow. One of the workers immediately drops his cardboard box to the concrete. The entire illegal assembly line grinds to a complete standstill. Kanemoto casually holds up a folded slip of paper, announcing a sudden patch update to their distribution method and warning the big guy not to get sloppy just because their target is diff. Handing over the stealthy note, he orders the crew to hold on to the excess stash so they can quietly freight it out by boat later. The tattooed inmate squints at the handoff, questioning why they are suddenly stepping on Korea's territory and demanding to know what Kanemoto is really plotting. The guard's friendly smirk instantly drops into a full-on death glare as he reminds the inmate that the prison director personally covered up the murder of their last crazed cell leader, heavily suggesting that asking too many questions is a great way to get permanently deleted from the server. The guard pats the tattooed leader's arm, promising him a sweet reward if he just puts his head down and grinds. He extends a hand to seal the deal, assuring the leader that whatever a guy named Nagao ends up doing, the blame won't fall on his shoulders. A heavy foot slams against the concrete floor. A massive, bald inmate named Nagao strides out of solitary confinement, complaining that he is absolutely itching to break something. A bruised-up lackey scurries over to play customer service, asking the giant if he needs anything to make his release more comfortable. Nagao flashes a sinister smirk and casually requests the severed heads of Ishida and Katsumata, clearly hoping to start his day with a Mortal Kombat fatality. The lackey sweats bullets and nervously laughs off the request, begging for a break right as the tattooed leader's crew rolls up behind them. The leader glares down at the giant, flatly noting that he is finally out of the penalty box. Nagao immediately drops the tough guy act to apologize for the mess he made, accepting the leader's strict warning to keep himself on a tight leash. He agrees to behave, but his face twists into a scowl as he questions if they are really just going to let Amamori run the yard, complaining that the guy is getting way too full of himself. The tattooed leader flashes a sinister smile in the hallway, offering his new lackeys a chance to prove themselves. He glances over his shoulder at his two massive goons, letting them know he has a highly specific side quest lined up just for them. Across the prison, our boy is grinding out intense push-ups in the storage room. The prison doctor interrupts his workout by jabbing a thermometer into the back of his head, warning him against catching a cold right before the big event. He just smirks and brushes it off, guessing that Nagao is probably just talking trash about him in another block. She points out that Nagao is already out of solitary, and given Kanemoto's incredibly fragile ego, a revenge match is completely guaranteed. Shoving the thermometer into his mouth, she asks if he actually has a solid strategy to survive the impending fallout. He explains that while Kanemoto is basically a meathead, Ishida plays prison politics like a grandmaster at a 5D chess tournament, meaning their only real option is to launch a preemptive strike. This immediately sparks the doctor's memory, and she casually brings up a wildly suspicious story floating around the ward. She reveals that the former leader of Amamori's cell recently turned up dead from an apparent suicide, but the corrupt higher-ups instantly swept the entire investigation under the rug. His shaggy-haired ally questions if the higher-ups are really going out of their way to shield Kanemoto. The doc confirms the theory, adding that Nagao is probably getting tossed into the trash bin like a gray-tier piece of loot. She points out that dropping 2 bodies in record time is a terrible look, making it completely illogical for a boss like Kanemoto to stick his neck out for a loose cannon. Tapping her syringe like a disappointed teacher, she notes that keeping a guy like that around turns him into a massive liability. Our boy isn't interested in the prison politics though, declaring that if Kanemoto tries to play bodyguard, he'll just wipe them both out to make Nagao pay. The shaggy-haired guy flashes a sinister grin, praising the protagonist for keeping that killer spirit alive. The doc lets out a heavy sigh at all this aggro energy, while his ally just keeps hyping up the motivation. She shuts down the hype train real quick, warning the protagonist not to overgrind his stats because he needs to be at full HP if he actually wants to clear this stage. Sweating through his tank top, our boy locks in, realizing there is zero chance to back out now that the quest has gone this far. Throwing his jacket back on, his ally drops one last piece of advice, warning him that a single missed input could wipe his entire run. Our boy decides he's on a serious speedrun timer and tells his new pupil he's about to push his training until his health bar hits 0. He demands to see some actual resolve, looking like a hidden boss waiting in the shadows. The newly minted sidekick immediately drops into a tight fighting stance, and our protagonist hypes him up like a proud Pokémon trainer watching his starter finally evolve. Over in another block, a lackey is sprinting down the facility hallway like his life depends on it. He bursts right into Kanemoto and Nagao's cell, hyperventilating as he announces a massive problem. The guy is practically shaking in his boots as he stutters and shoves a crumpled piece of paper forward. Kanemoto snatches the note with a smug little grin, wondering out loud if someone actually has the audacity to issue them a formal challenge. His face twists into a deeply unhinged smirk of pure amusement at the thought of a fight. He casually tilts his head back and waves the paper at Nagao, informing the big guy that the new kid is severely underestimating them. Nagao immediately loses his mind, veins popping out of his bald head as he rages over the sheer disrespect of getting targeted by a rookie. Down in the prison cafeteria, the daily meal line is buzzing with the latest server-wide gossip. One of the inmates asks his buddy who he thinks is going to take the W in Amamori's upcoming challenge. His friend thinks the answer is completely obvious. He claims there is zero chance the kid can survive against the chief's maxed-out strength stats. A local prison bookie decides to capitalize on the hype, announcing that the betting pools are officially open. He waves around a handmade sheet like a sponsored DraftKings promo code, insisting the result of the match is already set in stone. He laughs that only a complete idiot would throw down cash on the underdog. That hot take instantly earns him a metal food tray smashed directly into his skull. The battered bookie furiously demands to know what the attacker's problem is. Standing up from his table, a long-haired loyalist orders the bookie to shut his mouth for daring to disrespect their cell leader. The bookie brushes off the loyalist, pointing out that absolutely nobody in the cell block thinks Amamori actually has a winning chance. He tells the long-haired guy to pull the room if he's so confident, questioning why he's picking a fight over a guaranteed loser. The trash talk gets cut short when someone shouts that the guy in question is standing right there. The loyalist whips around to find the dark-haired inmate staring him down, like Batman waiting for a Gotham thug to finish his monologue. The bookie just chuckles, looking way too smug for a guy running a casino out of a prison cafeteria. Refusing to back down, the loyalist slams a massive sack of contraband onto the desk and announces he is betting every single thing he owns on their cell leader. Later that night, the prison's free period officially kicks off. Inmates immediately start rushing down the concrete hallways to get into position. 2 guys race toward the action, panicking that they are going to miss the opening bell if they don't step on it. Elsewhere, a guy rocking a classic anime rival white streak in his hair slides open a heavy cell door. A voice from the shadows informs him that Nagao already headed out, asking if our two-toned friend is ready to make his move. The two-toned operative reports back to his tattooed boss, confirming that their sabotage plan is moving forward flawlessly. He explains that Nagao is practically blind in the dark, meaning any sudden surprise will completely shatter his focus like a point-blank flashbang in a late-night Valorant match. The boss takes a casual drag from his cigarette and asks if his subordinate can guarantee a mutual knockout. Smirking in a dimly lit bathroom, the operative places a hand over his chest and promises he can make it happen. Elsewhere, a beefy bald inmate confidently points out that while Amamori's combat skills are nothing to write home about, they are still more than enough to put Nagao in the dirt. Out in the main cell block, the doors finally open for free period, letting a wave of inmates flood the halls. The rush immediately turns into a sweaty mosh pit as the prisoners shove each other, yelling at the guys in front to stop trampling them. One guy in the stampede whines about being kept waiting, sounding like a hypebeast stuck in line for an exclusive sneaker drop. Right in the middle of the chaos, the resident bookie is having the time of his life, shouting at the crowd for any last-minute wagers at 1 to 25 odds. Watching the madness unfold, a nervous rookie guard asks his partner if they are really just going to let the inmates run an illegal gambling ring, prompting the veteran to light up a smoke and prepare to drop some harsh prison wisdom. One of the guards justifies the incoming prison fight club by telling his rookie partner that letting the inmates vent now prevents a full-blown riot later. To keep the rowdy crowd in check, a guard smacks his nightstick against the wall like a substitute teacher trying to quiet down a middle school assembly. He warns the general population not to touch the fighters unless they want a speedrun ticket to solitary confinement. The spectators clear out, leaving our boy Amamori standing across from the bald giant Nagao in the middle of the room. Nagao scoffs at the matchup, completely baffled that this kid actually has the nerve to challenge him. The heavyweight promises to send Amamori straight to the afterlife. Amamori just tells the big guy to listen up, explaining that he picked this open arena for their duel for a very specific reason. Nagao stays silent as Amamori reveals he is here to get revenge for Masaki. Pausing for dramatic effect, Amamori lets that sink in before adding his final condition. He points straight at the giant and declares he wants a massive audience to guarantee everyone gets to witness Nagao's pathetic downfall in gorgeous 4K. Nagao loses his mind, cursing Amamori out like a toxic league player who just got his jungle camp stolen. He warns Amamori that stepping into the ring is a guaranteed death wish and charges forward with all his weight. The big guy wins up a massive haymaker, but Amamori casually ducks under the swinging meatball. The sheer momentum of the oversized attack throws Nagao completely off balance. Taking advantage of the wide-open target, Amamori drives a solid elbow right into the giant's chest. Instead of folding, Nagao flashes a creepy grin, mocking the strike for doing 0 damage. Amamori quickly realizes this guy's natural armor is way too thick to pierce as he throws out a follow-up punch. Nagao easily catches the incoming strike right out of the air. He clamps down on Amamori's wrapped knuckles, squeezing his fist like a sheet of bubble wrap. Without breaking a sweat, the giant hoists Amamori up and chokeslams him into the concrete like he's securing the WWE heavyweight title. Amamori spits up a mouthful of blood, cursing under his breath because Nagao's damage output is way higher than his current build can handle. Nagao glares down and calls the kid a brat. He struts forward, asking if that pathetic display was really all he had to offer. Amamori wipes the blood off his mouth, deciding he isn't going down to someone with such sloppy technique. Nagao wins up a massive right hook, yelling that a scrub like him has no business picking fights out of his weight class. Amamori crosses his arms just in time to tank the strike. Nagao doesn't even let him breathe before launching a heavy boot straight into his guard, sending him flying backward. Before Amamori can even ragdoll away, Nagao snatches his wrist midair like a Mortal Kombat scorpion pull. He yanks the kid right back into the danger zone, burying his giant fist directly into his face. Amamori's head snaps back as blood sprays everywhere, grinding his teeth together just to keep his jaw from getting completely relocated. One of the onlookers starts sweating bullets, realizing this fight is rapidly turning into an execution. The rest of the peanut gallery just watches the slaughter in silence. A guy in the back asks why a chief from a completely different territory bothered showing up, and a long-haired observer explains that if Amamori manages to win, he instantly becomes the new North District chief. He notes that a victory here would completely rewrite the local power map, making this a mandatory scouting mission for the top dogs. Staring at the massive Jackson Pollock painting of fresh blood decorating the bathroom tiles, the observer admits Amamori's win condition is practically non-existent. Nagao tightens his iron grip on Amamori's ruined collar. Hoisting the kid up like a wet rag, the bald giant laughs and asks if this pathetic display was supposed to be his grand revenge. He pauses, mockingly pretending to forget the name of the guy Amamori is fighting for. Flashing a deeply unsettling grin that belongs on a Batman rogue, Nagao asks if the friend's name was Masaki Tamiya. That name drops like an instant rage buff, and Amamori furiously calls the giant a piece of trash, warning him to shut up. Throwing his entire body weight forward, Amamori delivers a sickening headbutt straight to Nagao's face, screaming at the towering brute to never speak Masaki's name with his filthy mouth. Nagao takes the headbutt straight to the dome, blood flying as his eyes roll back like he just ate a point-blank flashbang. One of the onlookers starts sweating bullets, questioning if Amamori really packs that kind of raw stopping power. Nagao snaps back to reality and glares downward, warning Amamori that he just dug his own grave. Before the big guy can turn him into pavement paste, the power completely cuts out. Nagao furiously demands to know who messed with the lights. The guards immediately scramble, shouting into their radios about a bathhouse blackout and ordering the inmates to freeze. Dispatch confirms the repair crew is en route and promises to send extra backup to secure the area. The crowd starts murmuring in the shadows, arguing that the duel is ruined and betting Amamori will use the cover of darkness to sprint for the exit. Amamori clutches his injured shoulder, grumbling that he is completely blind in this lighting. Even running on 1 HP, our boy holds his ground in the pitch black, refusing to take the easy way out. Amamori stares down the pitch black arena, unfazed by the sudden power outage. His mind flashes back to a past training session, where his mentor questioned why he was wearing a blindfold indoors like a discount Gojo Satoru. The older fighter explains that vision is a massive human weakness, because eyes are the easiest target in a street brawl. He drills into Amamori that surviving means preparing to lose his sight long before the lights actually go out. To hammer the point home, the trainer smacks a metal pipe against the room's steel bars, forcing his student to track the noise. He preaches that relying on eyesight is a fatal mistake when visual data can be taken away in a second. Amamori proves the lesson is sticking by smoothly dodging a heavy right hook while entirely blind. Wiping a trickle of blood from his lip, he absorbs the instruction to let his ears and skin do the heavy lifting from now on. His mentor coaches him to map out the room in his head, using nothing but the shift in air currents to predict enemy movements. Snapping back to the present blackout, Amamori uses that exact training to sense the trajectory of an incoming fist flying right at his face. Amamori effortlessly catches the incoming strike with his forearm. His mentor gives a mildly impressed grunt, looking like a teacher who just realized the class slacker actually did the homework. Still rocking the training blindfold, Amamori cracks a smile and admits that the whole Daredevil routine is finally making sense. Snapping back to the present, Amamori grounds himself in the pitch-black arena. He remembers his training, knowing his own physical senses are the only cheat codes he has left. While his opponent blindly screams into the void demanding Amamori show himself, our guy's mental radar instantly pings the massive target named Nagao sitting exactly 3 meters to his front left. The surrounding inmates stumble around like confused NPCs, whining about the power cut while failing to track a single movement. The prison guards grip their batons and bark out warnings that anyone who twitches is getting a massive beatdown, making it obvious they have zero intention of stepping into the dark to break things up. With blood dripping down his face, Amamori flashes a wicked grin, realizing this random server crash just handed him the ultimate tactical advantage. Stepping silently across the floor tiles, he finally goes on the offensive. Amamori figures out that the giant's biggest weakness is his stamina, deciding to drain his gas tank before going for the knockout. He kicks a wooden bucket across the floor to set a trap. Nagao takes the bait instantly, launching a massive right hook into the dark, while yelling that he finally found his target. He smashes the poor bucket into splinters and shouts that his opponent has nowhere to run. Amamori is already hovering right in his blind spot, winding up a counter while Nagao questions what just happened. The big guy's eyes go wide as he realizes he just got outplayed by a piece of garbage. Amamori drops a clean strike right onto the back of Nagao's neck. Nagao stumbles forward and complains about cheap tricks, acting like a raging Dark Souls boss whose attack patterns just got memorized. He completely loses his mind and starts throwing wild swings into the empty air, screaming that he is going to kill Amamori the second he comes out of hiding. From the safety of the shadows, Amamori notes that the giant is already huffing and puffing. Amamori realizes his opponent's cardio is absolute trash, noting that the big guy can barely breathe after just a few heavy movements. He calculates that this massive stamina debuff is exactly the opening he needs to end the fight. The two of them circle each other in the prison washroom, treating the slippery tiles like a low-budget boss arena. Amamori flicks his bandaged fingers, creating a sharp snapping sound behind his opponent to pull aggro. Nagao takes the bait perfectly, twisting his massive frame to launch a devastating haymaker at absolutely nothing. The bald giant curses his own missed swing, realizing he just wasted even more of his dwindling oxygen. Amamori watches the bigger man burn out with dead, calculating eyes. Keeping the psychological warfare going, Amamori kicks a stray mop across the floor for his next trick. Nagao instantly snaps his head toward the clattering handle, completely missing Amamori maneuvering right above his blind spot. Amamori reaches out and cranks the shower dial, blasting the combat zone with a sudden downpour of water. Drenched from the indoor rainstorm, Nagao glares through the water and curses Amamori for being a brat. He accuses the kid of looking down on him and swears he will never forgive this level of disrespect. Off to the side, the peanut gallery of lackeys starts to panic, with one yelling at Amamori to fight fair while another points out their boss is actively losing ground. One guy tries to cope by claiming Amamori can't possibly win in the dark, but his buddy is already asking if it's too late to cash out his DraftKings bet. Sensing the big guy's stamina bar is officially blinking red, Amamori sprints into the splash zone. He sinks a heavy, bandage-wrapped fist straight into Nagao's solar plexus, knocking the wind right out of him. The giant's eyes roll back into his skull like a crashing Windows PC as he coughs up a spray of blood. Nagao stumbles backward, completely losing his balance. Capitalizing on the soaked tiles, Amamori drops low and delivers a flawless slide tackle right through Nagao's ankles. The oversized boss goes briefly airborne before crashing flat on his back, leaving Amamori standing over his grounded target. Nagao groans as he peels his massive frame off the tile, rubbing the back of his neck like he just took a critical hit to the ego. Dropping down into a heavy stance, the bald giant figures his opponent is definitely going to try another cheap sneak attack, so he decides to bait him out by leaving a wide-open target. He flashes a completely unhinged grin over his shoulder and yells out that he knows exactly where Amamori is hiding. Amamori takes the bait without a second thought, rushing out of the shadows with a bloody face and deciding to give the giant exactly the fight he wants. Nagao whips around to face the incoming assault, quickly tracking the rapid movement. Amamori launches himself forward like he's going for a Smash Bros. Aerial spike, and Nagao wins up a massive counterpunch to swat him out of the air. Our boy flies straight into the danger zone, locking his eyes on the target. Nagao throws a wild haymaker that could easily cave in a skull, but Amamori flawlessly dips right underneath the massive arm. With his eyes piercing through the dark, Amamori slides past the giant's guard completely untouched. Right before he lands his counter, a memory flashes in his head of an older fighter, asking him to name the absolute most effective place to strike an enemy. Nagao lets out a confused grunt, looking completely lost like a gamer whose Wi-Fi just dropped mid-boss fight. Amamori casually points to his own chest, giving his opponent a helpful step-by-step tutorial to aim right for the third rib. Before the big guy can even process the free advice, Amamori drives a massive elbow straight into his torso. Amamori explains that hitting this exact sweet spot snaps 3 bones simultaneously, racking up a real-life combo multiplier. Nagao immediately hacks up a mouthful of blood, his face twisting in agony as his frame folds under the impact. Amamori drops smoothly into a low crouch, looking entirely unbothered by the critical damage he just dealt. The overhead fluorescent lights flicker and buzz, settling over the newly quiet room. Thanks for watching. Check out this next video, and remember to subscribe and zap.